Did we really need
Okay,
an
so
evil
we're live.
robot?
No.
No.
Yep.
And again, I mean, I really hated what they did to the character Andy in the
Yes.
remake.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of dumb.
Speaking of horror, so have you heard that Scott Cawthon, the creator of Five Nights at Freddy's, recently retired from the franchise?
I've heard.
Yeah, apparently a bunch
Yeah,
of
he should have retired when he made the first game. Actually, he should have retired before even making the first game and then canceling it.
You do realize the series is not going to die right then and there, right? He's already known some people who are going to take over for the series.
Of course not.
Yeah, folks, Scott should have killed it before it even began.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I was thinking of one.
Yeah, why didn't Scott kill it before it began?
I don't know. I think I could name a game that might be slightly worse. Just slightly.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Mr. Hopp's Playhouse.
Mr. Hopp's Playhouse.
Yeah, it's pretty basic indie survival horror.
Uh-huh.
I can imagine.
Hey, guys, you know,
I'm going to say this. I have played porn games that are more fun than Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yeah. Hey, guys.
Five Nights at Freddy's is the most useless game franchise on the planet.
Yep. Hey, guys, I found the weirdest game on YouTube when I was, like, browsing.
What was it?
It was this this creepy ice cream man video game and stuff.
Like what? Twisted Metal?
What?
Well, I mean, you mentioned a game with a creepy ice cream man. The closest thing I can think of is Twisted Metal.
No. No, this one is mostly like, you know, you play as this like, you know, unnamed character who is a boy, and he just follows this ice cream man who's like kidnapping kids for some reason. And it's kind of weird.
Huh. Okay. So yeah, but I don't know. Oh. Hey, Trickster, do you need some, like, want some backstory to Mr. Hopp's Playhouse? Like some context?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so, yeah, when I say bare basic, I mean bare basic. Basically, you're playing as a little girl named Ruby who got a stuffed rabbit from her deceased grandmother, who, of course, is the titular Mr. Hopp. But, of course, it turns out it's not actually a toy, but a bloodthirsty demon out to get her after seemingly killing her parents. So, yeah.
Okay, that sounds lame.
Yeah. Apparently they recently got a sequel. Well, really a prequel. We were playing as the girl's grandmother when she was a little girl and she got the toy. Like, basically the one gimmick is that there were two more evil toys. But there's really no difference between them.
Wow.
Like, maybe if they actually had hints of an individual personality, I might be a bit more forgiving, but honestly, no. They're about as unique and diverse as all four animatronics from Five Nights at Freddy's.
The animatronics are not diverse or unique. They suck.
That's what I'm saying. These guys are not that
Five
much
Nights
better.
at Freddy's is such a worthless franchise. It's insane. I don't know why people love that so much. Oh, yeah, because Markiplier's an idiot. I wish Markiplier would stop reacting to games. Stop accidentally making franchises huge. Five Nights at Freddy's is the type of game that if it got uploaded to Newgrounds back in the day, would have gotten fucking destroyed. It's about on par with an early Splash game and has just about as much content and gameplay.
I see.
Yeah.
But yeah, before I end up going down that rabbit hole, yeah, this was a little bit of an unplanned thing. Originally, I was just going to talk to Wolf a bit and make some preparations for finishing up the remake of my top 10 worst lesbian characters in anime. And I was wanting to prove a point to Wolf that outside of my video, if you look up like bad gay characters or bad lesbian characters in anime, you won't find a single list that isn't mine. And I just find it to be so disingenuous. While I was scrolling, I found this Watch Mojo list that somehow managed to elude me.
Yeah, how that.
So, are we going to do the bad lesbian character list?
Well, that's still a work in progress.
Well, you can't because it's my list, unless you want to cover it, because I'm the only one who has the balls to make that list.
Fair.
Nobody else will. Everybody just talks about, they'll talk about the badass gay characters, the so-called, don't worry, I have plans because I mentioned this with Wolf, but I guess I have an excuse now. There are these fucking lists that suck, okay? They fucking suck. They're so out of touch, they're so disingenuous, and they pick the worst characters as quote-unquote LGBT role models.
We should do it.
Right.
Yeah, this character's like Sailor Neptune, Sailor Uranus, and this girl's from Citrus.
Yes, yeah, and I guess to some extension, Ragio, how are you, Ween?
I can't really think of a bad lesbian character. I mean, maybe the one from Sailor Moon.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's the only one I can think of that's bad.
Oh, I could think of plenty, trust me. There's a never-ending supply of these bitches. Sadly.
Yeah, it would seem that the rabbit hole only gets deeper.
It is just jump scares. God damn it, that's all Five Nights at Freddy's is. Fuck. It's horrible. I don't want to hear that it's a good atmosphere. It sucks.
Is there even really atmosphere? You're looking through everywhere with a damn video camera.
Oh wow! Wow. You're in a creepy Chuck E. Cheese in the middle of the night. What atmosphere? Five Nights at Freddy's is everything that's wrong with modern horror.
That I can agree with.
I mean, the fact that for the most part, the vast majority of Five Nights at Freddy's fan base is children should tell you something.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is stuff that my nieces and nephews like, and they're from the ages from 5 to 11.
You let them play Five Nights at Freddy's?
Well, it's like
don't.
Ignore them.
Here's like I feel like even my cousins wouldn't fall for that because okay, I have these enough to know that the new Star Wars movies suck and that Fortnite is garbage. I remember them saying this about how much they hate Fortnite.
Yeah, Fortnite is garbage. I don't know why people like that game anyways. I mean, I find it boring.
Oh my. Yeah, Fortnite is garbage. People say, well, it's a good version of PUBG, but PUBG sucks.
Yep, again,
PUBG completely misses the point.
Again, Fortnite is so boring.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, how do you take... I need to talk about this. This has been on my list of videos that I wanted to make for a long-ass time. It's one of the earliest videos I want to make of ripping Fortnite and PUBG a new asshole. Because both these games suck and are destroying the battle royale genre in gaming before it's even being given a chance.
Also, that one YouTuber said the autism is spreading.
The autism is spreading?
Yep.
What?
Yeah, it was kind
even
of
the story is not that amazing.
Honestly, no. I think I could have easily followed the Five Nights at Freddy's plot while being drowsy from sleep aids.
Yeah. The Five Nights at Freddy's plot relies on essentially mystery. The Bite of 89, who is the Purple Man and all this shit? It's lame. It's not an interesting story.
I don't know, because
when most of it is hidden behind doors.
Yes, because they don't even give you a story.
Yeah. Also, Five Nights at Freddy's is such fucking bullshit. Do you realize that that fucking Five Nights at Freddy's would be shut down if it existed within the real world?
Yeah.
Like
that bitch would have been shut down, and those animatronics would have been fucking incinerated.
Also, the fact that you cannot, and it's canon that you can take down.
I hate to break it to you, but animatronics can't kill people.
Also, here's the thing about animatronics: they can be taken down with a freaking taser.
But animatronics are not going to kill you. Animatronics are not fucking like Terminator robots that can kill you. We don't have access to that kind of technology.
And again, all you really need to deal with those is a freaking taser, not even a gun.
That's true.
It's canon. And just a few zaps here and there, and they're just pieces.
Yep. Okay.
Honestly, if the game was realistic, the guy should have just lit the building on fire and left.
Actually, I do think that was like one plot point for one of the games.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I think it was in number 3 where they try to like burn down and was left at the pizzeria just to finally end this nightmare, but lo and behold, Springtrap fucking escaped. And yes, I know one of their names.
Yeah, they do have a story,
sure everyone knows
the
who
story
Springtrap is, Ross.
sucks.
No, it's not that you didn't misunderstand when you were a kid. It's just because
have a story. We're saying that the story is garbage.
It's not that you didn't even misunderstand, Marks. It's that they don't give you anything to understand.
I got so confused on the story. I just stopped playing the game.
It's trash. This is like me saying, "Oh, well, Boku no Pico has a story." What's your fucking point? It's not a good story.
Just
because something has a story. The Last Jedi has a story. Guess what? It sucks.
Yep, let's not forget Five Nights at Freddy's younger sister.
What the hell
Sister Location.
Oh, yeah. Pointless spinoffs. Thank you for reminding us, Trickster.
You're welcome. Okay, there's no story with Sister Location right there. I mean, at all.
Honestly, that's because I don't think it was even supposed to be like part of the main games. It was just a spinoff. I got haphazardly shoved into the main story.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they only have like short story.
Yeah, guess what? It's not a very good mystery story. The mystery is dumb.
Also, they basically tell you who did it, so there is no mystery.
Yeah.
The mystery is fucking lame. It's not even elementary level mystery, because I have seen Scooby-Doo episodes that have better fucking mysteries than this shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that show was made in the fucking 60s.
I mean,
yep. And yet again, from spin-offs from movies and TV show, the Scooby-Doo is still going on.
Which I don't even understand how.
Yep.
I don't understand it all. I mean, like I said before, Mystery Incorporated sucked. Sorry.
Because the Versus community sadly has a lot of... I'm going to try to be nice and say...
Say it.
That's bullshit, and you know that. Don't be a disingenuous ass. That is horrible.
In other words,
shit.
In other words, don't be like Watch Mojo.
Elfen Lied absolutely has a damn story. Yeah, you're just being disingenuous. You're being intellectually dishonest. Just because, how dare someone say that Five Nights at Freddy's sucks, even though it totally does suck. It's a jump scare simulator, and that's all it is. Its story is lame and relies on the worst kind of mystery tactics.
Yep.
Being confusing is not necessarily the same as having a good mystery.
Mm-hmm.
No. In fact, that seems like where it got confused. Also, I don't want to say that I'm happy that Scott Cawthon retired. Basically because this is basically because this was a victory for the Twitter Puritans. I got pissy when they learned he supported Trump.
Well, either way, I won't get into that because fuck the Puritans. I'll get into that a little bit later because there's plenty of those morons that make those dumb lists I mentioned. But here's the thing. Hopefully I didn't just forget my train of thought, though. Fuck. God damn it. There is no investment in Five Nights at Freddy's because you have no one to be attached to. There is no fucking character. It's just a blank slate that does things. There's no fucking characters, so how can you get invested? And don't say the animatronics are characters because they're not.
Okay, so can we get on to the review?
I think she means the reaction.
Or the reaction?
Yeah,
Since we got Five Nights at Freddy's off our fucking chest. Sorry.
No. All right. So
it's because people like to fail at being contrarians because Elfen Lied is actually popular and good.
Yeah.
Franchises fail at being able to be both popular and good. It's usually one or the other. Sadly.
What? Wow, am I scaring my curse?
They don't even mention this anime meets Sodome, so I don't even know why they even bother showing it.
I never seen this.
Yeah, that's something I never understood. Like, they do a top 10 list.
This is an anime called Meet Sodome. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Like when I make a top 10 list, I get shit for what's on the list, not for what's not on the list. Well, except for that, well, kind of. There was that one time people got pissed at me for not having the Sailor, Uranus, and Neptune on the list, even though they were honorable mentions. But I do agree they probably should have been there from the very beginning, but I've already mentioned that. But yeah, all you really need to know about this anime is it's fucking insane. It's just one of those really insane borderline parody anime.
Well,
for some reason, people like to classify this as a Kodomo no Jikin spiritual successor, but it's really nothing like it. It's just fucking insane. More, I like to call it a series of unfortunate misunderstandings because most of the jokes revolve around the fact that everyone in this anime is retarded and gets themselves in situations that are taken out of context.
So basically, like a lot of other anime. Like,
well, except taken to the fucking extreme. This anime takes a lot of things to the extreme, actually.
Okay. Okay, let's rock and roll.
For example, this little girl right here, she has, for no adequately explained reason, she has superhuman abilities. She can run. She can run super fast. She can lift. She can lift things three times or 5 times the size of her own body. She can split her skull open and not fucking die. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. She's
So,
strong.
what is she, the tough girl?
Father. She ever looked up her father. She's nearly like 300 pounds.
Yeah.
So, what is she, the tough girl or something? I mean, is she the tough girl?
Well,
or
basically,
something, or
each of these
what?
girls is meant to represent an archetype, kind of. She's supposed to be the typical basically just a little girl version of Tomoko. And then you got this girl that's a wannabe sadist that fails miserably at being a sadist.
Oh my god. You can't be serious.
Yeah, she ends up having likes to fancy herself some kind of sadist dominatrix, but she sucks at it. And then she ends up becoming a walking fat joke later on for no reason.
Okay, that's just effing gross.
I don't know.
Anime of bad reputation. Welcome to Watch Mojo.com. Today we'll be counting down our picks for the top 10 most disgraceful anime.
Yeah, it's worth noting that
And
scene is taken out of
every day, so be
context,
sure to subscribe for more
like
great content.
usual.
For this list, we're looking at series which took it so far beyond the realms of acceptance that they interest and more how they decide to tackle them. Also, just to keep things professional.
Yeah, remember this point. They say that their qualifications for this is not the themes, but how they choose to tackle
Yes.
them.
That'll be very important to remember.
Yep. Hey, a fan said that. What do you guys think of the manga?
Manga of what?
What manga?
Let me read the comment. Oh.
Oh, manga taking over comics?
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. In fact, I feel like
the comics book industry has no way to blame but themselves.
Yes, like if nothing else, like I went to a comic store earlier today and I literally had to find something that looks very vaguely interesting.
Well, did you find anything interesting, Ross?
Well, yes, because instead of
The
going
comic
forward,
book industry killed itself.
well, yes, instead going forward, I decided to go back and find an older comic. So now I managed to get a hands on the 25 edition, the 25th anniversary edition of The Darkness.
Huh.
Shows.
That's interesting.
That reminds me.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Super.
Ugh, my fucking internet, I swear. For some reason, everybody likes to call this the spiritual successor to Boku no Pico.
Really, isn't it?
Also, this is the theme of the video. At least more than half of the entries on this list are here because of incest. Rinse and repeat.
Yeah, you mean like the uncomfortable scenes?
Well, like the fact they have incest in general, really.
Oh my god.
Hey.
Yep.
Hey, you're not the one who's on fanfiction.net.
Huh.
Even when you try, you can't escape from it.
And I think we need brotherly love. With the title for lovers, assume that it would be about two passionate, consenting adults, or maybe teenagers, who go on a wild adventure in the pursuit of love. And to be fair, it really kind of is. Also happen to be stepbrothers. What makes it worse is that Studio Dean's anime actually works as a comedy, but it changes tones when Haru decides to get his freak on.
I hate my new internet. It's so stuttery on my end.
Yeah, I can hear the stuttering good.
Don't yet. This one makes no freaking sense.
No, it really doesn't.
I mean, I've never seen this anime, admittedly, but the reasons for it being on here are stupid. It basically just amounts to this anime is basically the premise is there's an experiment that is joined where it's all about like perversion or something like that, and it says that every girl is secretly a pervert or something along the lines of that. This isn't exactly what I think of when I think of quote-unquote disgraceful anime. Maybe stupid you could make.
So what you're trying to say is that
argument.
there's no girl who's the voice of reason.
There's a lot of lag and I don't know what to do about it. I don't know if my computer is overheating or because my internet fucking sucks. I don't know what to do about it.
Okay, so and you're saying about this like little anime right here, like there's no girl who's like the voice of reason.
No, I think what Kimi's trying to say is there is no reason.
Oh man, wow, that's just wow.
Yeah, I just think these morons,
College
these morons are offended because they're there to say that girls can be perverts.
broadening of one line. In that, a research seminar that explores student behavior could actually be considered education. Then they get to the episode where one of the characters experiences a body tape.
Lol.
If that phrase means nothing to you, try to avoid doing a Google search.
Yeah, I'm not an idiot, Watch Mojo.
It semi-translates to Hentai Serai Seminar, and although it does keep the nudity to a minimum, its main concept is to show how every innocent
Yeah. Mhm.
Number 8. I don't like you at all, big brother.
Okay, this one is just stupid on so many levels. Watch Mojo's about to say something really stupid.
What am I? So what am I
Bid.
seeing right here?
Well, hold on. He paused it.
Yeah. Also, hold on. I hate to have to do this, but I feel like I'm not being given much choice here.
Internet's acting up again.
Looks like that's the case.
Mm-hmm. All right. Sorry, I'm just thinking now we're all just sitting here silent.
I'm starting to wonder what other list may have been something I missed.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, any honorable mentions, Ross, on which anime could have been better?
Honestly, I'm not sure if I even have an answer for that.
All right, then what's your favorite manga?
Well, that's a tough one because I don't actually read manga. I only really read manga if it's a series that has yet to be adapted into anime.
Got it.
So, but I guess if you want to know what I do consider to be a manga I do kind of like to read, it would be Steel Ball Run.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. And in case you're wondering, Trickster, Steel Ball Run is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 7.
I'm not surprised on that.
I mean, it's fun. I mean, say what you will, at least it turned Dio into an interesting character. Like, he actually has a backstory.
I'm not surprised on that.
In
Oh,
fact, that's kind of why I love Steel Ball Run, because basically Hidehiko Araki looked back at the series he already created. He's like, yeah, I know what I did was kind of good, but I can do better. So he started new with Part 7.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, also, I do like to read Kodomo no Jinkin. And
that's a good series.
yeah, of course, yes, of course. Of course, the only real problem is that a lot of people are taking that series out of context.
Like what? Making it into like fanfics or something?
No, the thing is that. Oh, hold on. Good night. What do you do? The problem is that a lot of people say that Kodomo Jinken's is like a manga for pedophiles because the relationships between an elementary school girl and our teacher. Except
Ew.
the thing is, it's actually somewhat the
do you have
opposite.
any idea how gross that is?
Obviously, you yourself are lacking context. The thing about Kodomo Jinken is that it's the little girl that actually wants to be her teacher's wife, but the teacher himself is having none of it. Like, he knows what it can do to his life and his career, so...
Can I hear you? Guys?
What, you mean you couldn't hear me?
Yeah, I lost internet connection.
What I was saying was, it's the opposite. Rin, the little girl, is trying to romantically pursue her teacher.
Ew. Again, gross.
But the teacher doesn't want any part of it.
Oh,
He knows the consequences of what would happen. He's trying to... Or he just wants to be a good teacher. But Ren is just constantly making things uncomfortable for him.
Oh, thank God.
You know, you're going to piss off Kimi when he gets back.
Sorry. Sorry about that. I mean...
But yeah, that's basically that's only the real like problem with Kodomo Jinken, that they don't act like, people like to take the series out of context, like, to make it sound worse than it actually isn't.
Okay. And seriously, if Kimmy does record back on this, I just wanted to say I'm sorry, man.
Yeah. But I guess in other manga, again, this is kind of a short list because I don't often read that manga. I mean, one thing I kind of been meaning to go back to reading was Claymore.
Yep. And sorry, can I just say it?
Yes.
There's also another thing you can read.
Oh, what's that?
Your face. Sorry. Sorry about that. I really wanted to say something. I'm sorry, Ross. I was just messing with you.
That's fine. I mean...
Sorry. I just wanted to really tell that joke.
You told that joke to me like 900 times.
I know. Sorry. But I know deep down inside you care.
Yes, I know. I know. Oh, but still. Oh, again, I don't have much of a manga list to speak of. again, I mostly primarily just watch anime.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess you could say My Hero Academia, but again, that's only for the more recent chapters that have yet to be animated.
Hmm. Yep. But still, it can always get worse, Ross.
Yeah. Hey,
Mhm.
Wolf, you've been quiet. Is everything okay on your end?
Yeah, I was just listening to you guys talk. Although, I guess I could go over, guys, some my favorite manga. Of course, my favorite manga of all times, it's called Genshiken.
I think I may have heard that one.
It's kind of like it's basically a comedy manga. There were a bunch of college students are in this anime club, and it's pretty funny.
Hmm.
Another manga that just really makes me laugh is Saint Youngman, if you ever heard of that. If you don't know what it's about, it's a comedy. It's where Jesus and Buddha, they live together in an apartment in Japan, and all kinds of crazy shenanigans happen.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that one. I heard that one's, like, unironically kind of good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a saying where Jesus and Buddha, they go to take swimming lessons, and Jesus parts the water in the pool.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
And kind of weird.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Huh. Martin says sounds interesting.
Well, he's not wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Wow, Kimmy's been gone for a long time.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's probably making some tweaks to his router or something.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Dang.
I mean,
Of course.
again. That's just. Sorry about that. Mm-hmm. But so far, interesting.
Yeah. But still. So, again, and I don't really have much of a discussion on manga. I mean,
No. Neither do I. How about you, Wolf?
Oh, how about what?
like, would you consider your list of mangas?
Manga.
Do you consider it a short list or a long one? Like, you don't need to tell us what they are. Just, is it something you consider to be very vast?
I wouldn't say very, very vast, although I got like quite a few on the list because I used to go to the library and read manga when I was bored.
Mm. Yeah, so I see. Let's see. At this point, I'm just finding things that keep this conversation going. It's getting a little awkward. Hard. Let's see. Since this is another another Watch Mojo live stream. You got what would you what?
That makes sense. I mean, there was one time in my elementary school, we had a book fair. There, and I found a few manga books. I only read a little. That was all the way back in elementary school.
Well, I mean, I did get a Kingdom Hearts manga when I was a kid, but that was really just solely on the fact that it was a Kingdom Hearts manga, and I was...
Are just jokes. They're not jokes. Having me.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you, Giza, but we never said that our lives were jokes.
No.
Also, I think this guy's just trying to get a rise out of us. Huh?
Someone named Sheldon as Vito.
Yeah, I see him. What about him? I mean, that's cool, Sheldon. I've always been a PlayStation guy, so I've only really played one Halo game in my lifetime. Oh, hey.
He says, I mean, the only... Hey, Kimmy.
What?
Shows that, unfortunately...
Yeah, sorry about that. My laptop was overheating bad, and I decided while I was waiting for it to cool down, I would reset my router while I'm at it, just to be on the safe side.
Oh, cool. We were just... Nothing really much was happening, and we were just talking about some of our favorite mangas.
I bet.
Give anime a bad reputation. Welcome to WatchMojo.com, and today we'll be counting down our picks for the top.
Remember, these are the anime that so-called give the industry a bad reputation in massive quotations.
Is this anime that everyone likes but we hate?
No. It says right here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, now I see it. Sorry.
And again, Watch Mojo, if you could stop relying on taking scenes out of context to make an anime seem way worse than it actually is, that'd be great. I hate it when people do that.
Before we begin, we publish new videos every day, so be sure to subscribe for more
blah,
great
blah, 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 blah.
series which took it so far beyond the realms of acceptance.
Oh yeah, apparently this video is age restricted.
This list will be less
Since apparently you found a loophole, Trickster.
more about how we decide to tackle them. Also, just to keep things...
I don't know why this video is age restricted. It's not even that bad.
No. It's basically Watch Mojo saying, well, anime's got mature content, so automatically makes it disgraceful.
Well, like I said, the vast majority of this list is just filled with incest anime. And in some cases, they cheat by putting anime on here that are supposedly incest anime, but actually aren't. But they just put it on there anyway.
Okay.
I'll get into that in a little bit.
We will ignore
Really thinking outside the box there.
Browser history, that reminds me. Number 10, Super Lovers.
This one is whatever. It's considered Boku no Pico 2, so whatever.
With the title like Super Lovers, one would assume that it would be about two passionate, consenting adults, or maybe teenagers, who go on a wild adventure in the pursuit
It sucks.
of love. And to be fair,
It really sucks.
Except the lovers are Ren and Andrew.
Yeah, I've already seen Fails' review on it.
So happen to be stepbrothers. What makes it worse? They actually work works as a coming-of-age story, no pun intended, about two individuals struggling with their identity.
You think you're funny?
Tones when Haru decides to get his freak on. Ugh. Number 9, Hen Semi.
And now we're right back where we started.
Oh my.
College is a time for experimentation and the broadening of
Yes.
In that sense, Hen Semi, an anime about students attending.
I don't know why college became the time for experimentation. I never understood that.
No, neither do I.
Most people start experimenting at really young ages. Just saying.
I know.
Yeah, like not middle school.
Hen Semi translates to Hentai Serai Seminar, and although it does keep the nudity to a minimum, its main concept.
I wouldn't mind being a part of a hentai seminar.
That actually kind of sounds fun.
Huh.
I don't like you at all, big brother.
This is one of the ones I'm talking about where they cheat. So this is a supposed incest anime, but as you will soon find out, these two aren't actually related, like, at all.
Oh, so it's just trying to bait you.
Yeah, I can see that.
Also, yeah, you'll see what I mean. Also, they say something really fucking retarded.
Wait.
A tsundere title about incest? Great. Splendid. Good stuff. Awesome. Everything about I Don't Like You at All, Big Brother is kind of disgusting. From the unnerving character design to the
Really? This is your definition of an unnerving character design? Are you fucking out of your mind? So, if this is unnerving to you, then what do you call Junji Ito then?
Mm-hmm.
Their heads would explode if they read a Junji Ito manga.
Yeah. This is like the most generic, fucking bland character design possible.
Yeah, she looks like she's stoned.
Yeah.
An insulting excuse for humor.
What?
What the?
Now is
Yeah.
desperate to get it
Kitty.
on with Shusuke, who is her perverted big brother, who also refuses to go down that route. As a real trooper, though, now breaks into his room to get rid of his non-incest porn, but stumbles upon Shusuke's old picture book. To her surprise, she is completely absent and ends up discovering that they're not related by blood. Finally, there's nothing stopping these crazy kids from going to...
Yeah, this may be controversial, but I don't care. It needs to be said. If you're not related by blood, then what's the issue here exactly?
I don't know, man.
I mean, I know there's the whole discussion about can step siblings be considered incest or not? I'm one of those people, I don't believe it can. Like, think about it. The whole point of a step sibling or stepdad or stepmother is more times than not, you're usually related purely just because of a piece of paper that says, I married your mom, so now I'm your dad. Even though that's not how that works.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Almost like adoption, almost.
Yeah. I mean, it's just so... It's just such a ridiculous concept. It's like, okay, they're not related, so what's the issue?
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I would view this anime as a cop-out. Like, if you're not going to go all the way, then why even bother having themes of incest there at all?
Yeah.
Just seems like a waste.
Do you think this was some kind of weird idea to get these two together, like try to make them a couple or something?
Yeah. I mean, say what you want about Koi Kaze, that anime went all the fucking way with its incest themes and its taboo subject matter of, is it right for siblings to fall in love with each other or not? Yeah, you can argue it's weird, and it is, but at least it had the audacity to go all in on it and actually tackle the subject matter in a serious way.
Yep. No offense, but it is weird.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to act like Koi Kaze is my favorite anime or anything like that. I mean, it's well written for what it's worth, although I don't know if it's something you'd really want to watch more than once.
Yeah,
but at least if you're going to write a taboo subject matter, at least go all the way with it. Don't be half-assed with it. It's dumb.
Yeah, but these idiots will still say, but they're still siblings, even if they're step siblings.
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, you're not siblings just because some guy puts a rock on your mom's finger and then fucks her. That's not how that works. If you don't got the man's blood in you or the woman's blood in you, you ain't related. And I got news for you. That guy is just your fake daddy.
Yep.
I might take minor offense to that.
Oh, sorry, Ross. I know. Sorry.
Well, I say this as someone who had a stepdad. And believe me, all my life, all I saw him as was some wannabe pretending to be my dad when I knew damn well that my real one was gone. And he apparently felt the same way because he would always tell my mother that I'm not his son. Well, what a coincidence. I feel the same way about you, asshat. You're not my dad, so stop pretending.
Yeah, my stepdad was an ass.
Yeah.
I
understand that not all kids have bad relationships with their step-parents. I get that. I'm one of those kids that sadly hated my stepdad growing up, and I wanted nothing to do with him. And every time he would make me call him dad, I would get pissed off. I would keep wishing for my real dad to kick in the door and beat the shit out of him.
I'm sorry. I never had that experience.
I sadly did. Maybe it's just because I ended up with one of those shitty stepdads, because the guy constantly threatens to walk out on his own kids, so the guy might just be a complete asshat.
Yeah, I always called my stepdad by his first name. I never called him dad.
Yep. I would do the same thing, and my mom would always get mad at me for it, and I would always say the same thing. Even as a little kid, I'm like, but he's not my dad. My real one's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Distance. Is this a fulfillment of somebody's fantasy? Because, oh boy.
Oh, hey, look, it's Pico.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is.
I made this joke when I first watched this video, but I couldn't help myself. Look, it's Pico. Now we know what happened to him after his threesome at the end of the 3rd episode.
Uh-huh. Oh.
In fact, if it was actually a plot twist that this was secretly a sequel to Boku no Pico, that would probably be fucking hilarious. Like, everyone wants to do this interconnected bullshit. It's like, just have this be that. It'd be freaking hilarious.
Number 7, Queen's Blade.
Okay, this one just makes no sense on any level.
I've never seen this one before.
I'm aware of this anime, but I've never watched it, but I'm aware of it.
Again, to me, it's not good.
Time to start over. I know what you're thinking, but this isn't cheating. Queen's Blade.
No, it is cheating.
Yeah, it is definitely cheating. Don't hide it.
Like, even if this is just a pseudo hentai, okay, so have you ever heard of an ecchi before?
Probably not.
Well, I have seen anime that are literally just hentai, but not classified as one because they get away by calling it an ecchi. I've seen that happen.
It's not hentai. It just kind of aspires to be. Using a slightly different political system to Britain, every 4 years, a queen is chosen.
For some reason, this character looks like a character I've seen from a completely different anime. I can't put my finger on who it is.
Yeah, she does look vaguely familiar.
Yeah.
Via a tournament. This leads to a large cast of formidable, very well-endowed warrior women making the journey to the continent's capital in order to challenge the current...
It's a theory that Pico and Chico are actually dead. I don't think it's ever actually confirmed, though.
Before they started fighting, wait until things start swinging around a bit. Number 6, Akisora.
Well, here we go again. I mean, I guess at least this one, they actually found a real incest one, and it's a softcore porn. But this one is just so tame compared to the stuff I've seen.
I'm not even going to ask.
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask either.
Yeah, this one is just three episodes of nothing.
If there's one positive thing you can say about this anime is that they're really fully committed. Aki and Sora are full-blooded siblings. No half-brother bullshit here. This one's full-on incest with a capital. What is there to say, really? Spread over 3 episodes, Aki Sora's story, if you could call it that, centers on high school.
Doesn't have a story.
Who fantasizes about getting it on with his busty older sister. Spoiler warning, he gets it on with his busty older sister. Pushes it way is Sora's character design.
Hey, that's just gross. I'm sorry. That's just gross.
Kid than someone in high school. Number 5, Kiss X Sis.
Okay, yeah.
For some reason, Joey defends this anime, saying that, yeah, it's garbage, but he calls it quote-unquote cultured garbage.
My
Whatever.
friend on fanfiction.net wants me to try and tear this one a new asshole with the fanfic we collaborated on.
Honestly, this anime, I've seen Kiss X Sis too. Again, it's really not that bad. I mean, what I mean is, it's bad, but it's not as bad as you probably think that it is. Like, when you watch it, it's mostly painless due to how stupid the 2 main girls are and how much they fail at doing anything right.
I mostly just agree to it because I am so sick of incest.
Uh-huh.
Well, like I said, that's the theme of this list. They might as well have just called it the top 10 most disgraceful incest anime, because the vast majority of it, outside of maybe 2 or 3 entries, is just an incest anime.
Pretty much.
It's like, we get it. Incest is taboo. Can you find something else?
Right? An anime with an infamous reputation. This is another one that deals with feelings between siblings.
Don't worry, once we start to get to the top 5, shit gets real bad.
And Rico, who instantly fall in love with their brother.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
It is not really the correct word.
You agreed to this, Trickster. Now you have to suffer with us.
Uncontrollable throb.
Honestly, I'm so desensitized to this crap.
Whether these 2 horny girls love their brother as a person or whether they're just turned on by the idea of being involved in a relationship. Also, their parents are completely cool with the idea for some reason. It's weird.
It's garbage. I've seen this anime. It's just stupid and a waste of time.
Number 4, Papa to Kiss in the Dark.
And here we go again.
Oh my god.
Finally, an entry.
What number was this again? I wasn't paying attention.
Ross!
Father and son. Yay! Murakata Kyosuke is a famous actor who has every woman in Japan.
I don't know why this anime exists, truth be told.
To the public, Kyosuke's sexual needs are already satisfied by his 15-year-old son. Gross. Totally gross.
Oh, gee, I
Unfortunately, their family-friendly romance is shattered when non-blood-related humans start to get involved.
think. Well, hey, it does give new meaning to the term family-friendly media.
They end up marrying an actress, and the son, Mira, being courted by one of his friends, but it's just, oh man, it's gross, come on.
Oh, gee, no shit.
Number 3, School Days.
The only way to explain this one is to recite a very famous quote by William Shakespeare. Fuck it.
That's really what Shakespeare said?
I believe it.
Also, I'm just going to say this is the definition of the word cop-out. In fact, this is one of the most overrated so-called bad anime. I've seen School Days, and it's nowhere near as bad as people have you make it out to be. I mean, I'm not going to act like it's some underrated gem or anything, because it's not. I'd be lying if I said I liked it. I don't. But there is one element of School Days that I like, and that is it is a subversion on the harem genre, because we always have to deal with these shitty harem anime or these anime where everything with a pussy wants to fuck the main character. This anime teaches you that realistically, there's only one way that can end.
Yeah.
So if you hate Makoto and you hate school days, do you like harem anime? Well, if you like harem anime, well, guess what? I got news for you. Stop thinking that harem anime are cool. High School DxD is so fucking disingenuous. Oh, look at how cool I am. Everything in the vicinity wants to fuck me. I'm pretty sure even the trap wants to fuck the main character. And it's not cool, it's just stupid. And realistically, it'll get you killed.
Yes.
Makoto Ito is kind of a dick. Scratch that.
Also, I've said this before. I have seen characters that make Makoto look like a fucking saint. Also, what everybody seems to ignore is Sekai is part of the reason why Makoto became this way. She created the monster, essentially. Because before Sekai decided to confuse Makoto, she was trying to help hook her up with Katsura. Everything was great. Makoto was normal. And then Sekai decided to fuck with the guy by kissing him for no reason and then falling in love with him and then leading Makoto down a dark path. Yeah, this doesn't necessarily mean that he's not still complicit in his behavior, but part of this is Sekai's fault.
Yes, I remember now. Thank you, Combo King. Sorry, just replying to a comment.
Yeah. I mean, really, if this is the best you got, then come on. Like, where the fuck is Pupa? Where's Shoujo Sabaki?
I have a feeling, because I did skim this when you showed me. Sorry.
Yeah, like, seriously, I could think of so many more worthy... Where the fuck is Pupa, for God's sake? Why isn't that on here? That is an abject failure in every way.
Probably not.
Also, you could always use the excuse that Pupa tackles the taboo subject matter of cannibalism, but I guess that would require effort.
Yeah, we can't have that in the Watch Mojo video.
Of the mess that's left in his wake. School Days is a dark and twisted alternative to a typical harem anime, where subject interest of a variety of girls. In this case, though, the charismatic black hole, otherwise known as Makoto, is the focal point. The Notorious series spends all of its time torturing its characters before going out with a hilariously over-the-top gore fest that threatens to be almost brilliant, but it's really, really not.
Yeah, this is a classic example of cause and effect. Let this be known to any of you that think it's badass to be polyamorous or to get involved in harems. This is what will happen to you. This is the fucking reality.
So this is what happens if you're polyamorous or something?
Essentially, yes.
Oh, wow. That's just...
You're playing with fire, pretty much.
Wow. That's
Also, what's the
hopping
point?
around from girl to girl, dating multiple people at once. Realistically, it never ends well.
No,
Also, why would you want to be with more than one person? I never understood that.
Yeah, I never understood that either.
I don't know. I mean, I've made videos about this, and I don't fucking get it. I really don't understand it.
Yeah, I keep racking my brain, but I just can't understand it either.
Because it's like, what's the point of marrying someone if you're just going to go be with someone later down the line anyway? Like, I've spoken about this before, but I know someone who, they were in a marriage for 10 years, and for 7 years out of a 10-year marriage, they were trying to find someone that they could cheat on each other with for some reason.
Really?
What?
Yeah. And then they eventually found somebody gullible enough to fall for that shenanigans, and now they're apparently going to marry that person, and it's like, well, what's the fucking point?
Yeah. Also, can you guys excuse me real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Also, I've seen this anime too. It's worth noting that even though this anime is on here for incest reasons, the incest only happens in the last 2 episodes and then it ends. The vast majority of the anime is actually this guy just dating girls at his school. That's the vast majority of the series.
Wow, so he is polyamorous then?
No, not exactly. What happens is he'll end up in a relationship with a girl, and then an unknown period of time later, he'll just get with another girl, imply that maybe he broke up with that one or something. It's been a while.
Wow, what a player.
Haruka and Sora decide to return to their hometown to start fresh. Once there,
To start fresh.
old friends, and the harem begins with Haruka smacking
Yeah, it is
Bill.
another harem
As the
anime. What a
siblings
piece of
try
shit.
with
I
some
hate harem
degree of
anime.
morality, They also struggle to hide a secret known only to them. Can you guess what it is? Yeah, it's incest. Of course it is. Yosuga no Sora attempts to
Sorry, I'm back.
subject from a unique perspective, focusing on whether people should be allowed to decide what's right and wrong. However, in comparison to similar anime, it is considered.
I'm not gonna lie, I want that dress she has.
Yeah, it's a
Nice.
nice dress.
Number 1, Kodomo no Jigan.
And now you're dead meat.
Yeah.
Watch Mojo.
Yeah.
I don't know
One
how
thing
many
you miss is
times.
that-
I don't know how many times we have to go through this. Watch Mojo.
Sadly, I hate to say names, but I had to explain this one to Trickster.
Hmm.
Apparently, she doesn't have any context for this series.
Yeah. Don't worry, I can give all the context because I've seen the anime multiple times. I've read the manga. I've even gotten in contact with the woman who made the fucking series.
Wow.
Yes, you heard right, Trickster. This guy right here actually spoke with a mangaka.
Yep.
Impressive.
Oh, she even praised me for some fan art I made for her for Christmas. So last Christmas, I made some fan art of her characters from this series, and I sent it to her. And I even posted about this on my community tab. Her response, it was pretty cool. Watashi is actually a pretty cool lady, and she's actually very quirky. If you go on her Twitter, she's actually quite quirky. And it makes sense when you consider that her anime are also very quirky at times.
Nice.
Like that's funny because everybody always likes to assume that Kodomo no Jiken is made by some creepy pedo or something, but the irony is it's made by a quirky woman that supposedly based Kodomo no Jiken on real life experiences she had. And she's actually not a creep to any capacity. If you see her Twitter, she doesn't really come off as creepy at all. She's a mostly normal woman with a quirky side.
That's one time people claiming that it was made by some creepy old man or something.
Yeah, they literally, these people can't even be bothered to Google search this. You could literally find this in about 5 seconds that it was made by a woman called Kaworu Watashiya. And she's not a pedophile because guess what? She has a husband, and guess what? The husband isn't 10 years old.
Oh, good.
So yeah,
And she's just literally your normal average mangaka with a quirky personality. That's all she is.
Mm-hmm.
so
Yeah, she
joke on
tackles
them.
taboo subject matter. You know
okay,
who else tackles taboo subject matter? Mira. You know, the guy who made Berserk. So bite me. I hate this idea that because something tackles taboo subject matter, it's therefore bad. What matters is how it's handled. If it's handled maturely, then what's the problem? By that same logic, you should also equally chastise Berserk, Attack on Titan, and any other anime that tackles taboo subject matter, which guess what? Is most of them. Like, come on. Not every anime is going to be Pokemon. And they leave out so much fucking context and do a shit job at explaining the plot. Watch Mojo's synopsis of Kodomo no Jiken is fucking useless.
Okay, good news is this has nothing to do with incest. The bad
What?
news is that it's about a 7-year-old girl blackmailing her teacher.
This is a lie. The main
Yes, it's a
character is
blatant
not
lie.
7 years old. This can be easily debunked. The only time she's 7 years old is in a couple of flashback sequences. Emphasis on the flashback part. It takes place before Aoki even becomes the fucking teacher. It's just ridiculous. The main character is not 7 years old, and this can easily be disproven by, watching the anime or even reading the manga.
So, yeah. Yeah.
And also, it's not about a girl trying to blackmail her teacher into having sex with her. This is based on a scene that is constantly taken out of context in the first episode, where upon the new teacher finding out that one of the old teachers before him bullied one of his own students to the point of refusing to come to school, he finds out that Rin drove the previous teacher to insanity, and he got put in a mental institution. And she basically there's a scene that you just saw previously where she talks about how adults are cruel and they hurt people without even thinking about it. That's kind of her perspective based on her experience with the previous teacher who hurt her best friend for really no reason other than that he's a piece of shit. So he warns her that if you fuck with me, you will suffer the same fate. She doesn't blackmail him. She doesn't say like, hey, sensei, fuck me or else I'm going to tell everybody that you're a pedophile. No. She just simply gives him a warning and just asks a simple question. If I were to scream right here, what do you think would happen, sensei? And then literally immediately after that scene, Rin explains that she's not going to allow anyone to hurt Mimi.
Yes.
Making it quite clear that she was just giving a warning to the new teacher that, hey, don't fuck with me.
And that's why Rin is awesome.
Yeah. It's more or less Rin showing that she's smart, and if you piss her off, you're done.
Wow.
No, it's not even that. This is how do you manage to have a worse take than even watch Mojo?
Also, saying that this is in relation to
sexist.
Also, saying that this is of any kind of version of Kiss X Sis would imply that
so you haven't seen Kodomo no Chicken and you haven't seen Kiss X Sis. I've actually seen both these anime and they're nothing alike.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks for
also,
nothing.
Aoki is anything but bland. He's an extremely fascinating character.
Yep. Comic Book King says, is this the only Watch Mojo video we're watching?
Unlikely, no.
Yeah, I think we can all see where this is going.
Yep, well, let's keep a move on then.
Also, Marx is getting really annoying. I think someone should just ban him.
Really?
You didn't know you have a mod role, right, genius?
No, I'm on.
Wow,
I'm on the screen. It's hard to do two things at once.
Yeah.
Okay, he sounds.
Also, no, this is a lie because the woman who wrote it is not a pedophile, and even in the context of Kodomo no Jikin, it decries pedophilia, and actual pedophile characters that show up are viewed as the bad guy and get punished.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep, check out this one. That's fucking blackmail.
No.
Okay, here's the thing. The common lie about this series is that it's about a 7-year-old girl that blackmails a teacher into fucking her. That is incorrect. The scene was Rin giving a warning to the teacher that if you try to fuck with me or any other of the students in this classroom, you're done.
Right, your career is over.
Which has every reason to do this because the previous teacher was a piece of shit that treated his own students like garbage. Even Rin's best friend Kuro says that Mimi was not the only one that Nakamura sensei bullied, and that the students are grateful for what Rin did.
Oh, great. That's... I have no words to say. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so literally,
Yeah, it's really more so, again, it's just Rin. Yeah, she's kind of, yeah, she is threatening Aoki, but it's more so a warning than anything else.
Yes.
And she
Also,
never follows up with the threat because she's never given a reason to. She was only ever trying to prove a point to Aoki, because this was after he found out just what the previous teacher was doing to his own students.
exactly.
And by the way, it gets revealed that the principal is an actual pedophile, and guess what? He gets arrested and becomes a kind of bad guy for a brief period of time. And then there's a guy that tries to kidnap Mimi, and he's treated as the bad guy.
So yeah, the scourge is like the whole point of Kodomo no Jinken is that it discourages pedophilia.
Yeah. In fact, it constantly goes out of its way to make a distinction between that of pedophilia and love between age gap couples. And I know that age gap couples is controversial for some people. I mean, to go back to my ex, she's literally in a relationship with a guy in his mid-30s, and she's like 19.
Okay, that's just plain weird. I mean, that's like
you can argue that it's weird, but I would say, like, look, if nobody's being hurt, then I honestly don't care.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not going to act like it's not a little bit weird, but here's the thing. Cougars aren't exactly an out there concept. We've always been aware of those. Older women that go after younger guys.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and let's not forget, cougars like to dress up like little, they try to dress a little bit more younger.
Yeah, exactly. And again, I'm not sitting here trying to say that Kodomo no Jiken isn't taboo. It does absolutely tackle taboo subject matter. What I'm trying to debunk here are the lies that are told about it. Because if you still think that Kodomo no Jiken is like a weird, fucked up anime, that's fine. I'm not going to take that away from you. But all I ask is that you at least do your fucking research and not tell lies,
Yeah, something
Because
that
most of the
mojo.
misconceptions about this anime can literally be debunked with about 5 seconds of research.
Yes.
Yeah.
Apparently,
And you gave this dumbass Marks all the context, and he's still spewing the same bullshit. I think he just doesn't want to be told that he's wrong.
Yeah, I think that's wrong.
He is very petty like that. For example, this is the guy I told you about that if you debunk his crappy versus matchups, he'll put your favorite character in an unwinnable matchup.
Wait, that's him?
Yeah, that guy.
Yep. Hey guys. AJ Marverick says that how many streams are you gonna make without me, Kimmy?
Well, what
Kimmy
you have to
Maverick.
understand, Maverick, is you're still in kind of trouble.
Seriously, what did this guy do?
Apparently he has a deviant on his page.
He's done a lot of things, and I don't really feel like getting into it here.
Ross, you said something
Yes,
about
Kodomo no
deviant
Jiken
page.
is the story of forbidden love, but it's the story of forbidden love for many different characters. For example, so they want to talk about themes. Okay, well, here's the thing. I put this in the comment section. Kodomo no Jiken tackles various themes ranging from depression, suicide, loss of a loved one, drug use, homosexuality, many different forms of themes. And they're all tackled pretty maturely because the woman who wrote this is a damn talented writer and knows what she's doing. And all the subject matter is tackled really well. Like, rather you agree that forbidden love is acceptable to portray in media or not, that's fine. We can have that discussion. Forbidden love is taboo. I get that. I personally find forbidden love to be fascinating. There's two types of romances that I love. Tragic romances and forbidden romances. I find them to be the most fascinating.
Huh. He really does that. How pretty can you be?
Petty.
Huh.
Yeah. Again, I think the sound of his own voice must comfort him.
Yeah. And here's what I will say. For those who might try to say that I'm a bad person for liking Kodomo no Jiken, because I do not hide the fact that this is one of my all-time favorite anime, and I think it's a genuine, unironic masterpiece. This is a underrated gem. Similar to my feelings on Demonophobia, I think that this anime is an underrated gem and it doesn't deserve its bad reputation. Because if you're going to say that Kodomo no Jiken is bad because it tackles taboo subject matter, then I got news for you, but odds are your favorite anime is completely fucked. Just putting it out there. Again, Kodomo no Jiken is not bad because it tackles taboo subject matter. If you want to convince me that it's bad, point to the writing, the pacing, the editing. Point to me things that are wrong in the writing or characterization, and maybe I'll take you seriously. I don't care about getting fucking moral on you because morality is pretty subjective anyway. In fact, the concept of morality being subjective is a theme I tackle in Snuff Machinery. The subjectivity of morality and what is truly right and wrong.
Huh. I wouldn't really care if my favorite characters are put in obviously unfair matchups.
Well, I don't care either. It's just that it's a very petty thing that this guy likes to do. And he only does it if you say that his crappy matchups are crappy. And believe me, this dude comes up with some very bad matchups. Believe me. Like, this is the guy I told you about that suggested Lucy versus Gaara. That's the guy. And this was the guy that said one of his reasons why he thinks they should fight is they both have pink hair. Even though he must clearly be colorblind because Gaara's hair is obviously not pink.
Yeah, it's freaking crimson.
Yeah, it's fucking red. What the fuck?
He's got to be colorblind.
Now, if he is colorblind, I apologize. No disrespect towards colorblind people. They can't control it. But if you're not colorblind, well, then what the fuck? You're just grasping at straws. Anyway, back to Kodomo no Jiken.
Yes.
Like I said, I'm going to cover this in great depth when I get around to my podcast episode where I address the different reviews out there, because you wouldn't believe some of the asinine shit that people say about Kodomo no Jiken. It's ridiculous. And look, I get it that if Kodomo no Jiken's not your cup of tea, I get that. You don't have to like Kodomo Jiken, but please don't be a disingenuous asshat about it and tell lies about it.
Huh. Who goes?
Yeah, basically, don't be like Watch Mojo.
Yeah.
Yep.
Have sex with him. Hey, we said no incest, not pedophilia. Aoki Sensei is off to a rough start with his third grade class, but a kind gesture puts him in Rin Kokonoe.
Oh, this scene is one of the best scenes in the fucking anime, by the way. Yeah, this is the scene where Rin almost dies trying to save the cat. And it's actually a very well-written scene.
Oh, yeah. I remember.
It's good books. And then things get weird from there. Not actually a dumb anime by any means, but the overabundance of ecchi.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I mean, like, Watch Mojo just isn't even trying with this.
No.
I swear to God, Misty/Carnexia gives a better explanation of Kodomo no Jiken. And at least Misty/Carnexia, for as terrible as he is, at the very least, Misty had the honesty to admit that Kodomo no Jiken is well written. He heavily over exaggerates how fucked up it is, and he actually respects it.
Wow,
like, give him that.
Yep, let me just say it. There are some pretty disturbing things in this anime.
Not really.
Kodomo no Jiken?
Thanks for the sarcasm, Ross.
I wasn't being sarcastic. Kodomo no Jiken's not that bad.
It's really not. Many of the so-called bad scenes are almost always universally removed from context. Like, for example, here's a simple example of what I'm talking about. One of the main characters, Mimi, has a large chest, and people say that this is an example of how perverted the anime is. But what they won't tell you is the reason why Mimi has a large chest. It's because she is a character that was an early bloomer. She started puberty at a significantly younger age, and she's actually very insecure about her body and hates her large chest. Her large chest is presented as a bad thing, and the main character hates it.
Can't argue with that.
In fact, it even gets her fucking bullied. Because, you know, kids are stupid sometimes and bully each other for dumb reasons.
Oh, yes, I know. Because there's always got to be a reason why they're bullying right there.
Yeah, it's just infuriating to no end. Again, if you can't get into Kodomo no Jiken because of some of the taboo subject matter, fine, fair enough. I, on the other hand, am able to look past it because I'm of the opinion that it's possible for me to enjoy something while disagreeing with certain things. For example, I can enjoy Saw and like Jigsaw as a character while still holding the belief that murder is bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it doesn't take a genius to figure this out. I can enjoy Kodomo no Jiken and still point out that some of the things in it that are taboo are obviously kind of fucked up. But I would argue that Watashiya manages to tackle the taboo subject matter in a very mature way, and I like some of the themes it tackles. I love some of the characters, especially Rin. The way it tackles themes like depression is very well handled, and it has one of the most genuinely sad deaths I've ever seen in an anime. It's not cheap or emotionally manipulative. It's just a genuinely sad, realistic death that will pull at your heartstrings, especially if you've ever had a family member that has suffered from cancer. It'll hit very hard.
And so the teacher bullied her for that. Now I see the pattern.
What are you talking about, Jeremy?
Connected the dots. I mean,
Okay. Okay, so he's literally just talking about Aoki's revelation. Yes, thank you, Jeremy.
Well, the teacher bullied her for a lot of different reasons. The kids bully her because of her large chest. The teacher bullied her for completely different reasons.
mm-hmm. Ugh.
A bit uncomfortable to sit through.
I got him.
Do you agree with our picks? Check out
No.
No, I don't agree with your picks. You suck, Watch Mojo, and you should delete your channel. Yeah, funny enough, my old comments are still here.
Huh. Kimmy, are you basically grounding me? Oh, it's Marvick.
Kinda, I guess.
Wow, he really wants to be on this podcast.
I think
I
he
mean,
just wants to be
normally
on
I would
podcast
say
in general.
yes, but he always keeps getting himself into trouble, and at some point I gotta teach him like some kind of lesson, you know.
So how long is this grounding gonna be, anyways?
Basically,
I
either-
have no clue. I mean, if he didn't keep getting himself into trouble, like I was literally forced to have to ban him from my own Discord because he kept fucking up to the point where if I didn't ban him and I kept giving him more chances, my mods would have revolted against me.
I see.
I mean, really, he has no one to blame but himself. I would always try to warn him, and he would just do it anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, someone agrees. Watch Mojo needs to go. Thank you. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay, AJ Marvix, Tidix, you said you would make my favorite character get one-shotted in your fights.
That sounds like a personal issue.
Oh, oops.
Yep.
Wow.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I saw Kodomo no Jinkin on Hulu or something.
As far as my knowledge, Kodomo no Jiken is not on any of the mainstream streaming services, basically forcing you to have to pirate it. If it is on Hulu, I wouldn't know because I used Hulu one time when I had a free subscription, and I don't think I ever saw it on there. It's not on Crunchyroll either. You're not going to find it on there.
Wow.
Yeah, right now I'm using Hulu to watch Helsing.
Yeah, but you can watch it on websites like watchcartoon.com or GoGo Anime. And Kiss Anime if that website's still functioning.
Yeah, I mean, I usually watch a few, sometimes some old cartoons on that sometimes. It's just that it's usually really hard because it usually doesn't function right. I'm just saying.
Yep.
And why am I not surprised this comment section is a complete echo chamber?
Yeah, that's another big problem. Barely anyone calls them out on their shit.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just so frustrating. I'm so sick and tired of having to debunk the same points about Kodomo no Jiken over and over and over again. In fact, it's gotten to the point where I mentioned that when I do that podcast, I'm going to have a bingo board ready because there's so many fucking cliches of dumb shit that people say about Kodomo no Jiken. I could literally make a fucking bingo board and or drinking game out of it. That's how bad it gets sometimes.
Hey, Kimi.
What?
Have I ever told you the definition of insanity?
Oh, no.
What the fuck?
What?
What is it?
Finger Marie.
Well, at least this time, the title's accurate.
I hate this world sometimes.
Me too.
Well, see, sadly, I have a history with someone who's named Marie.
Is it your ex?
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that, man.
And the universe always seems to take every opportunity to remind me of her existence. I get that it's mostly just because Marie is a very common name. I get that. But sometimes I swear to God the universe is just punishing me or mocking me.
So if someone was named Maria, it would still be punishing?
Mature anime series, you say?
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, why not?
Well, they already screwed over once. Well, speak of the devil. Although it's not this one.
Nudity? Why not? Intense and frightening scenes? Bring it on, baby. In fact, let's cut to that mature content warning right off the bat, because this one's going to be a doozy. Welcome to WatchMojo.com.
Oh, 90s anime. I wonder what happened to anime's balls. Nowadays, Japan's always so quick to censor shit.
Yeah.
Well, what happened to the days of 90s anime? What the fuck happened?
For this list, we're only considering anime that have, shall we say, mature content. We excluded series such as Death Note, as while it is intended for older audiences, it lacks blood and gore to make this list. Oh, you're breaking the page.
Really? You need blood and gore to have a mature anime, is that so?
Well, at least we know what the standards are for this one.
Wow. Also, in Death Note, we see a guy get completely splattered by a semi-truck.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Wasn't that like one of the first things we saw?
Yeah, it was Light Yagami's second kill.
Yeah. Now I remember.
This is
Where
stupid. I hate this cliche that the only way for something to be mature is it must have like blood and gore and all this stupid shit.
Yep.
Kodomo no Jiken's mature. It doesn't have blood and gore. Just saying. It's mature, but in the right way, not in the cheap way. By just simply tackling adult themes.
Kill someone. No, but lately I've been bringing a page with me every time I go out, just in case. We're ranking these series based on how good the shows are, while factoring in how much they fall under the mature category.
Oh, really now?
Number 10, Basilisk.
I don't have much of an opinion on this one.
Let's start this off with a bloody tale of star-crossed lovers. In Basilisk, fans follow two lovers from two warring ninja clans. Asami said we should go. It won't be long. We'll be together soon. Genosuke and Oboro struggle with their dedication to each other and their loyalty to their clans. The series depicts numerous events from Japanese history revolving around the Edo period. And definitely
is this like the Japanese version of Romeo and Juliet?
Agreed.
And dash of politics to the mix.
Maybe.
Have a samurai series not fit for kids.
There is an anime adaptation of Romeo and Juliet.
Oh, I forgot. This is the anime that has a guy with no arms and no legs that can kill you.
Jeez, that's
It's something.
Black Lagoon.
Black Lagoon.
Really?
I mean, I guess it's a mature series, but it does kind of give in to certain cliches like having lots of cursing, blood and gore, and all that.
Yeah.
When you need someone to do your dirty work, you can call the Lagoon Company. In this crime drama, audiences follow hostage-turned-mercenary Okajima, the dual pistol-wielding badass Revy, and the rest of the Lagoon Company as they smuggle...
I still haven't quite figured out an opponent for Revy yet. But I do have plans to cover her someday on Blood Royale.
Are you looking for a monumental amount of...
Hopefully I can get to it before Death Battle does.
Filled to the brim with bloody gun ballets, this one is definitely not for younger audiences. Just ask Revy.
Yeah. Well, guess what? I would let my kids watch all of these anime. So suck on that.
wow. Don't you think that's gonna scar them?
Honestly,
nope. You know how I know
not.
that? Because I grew up on horror movies, and I grew up watching cartoons like Invader Zim.
Huh. Very classic. I
Yep.
grew up with horror movies too.
Also, keep in mind, cartoons back in the day were originally designed to frighten children.
Like Invader Zim.
Encourage
No,
you
I'm talking
come
about
dog.
like way back in the day.
Oh,
I'm talking like World War I era. Cartoons were specifically designed to frighten children because the way they saw it, most of these kids were going to get drafted and die anyway, so they wanted to prepare them for the horrors of the real world early on.
Yep. There were a lot of disturbing and messed up things, even in early Disney movies, as in Steamboat Willie, Mickey literally drowns a bird.
Yep.
Yeah, well, in his defense,
Or
the
look at
bird
a
doesn't
lot
have
of
a dick.
classic Disney movies. It had some frightening imagery.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah, remember classic Disney? Remember that scene in Snow White where she runs through the woods and like every time she turns her head, there's something frightening?
Yes.
Yep.
In fact, again, I think this was that was a list within itself that Blame It on George created.
Genesis Evangelion.
Did you say Dion Genesis Evangelion? Or am I hearing things?
Yes.
Replay it real quick.
Just ask Revy. Number 8, Neon Genesis.
Okay, I was just hearing things. For a second, I thought he said Dion Genesis. I'm like, really?
Honestly, if he did, I wouldn't put it past him.
shower. Aren't you going to go to the shower? If this is truly our future, boy, is it grim. Hitching a ride on this apocalyptic mecha anime audience is watches Japanese.
Also, to any Neon Genesis Evangelion fans watching, can you stop talking shit about Shinji? And can you stop with this retarded argument of Shinji, just get in the fucking robot? Like, guess what? If you had as many fucking mental problems as Shinji did, you wouldn't be able to just make all those problems going away by getting in a giant robot and almost dying fighting battles against godlike aliens. You'd be fucking traumatized for life.
Also, why would you put somebody who's clearly mentally damaged into a mech?
Yes.
Like, that's...
So, like it's just such a childish way. It's like, oh, Shinji, you have nothing to complain about. You got a giant robot suit. Yes, because as we know, having a giant robot suit magically makes all your mental issues go away, right?
Right.
So, yeah.
So Neon Genesis fans, just stop with that cliche argument. It's really old. I'm not saying you have to like Shinji, but can you stop shitting on him and can you stop saying just get in the mech, Shinji? It's stupid. Okay? It's dumb. You have a very childish view of the world.
Major Shinji is recruited to pilot an Evangelion mech against invading monsters known as angels.
Also, let's be honest to all you Neon Genesis Evangelion fans. If you were told to get in a mech and fight godlike aliens, let's be real, you'd shit yourself and pussy out. So don't try to act like a hard ass. You would run away.
While the violent action scenes are incredibly over the top, Evangelion earns its spot on this list for its analysis of various philosophical and spiritual concepts.
The Ava series was born from Adam, born from man's antithesis, and yet the Lilith will utilize that which they hate most of all in order to survive. I do not think it's right.
You don't have to work hard, as the series is riddled with biblical symbolism and nods to other conceptual ideologies. Our advice is wait a couple of years before you bring this one around to your kids.
Nope. I'll let them watch it at 5 years old. How's that sound?
Oh my God, it's right! They're all right!
Number 7, Rin, daughter of Nimosity.
What? Never heard of this one.
Me neither.
Not many anime touch on immortality as well as our next entry. This series follows immortal detective Rin Natsuki as she discovers Koki, a man who has been affected by a mysterious orb known as Time Fruit. The orbs are brought from a mysterious tree known as Yggdrasil that appears...
This actually does sound like an interesting anime, so I'll give you points for that, Watch Mojo, for at least mentioning an anime that I've never heard of before and actually sounds kind of interesting.
in the human world. Nimosity tackles difficult subjects such as cloning and immortality, while showing us that the inability to die isn't always a good thing, especially when you have something that your enemies want.
What you doing, Saki? Hey, don't bite. Don't get an attitude with me.
Number 6, Hellsing Ultimate.
Don't you slap me.
There'll be no sand where we're going. Next job. It's in the city of... Forget the glitter and love triangles. This is how you properly portray the almighty Dracula. Audiences watch as the all-powerful vampire Alucard, along with his apprentice Sarah's Victoria, rip the enemies of humanity limb from limb.
I cannot wait to do Alucard versus Wesker.
Yeah, that actually sounds pretty cool.
Yep. Yeah, because I real quick, I've never understood the obsession with wanting to see Alucard fight Dio. That just sounds so fucking lame to me. Yeah, vampire versus vampire. Never seen that one before.
I have.
Especially on Helsing.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And steal everything that defines them.
While the original Hellsing series is fantastic, Hellsing Ultimate just kicks it up a notch by giving audiences more blood, more gore, more action. Claymore.
I actually have the whole manga collection of Claymore. I still need to get started on it.
Earlier today, I was talking about Claymore with my friend and research partner, Sam, and I was asking him, do you think the person that does the artwork for Claymore could potentially be a successor to Mira's legacy? He didn't think so.
The next dark fantasy to earn a spot on our list, Claymore tells the story of soldiers created to hunt humanoid shapeshifters known as Yoma that are feeding on the human population.
I don't want to die. What if the Yoma eats my insides while I'm still alive?
While there is plenty of pulse-pounding action, Claymore is much more...
Everybody always compares this series to Berserk.
If I happen to perish while hunting the Yoma within your cathedral, will you promise to take in the boy I brought with me and care for him?
You will sympathize with hero and villain alike as characters are killed off one after another in some of the best demon slaying found on film. Number 4, Blue Gender.
What the fuck kind of name is that?
Sounds like something that
SJW would come up with.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
And it sounds like...
Excuse me, I'm blue gender, so can you please respect my pronouns?
Yeah. Well, already this anime, he's got me laughing.
Blue gender.
It's possibly a good anime. It came out in the 90s and early 2000s, but it's just a funny name.
Yeah.
When it comes to this list, maturity and misery seem to go hand in hand. In this horror mecha series, audiences watch as our protagonist Yuji Kaido awakens after a 22-year cryogenic nap. Waking up to a massive war between what is left of humanity and a race of alien insects known as the Blue, Yuji finds himself caught in a battle to save the human race.
So just your typical sci-fi shenanigans.
Ooh, sounds like it.
Over-the-top graphic violence, you got yourself one of the best mature...
Actually, now that I think about it, is this like Japan's take on Starship Troopers? That's the kind of vibe I'm getting from this. Is it's like Japan's version of that?
I don't know if I would say that it would be like Wolverine.
Yeah, I kind of thought the haircut was... I don't know, I think the haircut needs to be a little bit more pronounced.
Remember, his name is Logan.
I'm sorry.
It's time for us to enlist you. Set in a post-apocalyptic...
I still stand by my argument that this series is incredibly overrated and nowhere near as clever as the fans would have you believe that it is. Seriously, Attack on Titan has developed one of the most pretentious fan bases I've ever seen. They even get pretentious about their shippings, for God's sake. What's worse than a shipper? Well, how about a pretentious shipper?
Attack on Titan follows one of the last remaining colonies of humanity as they defend themselves from the impeding monstrous humanoids known as Titans.
Also, I don't care. The Titans are stupid and are impossible to take seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're much easier to kill.
I have seen Legend of Zelda monsters that are more frightening than this.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I remember like seeing like
the Dead Hand, the Master Hand, the Redeads. I could keep
Majora's Wrath.
Yep. The Twilight Princess version of Goma, which that scared the shit out of me when I was a kid, because they actually made Goma look like a real fucking spider, and it looked horrifying. Thank God The Legend of Zelda does not have realistic graphics.
Yeah. But yeah, I have to agree. Titan's not scary. In fact, some of them look very comedic.
To quote Yasi, just because your series is depressing, that doesn't automatically make it clever or deep.
No.
Just because you make a misery simulator doesn't make your story good.
As your favorite characters get beaten, crushed, and eaten by the menacing...
Oh, really? What favorite characters? Because there's not a single Attack on Titan character that I give a shit about. Seriously, I cannot find one character to get behind.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Most of these guys, you know what? I haven't even seen Attack on Titan. I'm not gonna comment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna be smart for once.
I gave it a fair chance. I watched the whole first season. And even read a little bit of the manga because everybody tells me it gets really good after the basement reveal. But then it turns out that the basement reveal was actually a red herring and means nothing.
Oh. So
Yep.
It was just a wild goose chase then.
The basement reveal is literally a glorified red herring.
So it was just a wild goose chase then.
Yep.
It's rare for a fantasy series to explore the duty of an average soldier, as well as the true horror of war on full display. So, if you haven't seen this series yet, what are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for you to make a good list.
Yep.
You haven't.
Number 2, Berserk. Thus enters the
Hopefully, if they try to make another Berserk adaptation, they get it right.
There are rumors that the guy who makes the Castlevania anime wants to make a Berserk adaptation, which at least that gives some kind of hope that maybe we could still get that great Berserk adaptation we've always wanted. Nothing against the 1990 version, but it doesn't cover any of the stuff from the Black Swordsman arc, which is most. Nothing against the Golden Age arc, but let's be honest, most people come for the Black Swordsman arc.
Yeah.
Hopefully, if those rumors are true, he can do it justice.
To join the mercenary group, Band of the Hawk, by their enigmatic and brilliant leader, Griffin.
By the way, how did the fight end? Forgive me for not remembering.
One thing that's kind of funny is my friend I mentioned, Sam, he actually thinks that Cecil from Final Fantasy IV looks like Griffith.
Yeah.
It does.
I had to explain him. I know what you're thinking, and Final Fantasy IV came first. Just a coincidence.
Easily the most
I believe it.
on his list. Berserk will test the fortitude of...
You really think that this is the most... Okay, I'll give you credit, Watcher. Would you say the most violent entry on your list? But Berserk is tame compared to some of the fucked up shit out there.
everyone's stomach. This series tackles many rather taboo subjects, but you will have to uncover them.
But don't you remember, Watch Mojo? Taboo subject matter makes an anime disgraceful.
Blame us for what you find.
That's what they said in their own words.
Yeah. I guess Konomo no Jigen wasn't popular enough
Honorable mention.
for that respect.
Hi, sweetie. What you doing, Misaki, huh? Oh, don't mention this anime. Don't you fucking mention this fucking anime. It sucks.
Skip it, please.
It has the most useless main protagonist I've ever fucking seen.
How do you make a
Blood Plus
protagonist
was
useless?
better. Blood Plus was a whole lot better.
Yeah, Blood Sea is just lame.
Wait,
And the ending is absolutely infuriating. I shit you not. The ending of Blood Sea is literally everyone dies. They take the everyone dies cliche and goes overboard with it. And the main character is so useless, it will piss you off.
yeah, it takes a lot of talent to make a main character useless.
Don't even mention Tokyo. Tokyo Ghoul is dead. Tokyo Ghoul killed itself with one season.
Hell,
Even
Tokyo
Ghoul fans don't care about Tokyo Ghoul anymore.
Nope, they pretty much gave up the series after season 1.
Yep, because apparently season 2 killed the series. Oh, yeah. Yes.
Blood plus.
And a kitty cat.
Number 1, Elfin Lied.
Lead.
Admittedly, I usually call it Elfin Lead, even though I usually call it Elfin Lied, but admittedly, I am aware that's Elfin Lead because it's actually German. And since I'm German, that is a little bit of a fuck up for me to not be able to get that right.
I know, but I don't even watch the series, and yet I managed to catch that.
The series is great. People like to present Elfin Lead as little more than just a gore and TNA fest, but it's so much more than just that.
Are familiar with this series? Elfin Lied is a psychological drama that follows Diclonius Lucy, a bloodthirsty mutant with no regard for human life and her attempts to blend into normal society. I was worried about you, New. Oh, easy.
Yeah.
Plenty of nudity, limb removal, and the occasional decapitation. Elfin Lied is definitely not one to share with the little ones.
Stand still. It's as easy as moving an artery in your brain. My lightest touch will kill you.
This doesn't even take into
This is the perfect anime to show to children. What the fuck are you talking about? What's next? Are you going to tell me I can't show my kids Boku no Pico?
Nice one, Kim.
account the themes of abuse and exploitation the series dives into head first. And as such, our favorite blood-stained Diclonius takes the top spot. Do you agree with our list?
I will never agree with your list.
Give me a reason to agree with your list.
Yep. Because I will never agree with it. Blood Sea is literally boring throughout the most of it. When the main character isn't being useless, we just have to follow her in her boring life. The plot twist is pretty lame, and the ending just pisses you off.
Blood Sea is a rejected boyfriend that can't finish their homework.
Interesting analogy.
Blood Sea is what happens when you have sex with a virgin.
Really?
Yes, really.
Okay, all right. That was very funny, though.
Yeah, Blood Sea sucks. Blood Plus is actually much better.
Which is weird because Blood Plus was in the honorable mentions too.
I think I covered this one already, but I almost just want an excuse to hate on Todd Hapricorn because he had the audacity to play Natsu. That alone should have gotten him blacklisted from the entire industry.
Okay, so what else do you guys want to burn?
Well,
if I can't find anything else, because I have covered a lot of their lists outside of the small amount that managed to elude me, but I might be able to pull up some of those lists I mentioned, those disingenuous lists of people that only ever want to talk about the positive of LGBT characters and anime while not talking about the negatives, because how can we learn from the failures if we do not acknowledge said failures?
Again, failure sometimes is our greatest teacher.
Yep. So, are we going to go with the worst LGBT characters or what?
Well, that's a problem, Trickster.
That's a problem. Nobody covered that list but me.
Yes, like Kimi here is the only one who actually did that list.
Yes. I swear to God, you can Google top 10 worst lesbians, top 10 terrible lesbians, and only my list will pop up, whether it's on Google or YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
It's immensely frustrating. I'll show you what I mean.
Oh. Check out this comment right here.
What?
From Super...
Small Chibi Wolf?
Yep.
Huh.
Oh yeah.
Huh.
Well, that's really something. Also cool that you got him to talk about it, though.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, the reason why I made that list of the top 10 worst lesbian characters in anime was to hopefully get people to start adding to the conversation, but nothing happened, sadly.
Hmm.
And I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about. So check this out. Okay, so here's my list, right?
Uh-huh.
This is a re-upload from my backup channel, and this was the remaster. Now, let's go down. This is my list.
Okay.
And look, as I'm going down, once again, this is the thumbnail from my list. You keep going down, you will not find it. Again, here's my list once again, but look, nothing.
You put in search for worst, you get best instead.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And I'm going to start things out with a bang with CBR, because CBR manages to make Watch Mojo know what they're talking about.
Yes. CBR.
And I'm going to say this really bugs me. This word. Stop using it.
Also, people can say queer, but not faggot.
Yeah, that's what makes no sense. Like it makes no sense. Like, you have these people that cry and whine about slurs, but they're using a homophobic slur and even added it to the LGBT acronym. And don't worry, this is relevant because this is related to my frustration with Pride Month. And this just gives me an opportunity to discuss it. But this is a huge fucking problem. And again, one thing that irritates me is, I swear to God, I don't even know what the word queer means anymore. I know what it used to mean, but nowadays, I swear to fuck, these people just use queer to mean whatever the hell they want it to mean. I don't know what the fuck it means.
Well, I looked on definition, and it just means now it just means strange and odd.
Yeah, that was the original definition.
Yeah, like,
queer used to just mean strange. But now it's changed. It went from being a term that means strange, then it went from being a homophobic slur. Now apparently it's its own fucking sexuality.
Yes. Like, that really tells about the kind of society we're living in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, everything is wrong. Like, honestly, I'm not going to lie. I'm the type of person, if you call me queer, you're probably going to get punched in the nuts. And if you don't have any nuts, well, I'll punch you in the tit then. Call me fucking queer and see what happens. Because guess what? That's what people, when I was younger, used to call me. They used to call me a lot of homophobic slurs. Fruitcake, queer, faggot, you name it. And now all of a sudden it's acceptable to say queer? Really? You're just minimizing the suffering that people like me had to go through, because that was genuinely a slur that was used against us to bully us, to shame us. I don't care if it has new meaning, because whenever traps mention that, even if trap was a slur, which there's no historical evidence of it being a slur, but even if it was a slur, traps have destroyed any transphobic meaning it used to have.
Right.
But they won't afford that luxury to traps. But if you say queer, oh, that's fine. Even though that literally used to be a slur. Like, historically, it was a slur. You can find evidence of it being used as a slur.
Yep. Hey, there's one sexuality I don't understand.
What would that be?
Well, I do understand it. It's pan.
Pan? I can explain pansexual, because I actually have a pansexual friend that helped me understand it from the traditional definition of what pansexual means, not what these dipshit millennials say it means. So here's essentially what pansexual means. Pansexual means that you love someone for their personality and nothing else.
Oh, okay.
That's all it really means. Pansexuals are people that will be in love with anyone, and things like physicality, race,
sex, age, all of that is meaningless to them. They will only date people for their personalities.
Yep. Boys, girls, or anyone in between.
Yeah. I used to think that pansexual was just another word for bisexual, but my friend helped me understand that no, it's not necessarily as simple as that. That's what pansexual used to mean, not what these dickheads think it means now, where they go here and they take, they say like, oh, Lando once wanted to fuck a robot, so therefore he's pansexual, even though that's not how pansexuality works. It just makes pansexuals look like a fucking joke.
Well, learn something new every day. The more you know.
But yeah.
Still.
Oh.
Let's see.
Somehow they have less
So
credibility.
right out the gate, just fuck you. First off, these two aren't even a canon couple, by the way.
Is this a fan couple?
Kind of. Like, yes, it is. They do have feelings for each other, but they're not like a canon couple, and one of them is dead.
Okay, so it's not official.
Nope, it's not official. The producer on the anime tried to make it official, but the author, you know, the one who wrote the fucking story, never made it official.
Oh, so then that's it.
Yep.
Yep, okay, so yeah. Again, like I said before, fans will do this all the time.
And of
So
course,
we're
we
at
have
the
to
tip of the
mention
iceberg.
this thing, whatever the hell it is. I don't watch Black Butler, and I don't care.
I don't know. I think Grell here has like 50 other issues. I think he's actually legitimately
Well,
psychologically
apparently this
damaged.
is a transgender character. Sorry, but I have to be skeptical about this because there are far too many instances of people trying to headcanon non-trans characters as trans to the point where I'm inclined to not believe it because it happens too many fucking times.
Yeah, and I think Trickster told me like years ago that I think really this person's problem is that they're really like legitimately mentally damaged.
Well, I'm right.
Yep.
Yep. While Grell refers to herself as a woman, other characters in the show refer to her as a man.
That's
This
kind of
sparks
what
some
Grell
fan
wrote.
debate.
I don't really
Rather she's a super flamboyant in-character drag queen or a problematic portrayal of a trans woman. Either way, she fits the list and is a fan favorite. Okay, how about is she a good character? Is this a good character? How about that?
So?
Like, okay, they're trans, so what? How about telling me if they're a good character or not? Because if they're not a good character, then them being trans is actually going to work against them. Like, for example, Neil Druckmann made a trans character, but guess what? He made a trans stereotype and is actively harming the trans community with his dumbassery.
Yep. Yep. His whole character is mostly he's just crazy, or she.
Yep.
Yeah, Grell is... There's really nothing to say about Grell, honestly.
Those who grew up with Nelva's Card Caper dub were missing a lot. The American TV version of Card Caper Sakura was hacked up even beyond usual standards of the time, trying to change a show aimed at girls into a show aimed at boys, cutting full episodes in the process, and one of the many things that got chopped out was the show's gay content.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, this one really pisses me off. Like, I know I'm skipping a little bit, but this character, they acknowledge that this character is a complete asshole, but they say he's great anyway. This is just a perfect example of, we know this character sucks, but representation, so fuck you.
I feel like that's going to be running theme.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, really?
Spoilers. Technically, Angel is genderless.
Yes.
Yeah, so because this character is like genderless, they say like, "Oh, look, representation."
So is it agender?
Something like that. He has both. He basically has both tits and a dick.
Yeah. Essentially, it's kind of a really fucked up. It's basically kind of like a hermaphrodite.
Yeah.
Oh man, oh wow.
Also, this guy's actually Satan. Like, he's literally Satan.
Yeah,
I'm
so
pretty sure.
So a tits and a dick. Wow. Okay,
Yep.
That's scary. That's really scary, man.
Yep. Miko
Yeah, I'm tired
is
of
a
this.
lesbian devil man, confesses her love for Mika while struggles with the grief over his boyfriend's death. The portrayal of Devilman, religious authorities, and have to come out to their families, also works of a queer allegory.
Yeah, that's not the point.
Yeah, I don't know.
Again, if anything,
I don't know.
why is it a cliche that the only way to write a gay character is they have to be in the closet, and then when they come out, their parents must resent them?
What? Okay, that's just.
Yeah, that's like a thing. Like, when you write a gay character, they're like, by virtue of just being gay, they have to be miserable.
Yeah, like that's just stupid. This is one of the reasons why I'll praise Kodomo no Jiken, because Kodomo no Jiken actually doesn't do anything cliche with its gay character. There's no like subplot about how Kuro has to have a big coming out moment. In fact, her so-called coming out moment is just very casual. It's not treated like this big thing, and it doesn't result in everyone in the story resenting her or anything like that.
Yeah, like this stuff with resentment and stuff like that, it's just an example of tokenism.
Yep.
Oh, this
I have
guy's
no
on the
clue
list.
who this character is, nor do I care. It's a Dragon Ball character. Dragon Ball characters don't have character. Now, this one infuriates me to no fucking end.
Mind explaining it?
Yeah, I will. First things first, it has apparently come to my attention that the old cartoon My Life as a Teenage Robot has a massive transgender fan base because people think that XJ9 is an allegory for being trans.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yep. And these people do the same thing with Kusanagi. It's like Kusanagi is a fucking robot. She has no gender. It's a robot.
Robots are not even supposed to have gender.
Yeah, but they just say like, oh, well, Kusanagi is like a good allegory for transgenderism. This is just proof that the transgender community is so desperate for any kind of characters to relate to, they will just make shit up.
Yep, so they'll like compare trans like a robot or something.
Yeah, essentially. True.
Yep, all right. I mean, that's just sad. I'm sorry, but that's sad.
This website somehow has less credibility than Watch Mojo.
Oh, believe me, it can get worse with these people.
Yep.
Yeah, this I don't get. Ghost in the Shell attracted a queer following over the years. The questions it raises about identity. So, like, okay, the only way that identity can be spoken about is in the context of LGBT. Really? Identity is one of the most common themes that people talk about because identity is something that everybody goes through. There's a reason why the term identity crisis exists.
Oh, yes.
It even says here, the series doesn't directly address sexuality, but its theme of disassociation from the body inspired a lot of transgender interpretations. So essentially, a lot of people just made up their own headcanon, essentially.
Yes. That they are putting way more thought to something than there actually is.
Yep. The original manga is much more direct about Kusanagi's sexuality, one particularly graphic scene between her and two other women was cut from the English translation of Standalone Condoms. Series alludes to bisexuality. The American live-action movie showcased a same-sex kiss in the advertisements, but that scene got cut from the final release.
All right.
You okay, Trickster? Oh.
Yeah, sorry. I was just talking to someone. I'm sorry.
Try to mute your mic if you have to do that. Also, they don't actually explain what makes this character good. Like, rather than talking about Kusanagi's character or writing or character development, they'd much rather just talk about how, oh, it attracted a queer audience and it tackles themes of disassociation and identity, so therefore gay. This is just a fucking mess. It doesn't actually talk about the fucking characters. That's what's infuriating. Actually talk about the fucking characters. Like, for example, going back to Yodomo no Jiken, I can tell you Kuro's character. She's more than just, oh, I'm gay. I can spend a great deal of time explaining her character to you and why she's well written. You're not explaining the fucking character. I don't know what this thing is.
What the hell?
I don't fucking care. Moving on. Hetalia, don't care. Whatever. Oh, wonderful job stereotyping all French people as gay. I'm sure France really appreciates that. This one is literally just because Dio's bi. That's it. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
Even though nobody from JoJo should count, because everybody in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is a walking meme.
I can vouch for that.
Yep. Now, this one is immensely infuriating on so many fucking levels. The way they type this out is just classic CBR douchebaggery. Someone that has no fucking clue what they're talking about. You'll see what I mean. Somehow, a lot of... God damn it. Why is my highlighter so sensitive? Somehow, a lot of fans are still in denial about how gay the ending of Kill la Kill is. Mako's whole method of encouraging Ryoko in the final battle is promising to go on a date with her. She even kisses Ryoko when asking her out. Sure enough, the final scene of Kill la Kill shows Ryoko and Mako on a date. Somehow, fans still deny what happened on screen, saying the date was platonic and the kiss was just a joke. The main motivation behind this is seemingly shippers wanting Mako to end up with I'm not even going to try to pronounce that.
Gamagori.
Would be an adorable couple. But remember, bisexuality exists and so does polyamory. Mako can have both of her lovers.
Polyamory.
Also,
here's polyamory, okay?
No. Also, here's a little fun fact. The voice actor for Gamagori in Kill la Kill, the English one, is the same guy who plays Dio. Just a little something that came to my head.
I mean, this is just infuriating to no end. Now, I'm not going to act like I'm this huge Kill la Kill expert, but the way that CBR tries to act like they know more than the fans is just infuriating no end.
Yeah. Also, I think technically Gamagori and Mako is to some extent canon.
Yeah.
So, yes, CBR, once in your life, shut up.
Yeah. Not to mention, let's say hypothetically these two characters are gay. Once again, they don't explain anything about the fucking characters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like...
Explain the fucking characters to me, you freaking jagoffs. Explain. Who are these people? To someone like me who has never seen Kill la Kill, who is Mako? Who is Ryoko? Explain it to me.
Also,
who are they?
Also, Ryoko blushed when one guy started stripping in front of her.
Yeah.
Or, like if she was gay, then would she even be embarrassed?
Also, let's not forget that Kill la Kill is a fan service show.
Yes.
It's funny because they mention how like it's a bad thing to fetishize gay characters, but what do you think Kill la Kill does? It revels in every opportunity to objectify their characters sexually.
Okay, so I just got a message from Trickster. She had to bail since she has work tomorrow.
All right.
But yeah. Overall, sometimes I wonder if CBR even bothers to try, if at all.
They don't.
I'm tempted to Google to see if this is even genuine. Actually, let me Google this real quick and see if I can find anything on it without hopefully giving myself a headache. Again, just the fucking audacity of CBR, just the way they talk to people is infuriating.
Yeah,
it's funny how people try to call me condescending.
Yeah,
how would these people react to a CBR article? CBR is actually written by a bunch of condescending jerk-off journalists that think they know more than they actually do.
Yeah, it's like they remind me of.
And they don't even go for any of the characters. Just say that, oh, they're gay, so that means they're automatically awesome.
Yeah, like this is literally just the epitome of they're gay, so therefore they're automatically amazing. Oh, you really want to play this game, do you? Because I can show you some characters that are gay, and you would probably say are disgusting human beings.
Just like Sailor Uranus and Sailor Neptune.
Oh, don't worry, we'll get to those schmucks real soon.
It's gonna be a fun one, isn't it?
Yeah, fuck you, Reddit. I know better than to trust you. Ryoko and Mako are absolutely gay for each other. Fuck off, Reddit. I didn't talk about this in the review. Not the review, the debate. But I read this fucking asinine fucking power scale where somebody tried to power scale Link's speed. And they said that Link being able to move so fast that time slows down around him is like faster than the speed of sound. And I'm like, excuse me? You can literally Google that in order for time dilation to be a factor, you have to be moving beyond the speed of light. Reddit is fucking useless.
Sorry. Let's see. Honestly, I actually expected these two to be on this list. That's because I know CBR.
Yep. And again, all you're saying is that, oh, well, she asked a character out on a date, but by your own logic, these two characters are bad because they're fetishized.
That's literally CBR in a nutshell.
Yeah. And again, I can't stress this enough. Why can't you explain to me why these characters are good? For all I know, Ryoko and Mako could be shitty, poorly written characters. For all I know.
I mean, I can at least give Watch Mojo this. While they give stupid explanations, they at least give explanations.
At least they will try to apply. At least they'll try to give some context. At least they'll actually talk about the character on some level. Yeah, they usually do it in a shitty way, but they can't even be bothered to explain anything to you. And again, I can't stress enough. Fuck you for mentioning polyamory. Fuck you for implying that these two should get in a polyamorous relationship. You are disgusting, CBR. Do you understand that? That is fucking disgusting. I don't care what polyamory shills try to say. Your relationship is toxic. Stop being in denial. I have read articles from actual polyamorous people that say don't engage in polyamory. This anime, I don't know anything about this character, and I don't think either of you do either, so I don't care.
Nope. Never heard of it.
This one is literally only here because CBR actually knows what Dragon Maid is. There's nothing really spectacular about Toru as a character.
No, not really.
Yeah. I mean, she's not really bad, but there's not a whole lot to her character. I mean, I've actually watched Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, and her character is just kind of meh. Kana's boring as shit, and her love interest is fucking infuriating.
Yeah.
Those who've seen my top 10 list already know what I'm talking about with Kana's love interest. She's fucking useless.
Yeah.
I'm assuming they're going to stay.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I already said that the only ones who are getting removed is Yumer and Kuro. The others are still staying.
Just wondering, that's all. Sorry if that was a stupid question.
Also, why are you encouraging and praising bestiality? I spoke about this in my video, and people try to defend this by saying, oh, but they can turn into humans, but they're dragons.
Plus, they still have beastly features. I mean, her tail and her horns are right there.
Yeah, this is fucking bestiality. You can't nullify it by saying, oh, well, they can turn into a human. That's stupid. I'm willing to bet you, if I presented a character where they were like a 10-year-old, but they had the power to transform into a grown woman, would they defend that character? Probably not. But yeah. These terms they pull out like queer baiting. Really queer baiting? That literally sounds like something one of my bullies would have said to me. Hey, yo, queer bait. That sounds like something they would have said to me. Yeah, I know I sometimes call Wolf queer bait. The difference is I do it ironically.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I sometimes call Wolf over here queer bait, but I do it ironically.
Yeah.
And this is infuriating. Miss Kobayashi at no point reciprocates her love or even insinuates that she's gay, but whatever. And again, there's not really much to this character. They're literally just saying this character is gay, so therefore she's amazing. That's all they're really saying. They don't bother to explain her character because her character is pretty boring. And literally, the reason why she's in love with Kobayashi is fucking lame. It's literally just, oh, you pulled a sword out of my chest and I didn't die.
Like, it's realistically,
an old cliche of you saved my life, so I'm gonna fall in love with you.
Like, realistically, what should have happened was like, okay, cool, bye.
Mm-hmm. And again, this is fucking bestiality. Don't try to pretend that it's not. I don't care about, well, she could turn into human because of magic. That's a fucking cop-out. Because I know for a fact, like I said, using my lolly analogy, if I showed you an anime with a 10-year-old character but had the ability to transform into a grown woman, you would still say that that's creepy as fuck. And unlike you motherfuckers, I'm actually logically consistent. And this one is apparently mostly like a fan joke. I don't even think it's even ever actually confirmed that these two are actually gay or not.
Because again, like you said before, Shinji only goes to Kawara because of how horribly Asuka treated him.
Yeah. Like it's a joke on the Evangelion fan base that the tsundere character made Shinji gay, and it's become a bit of a joke in the fandom. Now this one, somebody's gonna need to fucking explain this one to me.
Oh yeah, this guy can literally just go between turning into a man and woman whenever he so desires, and he can even turn other men into women. That's literally this guy's gimmick.
Ah,
Stupid
wonderful.
gimmick.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And this fucking thing. Didn't Homer end up becoming the bad guy in the movie? I mean, I haven't seen the movie. I've only seen the original 12-episode anime. But correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Homura become the bad guy in the movie and then blow her brains out?
I can't really tell you that. I've never actually seen this.
I never seen this anime. I never seen the anime as a whole.
Yep. Also, here's one thing that's infuriating.
What?
Basically,
How does this make for a good character? How does this make for a good character?
That's what I want to know.
She's a bad character, yet they put her on a list of the best LGBT characters.
Yeah. Like, I understand having flaws, don't get me wrong, but being obsessive and possessive and going against the wishes of your so-called romantic partner, yeah, that's not exactly what I would call, flaws. It's more so you're just fucked up in the head.
Yeah, there's.
She's a This sounds like a borderline yandere to me. Now, as far as my knowledge, Homura isn't a yandere, but she's treading that fucking line by a fucking thread.
I mean, if this is supposed to be a great list, aren't you supposed to list things that make this character sound, I don't know, pleasant?
Yeah. And again, they don't actually explain her character. Yeah, they explain some of her characteristics, and the characteristics they do explain. This anime should be erased from existence. Any anime that inspires Steven Universe is immediately a pile of shit in my book.
Yep.
I don't fucking care if this is an old anime. I don't care if it's important. This anime can go fuck itself. If they ever invent time travel, I'm going to prevent this anime from ever existing. And there's nothing you will do to stop me. Like, please explain to me, how is this exactly a positive thing? Straight people seemingly don't exist in the world of Revolutionary Girl Utena.
That sounds like a dystopia.
Yeah. Not to mention, this is literally what that jack-off Movie Bob, who I need to remember to get around to tackling Movie Bob, because he has some very special takes. And the EFAP podcast doesn't seem to want to go after his episode on the She-Ra reboot. That's fine by me. I'll go after it. But Movie Bob praised the She-Ra reboot because literally everyone's gay. And there's not one straight character in it. Literally, he said it's brilliant because every character is gay.
So I get.
Essentially, you invalidate the existence of gay characters by just making everyone gay. How is that brilliant?
So theoretically, if I was in that series, I'd basically be the bad guy.
Oh, fuck me. So this is essentially Steven Universe before Steven Universe. That's what this fucking anime is. This anime is just fucking Steven Universe. Fuck off. Okay? And then, of course, we got these fucking things.
Honestly,
I'm going to get into these two with my review, so I don't want to spoil too much that I have written for the updated script. But, oh boy, these two things, especially Uranus. I'm probably going to focus more on Uranus than Neptune, and Neptune's probably just going to remain in the honorable mentions, because I find more problems with Uranus than Neptune. Yes, I'm aware that both of them suck, but I believe I made it a rule in my top 10 list that I was going to cover one character per series.
Honestly, I was actually expecting them to be number 1 on this list.
Yeah, I was expecting that too.
Yep.
Especially how toxic and evil these two are.
Yep. Oh, but it might be the most famous lesbian romance in all of anime.
And
so, just because it's famous doesn't make it good.
It's like I always say.
Guess what? Harvey Weinstein used to be famous. Just putting that out there. Bill Cosby used to be really famous.
Yes. Kevin Spacey used to be famous.
Hell, I'm going to go there. Hitler was very, very famous.
Oh, yes.
He was like a very big boy, he was.
Yeah, I think before he became what he was a big-time celebrity.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hitler was actually a very beloved figure, all things considered. Yeah, he did awful things, but he was actually very beloved by his people. It wasn't until he started doing terrible shit that people thought that, okay, there's something wrong with him. But Adolf Hitler was actually a popular man among his people. He gave speeches that people got behind, and people genuinely thought that Adolf Hitler was the best way to help the country recover after World War I. Because you have to remember, Germany at the time was going through a depression, just like we were.
Yeah.
But yeah, these two characters suck. They're horrible. This girl Uranus forces herself on Rabbit. She also cheats on her lover. Now, I know that CBR is a bunch of SJW cucks that probably believe that cucking is okay. But still, when is cheating on your lover ever acceptable? When is forcing yourself upon somebody without their consent acceptable?
Well,
not to mention, these characters are so poorly written that even the fans can't stand them.
That really says something, doesn't it?
Not to mention, not to give away too much, but one of my biggest problems with Uranus is her being a reverse trap and a lesbian at the same time works against her and makes her come off as a cop-out for a lesbian character. Because she's essentially just a man. In fact, I mentioned this, that all you would have had to do with the dub is literally just say that Sailor Uranus was a cross-dressing man. Nobody would have fucking questioned anything otherwise. They didn't have to make them cousins. All you had to do was say, like, oh, Uranus, that's a guy. How you gonna fucking say otherwise?
Yep.
Like, seriously. Uranus is literally just a fucking guy. And what's annoying is they acknowledge it. Let me see if I can find it here. Okay, maybe that was a different list. But Uranus is basically just a guy. You could literally give Uranus a dick, and all of a sudden she's invalidated as a lesbian character. It's such a lazy way to make a lesbian character. It also doesn't help the stereotype that all lesbians are actually just men that have pussies. This one I'm not going to comment on because I haven't seen Tiger and Bunny, but what I will say is, why would you name this guy Fire Emblem? That's just
I've seen Tiger and Bunny, and I have no idea why. That's just never explained.
Yep. This one I don't get and I don't care about. And of course, The one theme you're going to see with a lot of these lists is these two faggots are going to appear every single fucking time.
Yeah, because
So
it seems
overrated.
to be the SJW's favorite anime.
Naturally.
Yep. So yeah, that was that. That was terrible. They don't bother to explain anything.
Well, I
And
expect
again, stop using the word queer, you sons of bitches.
Well, honestly, aside from just some random characters I don't know, I didn't expect any less.
Yep. Top 10 LGBTQ plus anime characters we love at pride.com. So you know this is good. This is going to be real special.
Oh
yeah, Vit's LGBT website. Oh yeah.
Oh god.
Not off to a great start here. Anyway, let's see here. Don't know anything about this anime.
Never heard of it.
And I don't care. I'm not going to comment on something I know nothing about.
Oh, dude,
God damn it. We've already been through this.
Dude, Kanji's not gay.
This is bullshit. They even acknowledge that this is up for debate. No, it's not up for debate, you fucktards. Because this isn't a gay character. Yeah, he may question his sexuality, but he's not gay though.
Yeah, he wasn't. The reason why he questioned himself is because the girl he liked turned out to be a reverse trap.
Yeah. And even then, I'm pretty sure all that someone would have to do is explain to Kanji that, hey, take it easy, dude. That guy you like is actually a chick.
Yeah.
Literally all his problems would have been over. He wouldn't even need to face his shadow.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that everyone at one point has been confused about their sexuality.
Yeah. A lot of people question their sexuality at some point. There are even some people that question their sexuality but end up staying straight anyway.
Yeah, he is straight, although maybe he's a bit bi-curious, but he's still straight.
Yeah.
Yes, that's like...
And, oh boy, I already know where the fuck they're going with this one. Who could forget Poison, Capcom's somewhat accidental transgender dominatrix? Poison is one of the most interesting and dynamic women in the entire Street Fighter universe. Granted, most of Poison's appearances have been in video games. However, she did get a proper anime treatment in Ultra Street Fighter 4.
Which is still a video game.
Yep. Also, they don't bother to explain her character. Oh, they say she's dynamic. What the fuck does that mean? I feel like I'm reading a fucking What Culture article on wrestling. American Alpha is great because they're dynamic. What the fuck does that mean? And also, I've already explained this. Poison is not transgender. Literally, in the English release of fucking Street Fighter, because they were sexist back in those times and you couldn't have violence against women, they made Poison not a transgender, a transvestite. There's a difference between a transvestite and a transgender. Essentially, Capcom was basically saying back in the day that it's okay to beat the shit out of transgenders, essentially. So this is a really terrible choice. Not to mention, Poison isn't an LGBT character. Poison is a woman. I'm going to make a video about this, but yeah, Poison's not a trap, Poison's not a she-male, Poison's not a futa, and Poison's not a transgender. Poison is a fucking woman, plain and simple.
Yeah.
I'm so tired of this.
Don't know, don't care.
Nope, don't know. I believe that's an Ai Yamazaki manga, although I never read it.
Hey, Zelda, quit it. Oh dear, here we go with these bitches again. I don't fucking care. Fuck these bitches. Fuck off. Anime version of Steven Universe. God fucking shit, cunt, whore, motherfucking son of a shit.
Doesn't surprise me.
So essentially, hey, get away from there. Anyway, but yeah, so essentially you're saying you like toxic lesbian characters. That's all you're saying with this.
Guess so.
This was terrible.
Funny how they
Again,
don't do any
Sailor
research.
Uranus and Sailor Neptune are not good characters. Forget gay characters. They're not even good characters, period.
It's kind of weird how these people don't research characters they supposedly like.
Yeah. If you like these characters, well, I got news for you. You might be fucked up in the head because Sailor Uranus and Sailor Neptune are terrible characters. One of them literally forces theirself on another woman without their consent. Okay, this website is fucking horribly designed. Look at this. What the fuck?
I look like I could probably make something better on Wix.
Yep. Oh, don't worry. We're going to get to this super special website that is so poorly designed, you will swear it's a troll, but I swear to you, it's real.
I am terrified.
But first, gotta cover Screen Rant.
Naturally.
And again, this one is really infuriating. They literally show the scene of Uranus forcing herself on Rabbit.
Like,
this just shows, like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Fuck. If you're an LGBT kid that grew up with anime, you probably found a show or two that had some pretty validating characters. I don't need gay characters to validate my existence. Go fuck yourself. I don't need Astolfo to validate my existence. I can validate my own existence. Thank you very much.
Again, they're not even validating. They're toxic and evil.
Yep, and here's another thing that's infuriating about this list. They just set the shit tone right out the gate. Check this out. We are aware that some of these couples are still in the ambiguous non-canon category. So they just straight up admitted that there's going to be non-canon characters on here that are not canonically gay or together.
Oh my God.
And right out the gate, we got these fucking bitches again. We have to start with this classic pairing.
But you didn't start.
It's not even classic either.
Yeah. They had the cutest teen romance ever. They kicked ass together. They remained loyal to each other. This is fucking hilarious. You literally show a fucking screenshot of Uranus kissing someone that isn't her girlfriend.
God.
A very inspiring gay couple indeed. In some weird fucked up alternate reality where I was born a woman and became a lesbian, I imagine that I would be infuriated by the existence of these characters.
Yes, probably.
These characters would not inspire me. You know what they would inspire me to do? They'd inspire me to kill myself.
Oh, boy.
And here's what I was mentioning earlier. I mixed up the list. There's been some debate about Sailor Uranus's gender identity as she presents herself as fairly masculine throughout the series. Whether Sailor Uranus is a masculine presenting queer girl or a gender fluid character, her different presence on the show vibed a lot with the LGBTQ fans.
You
And
know,
again, this one is pointless because they're not canon, and one of them is dead. So who cares?
Yeah.
honestly, I feel like I can write a better romance story, and the only one I actually have written was just the one where the sex scene came first, and the story just kind of came somewhere later down the line.
This is not an anime.
No.
Now, what's funny is I actually, like I mentioned in the last live stream, I ended up getting someone making a response video to me because I called Korra an anime character in my original top 10 worst lesbian characters in anime. Also, gender identity has no objective basis behind it. The man who tried to prove the existence of gender identity, his own human experiments not only got 2 little boys killed, but debunked him. The man who coined the term gender performed human experiments, and his own experiments debunked him.
Damn.
And all it did was lead to the death of 2 twin boys. Wonderful.
Well, that'll definitely brighten my night.
Like, they even acknowledge that it's debatable whether this is an anime or not. But this pairing is just too good to leave out. Please do leave it out because it's terrible. Number one, it was literally shoved in at the last second. Even gay people have talked about how offended they are. Even that useless waste of existence, Lily Orchid, said that Korra and Asami cannot be considered a good gay coupling because it was literally forced at the last minute. It's essentially like leaving the door and at the last minute saying, oh, by the way, these 2 characters are gay. Bye.
Hey.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Not to mention, Korra's not a good character. Let's get that clear. Asami has no character. She's just a plot device. Yep.
God, Korra.
Picking up hints and chemistry. Let's get this straight. Korra doesn't have chemistry with anyone.
No. She's a freaking satellite at best.
Yeah. We are going to take a brief tangent to go over to ER Senpai, where he will explain to us everything that is wrong with this. And it'll at least give us a break from the madness.
Oh yeah, his comment's still up and it's blocking the way.
Hold on, sorry. My bad.
That's alright.
Also, if you suddenly hear me flip out, I apologize in advance.
Don't apologize in advance. Apologize in the moment. Why are you apologizing for something you haven't done yet?
Because I feel like I'm kind of urging to it. Alright, nothing... Honestly, I don't think I can name another character who tested my patience quite like Korra.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Let's do it. Because I want this to be out there on public record that Korra is not only a shitty character, but her relationship with Asami is disgusting. And it's not disgusting because it's a lesbian relationship. It's disgusting in the way that it's presented. You will see what I mean. Senpai will explain to us.
I would very much like to be acquainted with your senpai.
Yep. Also, you want to know how awesome ER is? PewDiePie shouted him out.
Oh, wow.
Yep. And in fact, the Young Turks got pissy at this, saying that PewDiePie gave a shout out to a literal Nazi.
Oh, God.
Even though ER being a Nazi is a joke. He acknowledges this and makes jokes about it all the time.
Yeah, it also seems anyone Felix shouts out, they end up getting a huge spike in subscribers.
Yep.
That's what happened with Jacksepticeye.
Yep.
Also, ER is a total god when it comes to editing.
The way ER's videos are is how I wish my videos could be, which is why I'm constantly trying to practice my edit skills. That's why I make so many AMVs, because I use them as an opportunity to practice my editing skills. Because when I make my own anime reviews and video essays, I want to be able to edit like ER does. ER, I don't know where he learned to edit, but he's damn good at it.
Three-part comic or graphic novel series written by co-creator Michael DiMartino and illustrated by Irene Coe, and it's the continuation to my favorite TV show, The Legend of Korra. You said some very unkind things. Laterally used to justify the Deus Ex bending gumball machine from the end of Avatar: The Last Airbender. These comics are to justify the Korra finale's Do Exist Mako Not, and if that had been all, I could put up with it, but they also Dumbledored Kyoshi. Deal with it.
Yep, they actually Dumbledored Kyoshi. Now apparently Kyoshi's gay and had a lesbian lover.
Let's get this out of the way. I'm not a fan of how loose the art is. They should have hired another illustrator for backgrounds, and the covers are borderline false advertising. Alright, now before I get into the plot summary, we should first delve into the meat folds of the Korosami ship. Picture the timestamp shown if you just want to get straight into
I love how he just rips this shipping to shreds.
Yeah, also the animation looks horrible.
Yeah.
I want to do that. I want to like pull an ER, find a really famous shipping, and then just ruin it for people.
Let's do this.
Korosami is the creator-approved name of the romantic pairing of Korra and Asami. Initially fanshipper stock, but later made real by Bright in the show's finale. Said ending came as a bit of a shock to the people stupid enough to still be watching after book 2.
Yep, that's real.
Take my word for it. Take it from the
Of
first
course.
Wikipedia page. So don't worry, you homophobes. It wasn't just y'all, and it wasn't just because straights were viewing the show with a hetero lens. Plenty of the Korosami shippers didn't see it coming either.
Imagine freaking out like a child just because, oh my god, 2 characters are gay. How is that any different from people that freak out in a negative way over 2 characters being gay?
None that I can think of.
Yep. Like seriously, if you ever need motive, I know I shouldn't be giving this advice, although I'm mostly known for my edgy jokes, so fuck it, but I will say try not to take this advice literally. But if you ever need motivation to kill yourself because you're trying to kill yourself, but you can't ever go through with it, watch reaction videos to this shipping becoming canon. You'll be dead in about 5 minutes or less.
Not endgame from the start of the series.
Fortunately, I value my life.
He even admits there was
Yes.
no intention of it until book 3.
I feel like my life has treated me too well to do that.
As very clear evidence for Korosami can be found in book 1, in the very first episode, in fact. But Brian's right in the sense that the ball didn't.
Also, ER is always good when it comes to jokes. This may come off as a surprise to people who watch my content and are used to the shitty humor of Death Battle, Watch Mojo, and other hacks, but ER's jokes are actually very damn good and clever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Really get rolling in book 3. Moreover, there's barely a friendship between these girls for the first 2
Yes.
books. In book
Yes.
1, Sami was little more than a cardboard wedge in the Makor-Sami love triangle. In book 2, it takes until episode 4 before Korra and Asami even have any spoken interaction, and it's only Asami chiming in with 2 words.
Me too.
She's busy managing her father's company, even though it was largely responsible for a hostile citywide takeover. So it's totally fine to let it continue operations to manufacture mecha tanks.
You need to sell some mecha tanks. I know some people who need them. We'll ship them south.
That's perfect.
And for the rest of the book, yeah, friendship really blossoms in books 3 and 4.
I kissed Mako when he was going out with you, so you what?
There's
Bitch.
a hug gone sexual, though
Piece of shit.
is too, and she exclusively smiled at Manga.
Yeah. As someone who had to be caught in the middle of the Pokemon shipping war, I had to tell you, I had to deal with this shit all the time. Where people would be like, oh, Ash hugged this character, therefore he wants to fuck them.
Yeah.
Hugs are not innately sexual or romantic, you jerk off. Ever hugged your mom? Ever hugged your brother? Just saying.
Asami also holds Korra's hand out of wedlock. In book 4, there's another hug, although she hugs Mako too, but this time she blushes with Asami. There's a group hug.
Even though there is such a thing as blushing through embarrassment, not necessarily through romantic feelings. For example, I could call Wolf a virgin and make him blush. Does that mean that we should be a couple?
Nah.
Yep.
And the reason why he would potentially blush at me calling him a virgin would likely have little to do with me trying to insinuate romantic feelings, but more so because for some people, being a virgin can be somewhat embarrassing for one reason or another.
Towards Mako. Oh, and Asami got Korra some tea during a throwaway clip episode.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
I guess that must mean that Uncle Iroh wanted to destroy Toph's pussy, right?
Yes, so going by the show's logic. And the logic of the shippers.
This is why I hate shippers, because by their same logic, I could easily justify shipping Toph and fucking Iroh together by this retarded logic. How about we get a little bit of Uncle Iroh x Zuko action? Come on here, people. Let's do it. Go all the way. At least the Pokemon community leaves no stone unturned. There is no line they won't cross. Come on, let's get some Zuko and Iroh action going here, you faggots.
Yeah.
Another unprotected hug, and of course, the eye fucking just before our heroines jet off to the spirit world.
By the way, I'm allowed to say the F word, so ha.
And yeah, that's really not a lot, especially compared to the instances supporting Avatar's Katang ending, such as, but not limited to, a Katang prophecy, 3 kisses smack on the mouth, 1 more in a dream, lots of cheek pecking, hugs galore, and several blushes before the de facto deal sealer.
Oh, but Korra was more mature and had better romance. Bitch, please. By the way, sorry if I'm constantly pausing the video, but this is still done in a reaction style. As much as I'd love to just play the whole video without pausing it, I don't want people to think that I'm just ripping off ER. And if you haven't seen this video, please definitely go check it out and give him some support, likes, comments, and subscribers. But I want to make sure I'm still doing this reaction format right. I don't want to be like Tyrone Magnus or any of those douchebags.
Tiny fraction of Avatar's story, yet even so, Katang was afforded so much more than Korra-Sami ever
Also,
was.
is it just me or does Aang have girl eyes?
No one needs to write up essays.
Actually, I don't think it's you.
Katang was real all along, and the creators certainly didn't need to take to their tumblers to confirm it. The best counter to this.
If you have to explain, if you have to have the author explain that that a relationship is canon, then you fucking suck. Okay?
Yeah. Like,
guess what? I don't need to ship Rin and Aoki together because guess what? They're canon. You know why they're canon? Because they have an actual fucking relationship that develops throughout the story. I'll need to go ask Watashi on her Twitter to confirm to me rather Rin and Aoki are a thing or not.
Yeah.
All I got to do is just watch the anime or read the manga. If you have to do that, then that is just such a shitty... Like, you know you fucked up with your... If you really wanted to have a gay relationship, why didn't you have a gay relationship then? ER is not an asshole. In fact, ER is actually a real sweetie in real life. Everybody talks about how much of a sweetie pie ER is.
More blunt and pretty anime, while Kurosami, by contrast, was more subtle, more natural, and more...
This is fucking disgusting. Aang and Katara with too anime and blunt, but Kurosami, it was more natural. It was more subtle. It was more realistic. Bitch, please. If this was realistic, Asami and Asami and Korra would have fucking murdered each other over the whole Mako situation.
Yeah.
They're only bitching about the one with Aang and the other girl because it's straight. Because it's
pretty
straight.
I bet you if Katara ended up with, say, I don't know, Toph, they would have a completely different attitude.
Yeah.
Which is really not convincing after 2 books with some of the bluntest relationship garbage committed to television.
Yeah. The romance in Legend of Korra is about as blunt as a sledgehammer to the side of the head.
Are you two? You're dating again? What? Dating? No.
That's crazy.
I hate this
Korra
generation.
just left a week ago.
What's more likely? Bright discovering subtlety just in time to craft one of the first mainstream lesbian relationships for kids.
Also, I'm really sick and tired of this. Legend of Korra had one of the first main lesbian things in whatever. Even though, while I hate to admit it, Sailor Moon did it first. Hell, Kodomo no Jiken sealed that shit a long time ago. Sure, Kuro may not have ended up with Rin, but Kodomo no Jiken was tackling gay characters way before it was cool, and Kuro's actually gay from the very beginning. And it's developed. It doesn't just, oh, by the way, in the final chapter of Kodomo no Jiken, oh, by the way, Kuro was gay the whole time. Bye. You'd like,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but K and J doesn't matter to them because it's not mainstream.
Of course.
What Sailor Moon is.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many examples I could point to of, like, mainstream gay characters that existed well before Legend of Korra. Legend of Korra didn't do jack shit. It can't say it did it first. It can't say it has the most famous, and they didn't even do a good one. It just sucks. Even the audience that Legend of Korra appeals to, like Lily, Pete, even they hate Kurosami. If even Lily Pete hates you, you must have fucked up.
Setting up a romance very well again.
You betrayed me and my family.
Bitch.
So what? Are you breaking up with me?
Yeah.
I swear to God, if you copyright claim me Viacom, you're dead.
You be the judge. Regardless, the point is Kurosami is sparse and easy to miss. But I think it was also overlooked because it's fucking disgusting. Why do you say that, ER? Because it's homosexual? You little bastard. Imagine you're Sammy, the handsome son of an industrial magnate.
I love this analogy he uses. It's perfect.
Like this adorable klutz of a girl who instantly falls for you. Her name is Mako-chan, and like the debonair rank charmer you are, you take her out for a night on the town. You pay for her fancy dinner with daddy's money, and even decide to fund her sports career. And after an intimate and emotional carriage ride with her, you're pretty much boyfriend and girlfriend. Unbeknownst to you, some dude named Korok has been crashing with your girlfriend's trying to get with her, and he's something of a celebrity. Your girl remains loyal to you, though, so Korok instead gets with her dim sister, Olina. This upsets your girlfriend, who confronts and tells Korok to leave her sister alone. Korok accuses Mako-chan of jealousy and forces himself on her in front of a devastated Olina. Your girlfriend is guilt-ridden from macking on another guy, but is also a bit of a two-timing hoe and develops feelings for Korok. Olina is the one to spill the beans about the kiss to you. You break up with Mako-chan over this, but she doesn't seem to give a shit and shamelessly starts dating Korok. You pretend it doesn't hurt. Now,
Don't you run.
Sam, see yourself becoming best friends with Korok? Not only friends, down the line, you see yourself becoming lovers with Korok? The sniveling, belligerent jackoff who took your girlfriend? That's rough, buddy. If you just being a little bit, Kurosami looks incredibly creepy. To appear innocuous, you have to forget that book 1 happened.
I'm with Asami. Yeah, but when you're with her, you're thinking about me, aren't you?
Jesus
Bitch.
Christ, right. So I can't really blame anyone for having a...
It blows my mind. I had to see on Facebook a post that my old managers who commented in where she's like, "Oh, I love Korra. Korra's a god-awful character. She's horrible. She's a horrible person. She's a horrible character. She sucks at everything."
Yep. You know, it's bad even Avatar fans hate this.
Avatar fans can't stand Korra. Mike and Brian acknowledged this.
Again, I can vouch for that. In fact, Korra is what made me went from loving the Avatar universe to hating it.
Was because Bright didn't want us to. All right, put on your tinfoil lenses and strap in. It's a little naive to think Bright and Nickelodeon were ignorant.
Oh
of the
god,
depth
fucking
of
Kotaku.
So to that end, one could imagine that said reaction was not only expected, but as well their intent, that they wanted to use the Legend of Korra for a publicity stunt. While it does look like Kurosami was planned by the start of Season 2 at the earliest, just as Bright said, it also looks like there was a deliberate ambiguity to it, an attempt to hide Kurosami until the ending reveal, where it could generate the most controversy as suddenly and as safely as possible. Brian kind of hand-waves this in his Tumblr post by saying these mere illusions were because they operated under an unwritten rule that they couldn't have their main characters be gay, which is a nicer way of saying, yes, we were deliberately being...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's horseshit because I think I do remember Nickelodeon shows that actually had gay characters in them back in the day. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I remember a couple. Wolf can correct me if I'm wrong on this because he'd probably know, but I'm pretty sure I remember Rocko's Modern Life having a gay character. And I'm talking about the original Rocko's Modern Life, not this dumb shit reboot.
Yeah, there were these two twins that had many different jobs around the town. You could definitely tell by their voice and their mannerisms that they were totally gay.
Yep. And hell, if SpongeBob wasn't asexual, he's heavily implied to be gay. But the only problem is that SpongeBob is asexual, and this comes directly from Hillenburg himself.
Yeah, but you forget, Nickelodeon doesn't give a shit about Hillenburg and are willing to use his death as a means to do whatever the hell they want with SpongeBob.
Oh yeah, I find it so disgusting that immediately after Hillenburg dies, they try to they try to make SpongeBob gay almost instantly, rather than asking the guy, "Hey, can we make SpongeBob gay?" Since there's implications that SpongeBob might be gay, like for example his obsession with Squidward. They could have asked the guy, but no, they wait for him to die.
And of course, they also try to do that Camp Coral spinoff.
Yes, even though one of the rules that Hillenburg said was no spinoffs.
Ambiguous, but not to trick you, the people. We were afraid of the network until we got to the finale, and then we approached the network and they were cool with it. You might
Fuck the network.
But ER, why would they want to drum up controversy for a show so beloved and popular as the Legend of Korra? Doesn't that seem like an unnecessary risk? I'm glad I asked that. Following book 1, The Legend of Korra was really not that
Oh,
Time to go Smark Busters on you and bring up the ratings. Yeah, Legend of Korra had garbage ratings.
Yep.
Yep.
Can't imagine why. So, a little trivia for you. The Legend of Korra is only 2 seasons, each containing 2 books. Contrary to absurdly popular belief, both seasons, and therefore all books, were ordered before the first episode of Book 1 aired.
Before we even aired book 1, we had already been picked up all the way through book 4. So by that point, we were able to kind of plan it out.
And even before Book 1 went into production, Bright were well aware Nick was interested in potentially more.
Well, they said we greenlit a miniseries, but it could be a couple miniseries.
Sure.
Like these cycles of 12.
Yeah. With 3 more books greenlit, production overlapped so much that, at one point, the core crew were working on 30 episodes simultaneously.
The thing is, there's so much overlap. I mean, at one point, we were working on 30 episodes at one time.
This is quite
We can
unlike
pick up
Avatar:
this
The Last
J.J.
Airbender,
Abrams
which, as far as
conversation
is
after my
indicated by the
stream if
timeline
you
even
want.
in the art book, was produced on a season-by-season basis, or something close to it. Really bends the mind. Korra's first season's ratings, that is, by book 2, sunk to all-time lows for Avatar, for a multitude of reasons, and they never fought back up. Nick couldn't even get...
Although, what's hilarious is, one thing I do kind of point this out, just to take a jab at the Smarks, even Legend of Korra gets better ratings than your beloved AEW. How sad is that?
Well, that's bad.
Watch it with their tried and true method of baiting them in with SpongeBob. Kids were actually switching that shit off. So I don't think it's fair to say that The Legend of Korra hadn't been bought and paid for up front. Nickelodeon probably would have canceled it. When you look at it that way,
Looking back at it in hindsight, they should have.
Especially for a noble cause, the media will just gobble up. And if Nickelodeon was for it, as Brian says, full speed ahead. Well, not full speed. It wasn't yet the year of the present, so there were probably some limits on what Team Korra could do, but all the better for the controversy anyway. And boy, was there one. I'm not saying 100% that Bright and Nickelodeon used queer baiting to save their poorly viewed show from irrelevance, but 75%. Maybe if Korrasami wasn't so gross. You know, Korra goes out with all 3 of her best friends. She can't seem to keep it in her goddamn pants.
Nope.
Maybe if there was more to go on than a blush. Maybe if Korra had written Asami back more than once. Throw an ulterior motive with some strong potential on top of all of that. And yeah, I don't really buy that Bright were just trying to fly Korrasami under the network's radar until they suddenly got the okay. It's possible, but I don't find it particularly persuasive as the whole truth. I suspect Bright took a leaf out of the Master's book and tried to concoct a finale twist to shock and awe. But they also kind of half-assed it and thought a handful of merely suggestive moments seated among 26 episodes would be enough to make it work. Alright, that's enough conspiracy talk out of me. I know all this might seem like a little much, and yeah, alright it is, but I'm only trying to hammer home that Korrasami was a little weird, which led to its very mixed response. This is important to Turf Wars because it reads a lot like a response to that response. It's almost like someone felt a little called out over Korrasami, and it gets pretty funny. We open with the lovey-dovey Korrasami couple.
I think that's enough for you all to get the point. I'll leave a link for those who want to finish watching this.
Okay, yeah, I like this guy now.
Yeah, ER is great.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yep.
Still, all right. I'm better.
Not. Yep. Now back to the shitty list. Sadly. Malcolm, stop hating everything just because I like it. You come off as petty. Seriously. So if I hated ER, would you like him? It feels like you do this just to spite me, and it comes off as incredibly childish and doesn't help the theory that people think that you're a troll.
Yeah, he comes here, causes trouble, and tries to bring up politics, and it's not even related to the stream.
Yeah. Here's a thought. How about you actually have a fucking opinion on ER? And if you are a troll, get the fuck out. Anyway, yeah, Korra and Asami are terrible. They're both terrible characters, and they're a terrible couple. You're welcome to think otherwise, but just know that you're wrong. This one, again, I don't know much about this anime, so I can't really say much about it. And it's probably unlikely that I'd ever watch it because I don't like Yuri.
I don't think we're missing much.
Yep. Other anime I know nothing about, so sadly I must skip. And then we got these things again.
A queer cult following.
Really? A queer cult following. So what is up with these people and adding the word queer to everything? These people are like vegans where they add vegan to everything.
Hmm.
Here we go again with this. What the? I just realized, why the fuck does this motherfucker have Watashia's first name?
Wait, that's her first name?
Yes, that is her first name, Kaoru. Her last name is Watashia.
Well, shit. Having already read 30 chapters of Konoha no Jinken, you'd think I wouldn't miss that.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't notice because her name's usually plastered all over the front and back cover.
Well, that means I just have to do some rereading.
Yep. And then we got these two schmucks again, but sadly I don't know too much about Cardkeeper Sakura, despite the fact that it's ancient.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the exact same picture.
Yep, these websites, I swear to God, they're like a fucking hive mind. Another series I don't know jack about. By the way, you're going to see this one mentioned a lot. We already somewhat covered this fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Lesbians are not allowed, okay? No lesbians. You're not allowed to have lesbian characters. And Wandering Sun. This one's infuriating for a couple of reasons. Number one, they'll gladly praise Wandering Sun, but whenever it comes to so-called transgender representation, these people forget that this show even exists.
Yeah.
Ain't that a big old ball of irony?
Yep. This one is so fucking stupid because they straight up admit that these two are not canonically gay.
Wait, seriously? So what's the point?
Exactly. See what I mean? Look.
Yep.
It has a lot of pretty obvious not straight moments. Oh, yeah? What do you mean by obvious not straight moments?
Yeah, maybe if you can tell us what some of those moments are.
Yeah. And I don't want to hear any bullshit of, well, they hugged and they held hands. Well, guess what? Ever hugged or held hands with your family members? If so, I got news for you.
Yeah.
An unbreakable friendship. And this is probably just it. They have a strong friendship, so therefore they must be gay. That they even acknowledge it's nothing more than a passionate platonic relationship. Like, seriously. I don't know who these characters are, nor do I care.
Yeah, I hate when they say that chemistry automatically means romance.
Yeah, characters can have chemistry without being gay for each other. This one I'll let go, if not only just because apparently I've been told like this is a very good trap anime or something like that. It's on my list. I haven't gotten a chance to check it out, but I have been recommended this. I've been told it's a good trap anime, though. Although I don't know exactly how to feel about it because here's a problem. The relationship between these two starts off pretty rocky and problematic, but what relationship doesn't have its moments?
Wow.
That doesn't come off as extremely fucking suspicious.
I've never even dated anybody, and I can already count how many problems this is.
Yep.
Yep. And they're cheating by putting multiple characters from Sailor Moon on here. And what makes these jagoffs so much more different than Uranus and Neptune? I get that these two characters the fan base actually likes, unlike Uranus and Neptune, but I'm tempted to read it, but we should know by now that they're probably not going to fucking explain anything.
Nope.
I wouldn't bet on it.
Did you think that Uranus and Neptune were the only gay characters in Sailor Moon? No, nobody thought that because even though I've never seen Sailor Moon, I have enough research ability to be able to know this.
I'm almost surprised that
professional generals that worked under Queen Beryl.
I'm almost surprised that none of these lists have brought up like Tiziano and Squalo from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Or how about Astolfo from Fate? Because Astolfo is an actual good character. And Astolfo is not only a trap character, but he's also a bisexual. Now, granted, you have to look to find this information, but it has been confirmed by a piece of info from Fate Grand Order that Astolfo is indeed bisexual. Well, will date. It's explained that Astolfo just loves who he loves, regardless of if they're boy or girl.
Yeah,
so
well,
he's bisexual. Astolfo doesn't really care about sex. If he loves you, then that's that.
Well, that's fine. If nothing else, I'd much rather have to see for myself than just have it outright just smack me in the face like it's a freaking pie.
Yep. I'd rather Astolfo take his massive schmeat and smack me across the face with it.
Although you probably would want that.
As I said
probably
before,
kill me with it.
As I said before, there's no weapon greater than Astolfo's long sword.
Yep. All right, what's next on the list? Oh yeah, this is the special one I told you guys about. I swear to you, you are not prepared for what you're about to see.
Oh, fuck me, sci-fi?
Look at this fucking list. This is real.
Oh, God, that hurts.
Yeah. It's awful web design. I could come up with something much better than this, and I know fuck all about web design.
When I finally get around to making my own website, whenever that'll happen, I will probably end up creating a better website than this because this is just terrible.
Hell, I have created a better website than this on Wix. At least I know how to. At least I make sure nothing clips.
Yep. This is just terrible on so many levels.
It's actually doing it as a design choice, so it's a horrible design choice.
Yeah. If I made something like this, I would get shit for it.
Jesus. Also, but I have to say at the same time, I'm not really surprised.
Sci-Fi Wire is infamous. Sci-Fi Wire is somehow worse than CBR.
I only bothered with the Sci-Fi Channel because it had literally only one show that I liked. And now that it's gone, it has lost all meaning to me.
The Sci-Fi Channel are partially responsible for the death of the Highlander series because their movie Highlander the Source was a sci-fi original. And it was terrible.
Yeah. Also, I remember, for some weird reason, their canceled Krypton series made Lobo Scottish.
Wow.
Also, what I think killed sci-fi was that they actually had a show that was dedicated to Brianna Wu's harassment.
Why the fuck is Brianna Wu even a thing?
I have no idea.
Go away. Why do we make these people famous?
Yeah.
I don't even know what it has to even do with science fiction. It's supposed to be a science fiction channel.
Yeah. Again.
Why are you getting involved in the harassment of some random woman that nobody cares about? People get harassed every day. What makes Brianna Wu so special?
Again, I just miss Face Off. I mean, at least with that series, like, creativity was like the actual backbone to that.
Yeah. What I really liked was Heroes of Cosplay, which is made by the same people that made Face Off.
Yeah. But apparently, what is now becoming a trend with sci-fi series that apparently couldn't even get past season 1.
Yep.
That sucks. The good shows always get canceled early, and the shitty ones stay.
Yes, and that logic continues to defy me.
Okay, why would you put this on here?
What's this?
Citrus. Again,
Best
this is a
Yuri anime couples. Why? First off, ignoring the fact that this is an incest relationship, it's toxic. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
Yeah.
But not everyone is interested in a wholesome, loving couple being wholesome and loving.
What?
If you like your romance anime a little more screwed up, Mei and Yuzu will satisfy.
What the fuck? Were those actual words somebody typed?
Yep. What you have to remember about Ranker is, unlike Ranker, any schmuck can make a list on this website.
Well, that's becoming apparent.
You know what? I find this racist. We must ban it. She is making out with her black slave woman creature. And what the fuck is this?
What the?
The flappers.
I love how they are trying to paint these characters like they're iconic, and yet most of these animes are shows I've never even heard.
Yeah, that's the thing with most so-called Yuri anime. You don't even know what the fuck they are.
Yeah.
People can say what they want about Kodomo no Jiken. People at least know what the fuck Kodomo no Jiken is.
Exactly.
I mean, I guess I could give them props. They're not doing like the basic bitch mainstream stuff, but still.
I don't know.
That was a joke. That was me making fun of how people think that everything is racist and needs to be banned.
I mean, again, what amazes me is that apparently JoJo's Bizarre Adventure has actual gay characters, and not one of these lists have brought them up once.
Oh, they mentioned Dio.
Yes, but Dio, yeah, that is true, but Dio really just mostly just dresses gay. Honestly,
well, first off, everyone dresses and acts gay in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. That's
Yeah,
the
like-
problem.
yes, that's the thing. So it has no credibility.
Yep.
It's like you said.
I've said this so many times before, I'll say it again. The way Jotaro walks is beyond gay.
Yeah.
His posture is so fucking gay.
Yeah. It's like you said, every single character is a walking meme factory.
Yep. And apparently that was intended by the original creator. He intended for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure to be a fucking meme.
Hell, the original 1990s OVA was a JoJo meme.
Ha.
That was before memes were even a thing.
Yes. If nothing else, that's where you see the iconic "It's an enemy stand" line.
Huh. Here we go again.
Hi, Satan.
Huh. Look at this. I can just hear Ruin Johnson blushing.
Yep.
Like, really? Oh, but who's subverting stereotypes?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So because he's intersex, that makes him amazing. Okay. And don't know who it is, and I don't care. She probably is boring.
Also, hermaphrodites are not automatically LGBT. They don't even know what the hell that even means.
No, guys.
Hermaphrodite is someone who's born with both genitals.
Exactly.
One of my childhood friends was a hermaphrodite. He legitimately had both sexual organs. He even straight up has a fucking uterus. The dude can get pregnant. And he ended up becoming transgender. Here we go again. Why? As I explained in my video, Yuzu is boring. I know some people will say that the sister is worse. And yeah, she's a cunt. But the sister is so bland, so bland, so generic, so stock. I have seen fucking wrestlers with more deep characters than this. Like, seriously, this character is straight out of an erotica. No character, nothing.
Yep. It's like one of those characters you'd see in a soft core.
Mm-hmm. That's infuriating. You got people like Watch Mojo saying that all incest is bad, but they'd probably defend citrus. Hypocrites. This is that double standard I've been trying to tell you all about.
Oh, boy.
You can have the worst character on the planet, but as long as you make her gay, nobody cares. Notice how in Watch Mojo's video, they never covered any anime in their gross anime couples or disgraceful anime list that cover lesbian characters. Like, for example, the girl in Kill la Kill that molested her own daughters, or the girl from An Angel Flew Down on Me. I can keep going. Not every character has to take a deep look into some aspect about the LGBTQ experience.
So why are we here?
Some gay characters are just a pleasure to watch, like Yuzu from Citrus. Okay, why? For this self-proclaimed guyru, being gay doesn't actually have to mean a lot of drama. At first, she just rolls with it in pursuit of love and happiness. She faltered for a bit. It became evident that not everyone in Japan finds lesbian relationships appropriate. Still, with a little encouragement from her beloved May, she remembers what's most important and moves on. No, don't actually explain her character.
No, that's not important at all.
Makoto, I don't know anything about this series, so I'll leave it alone.
Me neither.
Yeah,
This one, I'll actually give them points. They actually explain Luca without making me want to rip my fucking hair out. They actually do a decent job explaining Luca. They don't pull this BS that, oh, he's actually a transgender or anything like that. They just explain what he is. I personally believe that Luca is a trap, but some think that he's trans for some reason. So they got one right entry.
Trans this time. I'll actually give them a point for that.
And here we go again.
And then their credibility's gone.
Yep. See how fast that was.
Yep.
Well, welcome to Samsara, guys. They just say right there,
the classic badass cyborg.
She's probably not trans though.
So why the Oh look, Tiziano and Squallow.
Look, they even acknowledge that she's not trans.
Yeah, that's what me and Wolf were saying. And look here, Tiziano and Squallow.
Look,
I guess those two finally decide to come out of the
also,
closet.
look at these things. Am I supposed to take these motherfuckers seriously? If I'm supposed to take it seriously, then I'm gonna have to laugh in your face. You're asking too much of me.
Honestly, no, I don't. Even as a JoJo fan, I don't take these guys seriously, especially when you learn what their stands are.
And I thought the drag queen dude was bad.
No. Honestly, the only thing that makes these two special is that they actually only considerably good, like, gay couple, because, like, yes, they do have some intimate moments, but they don't outright say that they're gay.
Don't know who this is, and I don't care. I'm not gonna lie. When I first saw this list, I thought that they were gonna go there and mention one of the slaves that belonged to the devil. I thought they were gonna go there.
Tokyo Godfathers. I heard this anime movie was actually pretty good. It's basically about 3 hobos that are trying to protect a baby.
Yeah, I heard this one
This
was
is probably
pretty
a good series. The only problem is I haven't seen it, so I can't say too much about it.
No, I don't think it's a series. I think it's a movie.
Yeah, it's a movie.
Ah, here we go. It's a former drag queen. Okay, whatever. I'll let this one go. Why are you cheating? Why are you cheating?
It's not LGBT. The creator said that Haji can be whatever the viewer wants them to be.
So,
well, guess what? The viewers are, when you do that, guess what the viewers are going to do? Oh, they're going to headcanon him as whatever they want.
Yeah.
So the creator is a freaking moron.
I guess the term too much power doesn't apply to the creator.
Once again, what the fuck? Stop mentioning these two.
That is literally a dude in that picture.
Also, I wonder if this irony is not lost on the character. Why would you have that? Your religion literally calls for your demise, you dumb shit.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Again, how many times do we have to go over this? This is not a good couple. They tried to murder their own friends. And they cheat on each other. And this is literally just a guy.
I mean, yeah, again
you wouldn't know that this was a girl if they didn't tell you.
Yep. Looks like a Bishonen.
Once again, I'm gonna go there. when Watashia made gay characters, she went all the way. She didn't fucking half-ass it. She didn't cop out. She just made Kuro a gay character that was still capable, that was still a girl.
Also, hey guys,
What?
side question. If I use my, like, you think anybody would laugh at me if I use, like, my DeviantArt name for future streams?
Use whatever name you want.
Yeah, just fine ask.
I don't know. No, I will not shut up about Watashia because she's a talented writer that actually knows what she's doing. And I'm going to use examples of good writers. Though whoever is responsible for Sailor Moon copped out when writing this character.
Oh yeah, also I just remembered something.
Stereotype that all lesbians are just masculine bull dykes.
Hey guys, I just remembered something. So apparently,
how about this, Malcolm? Shut the fuck up, or I'm gonna ban you.
I just remember that in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, in the same part that Squallow and Tiziano are from, they're not actually the first gay couple in there, or supposed gay couple. In fact, the first gay guys actually died pretty horribly in that same part. Like, basically, one of them got chopped into a million pieces and got put on display in, like, separate picture frames. Well, the second one was so horrified by having to watch this, he basically just choked on his whole gag and suffocated. So I guess deal with that information as you will.
You know what would make me happy? If everyone in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure just died a dark, gruesome death, and that was it.
Actually, that almost happened. Like, not kidding. It actually, had there had been a slight change in part 6, that actually would have been how JoJo's Bizarre Adventure ends, where the villain wins. And then, like, everybody is just fucking dead.
Yeah, I definitely like them to all die in gruesome ways because I'm so sick of JoJo because they're always killing cats and dogs in gruesome ways.
Honestly,
people worship the ground JoJo walks on, but it does cheap shit like that. Oh, let's kill cats and dogs. Let's kill off all the characters.
Well, maybe I'm a sociopath, but I'm kind of numb to it, honestly. Like, it's like when Family Guy does something shocking. It's not tragic or...
But remember what Anime America said. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is the greatest anime of this decade.
Yeah, they're stretching it. I mean, come on. Besides, I mean, we haven't even got to actually considering interesting parts of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure that got animated yet. I mean, a freaking pet mouse died. Are people going to complain about that?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Unless you're one of those small minority of people that actually has mice and rats as pets, which is a thing.
I've only known one, and
I know a Resident Evil YouTuber that actually has a rat as a pet.
I only knew one guy from back in first grade who had pet rats and never saw him again.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know what. Honestly, I don't know what kind of drugs Hidehiko Araki's on, but I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want them. I mean, plus I can't talk shit about JoJo That's literally one of the bases for one of my fanfics. 2 of them, actually.
What the fuck are they on?
What the hell?
I don't even think I want to know.
I want to know what these motherfuckers are on. And once again, here we go again with this guy. And why does he look like Elle's retarded brother?
I can
also look on his face, it's like he's stoned or something.
He probably is.
Yeah. Well, this definitely turned out ironically.
It's hard to say. Rather, we can classify a transdentally different creature, such as an angel, as gay.
So why is he here?
But every second of screen time Kaworu gets with Shinji is rich in homosexual subtext. You know what else has homosexual subtext? You know what else has homosexual subtext? He-Man. And I'm pretty sure most of the homosexual subtext with He-Man was probably unintentional. Naruto and Sasuke have a lot of homosexual subtext.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure those two have probably fucked at some point.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did.
Like, you really think that kid came out of Sakura's pussy?
No.
Let's be real here. We all know what Naruto does with the sexy jutsu in his free time after the war.
Yes.
Yep.
Like, honestly, that would be the most fucking hilarious plot twist ever.
Shinji is head over heels for Kaworu from the second the fourth child looks his way, and Kaworu reciprocates.
And if I don't think this could be considered canon because Shinji ends up with all the girls in a different version.
I don't think they care. Also, this one pisses me off. But not for the reason that you think.
She's not even gay. She's not even bi. She's straight.
This is literally just all it is she's a reverse trap. That's all she is. She's literally just a reverse trap. And her main love interest is one of the male dudes who's in charge of the club. Now, granted, I've only seen like 1 or 2 episodes of Orange High School Host Club, but even then, I know enough about this character to know that this character is literally just a reverse trap.
Yep, and she's straight too.
Yeah.
Damn it, Trickster seen this one. Really wish you can fill us in.
But she identifies as female. Hari.
Some people can't be categorized as a man or a woman. For some people, it's more fluid than that. Yeah, bullshit. She doesn't even look that androgynous. You can still tell that this is a fucking girl.
Yeah.
She doesn't even look that androgynous. This is ridiculous. Haruhi seems to be the perfect example. No, she's not. While she identifies as female, Haruhi has said that she doesn't care what others acknowledge her gender to be. Yeah, guess what? I say the same thing. I don't care whether people see me as a boy or a girl. I even tell them, call me by whatever pronouns you want. I don't care. This is just stupid. This doesn't imply anything LGBT. That's not what her relationship with the people around her are about. Instead, it's about the bonds they share. In general, she doesn't believe gender norms should be so rigid. After all, her father is a cross-dresser too. She even had her first kiss with a girl, and she was fine with it. She's queer, but it's more like she doesn't care one bit. Oh, wow. So, yeah, she's basically the fucking goth kids from South Park. Got it.
Again, she's not queer. She's not lesbian. She's straight.
Also, I could be wrong. I could be mixing it up with a different anime called Princess. But wasn't her first kiss, like, coerced onto her and she hated it? Or was that Princess?
I'm not sure. I've only seen the first episode of this anime.
Same here.
They would say that she's queer or LGBT. It's bullshit. She's not. She's straight.
Oh, wow. Nobody agrees with me. It's lovely that you say that as a person is agreeing with me.
Yeah, one-timer. Ironically not good with timing.
Yep. Also, I don't have a basement, dipshit. You do know that most people don't actually own basements, right?
I think this guy's just
You
trying to
actually
rise
have
out
to
of
be
this.
rich as fuck to have a basement. Most places that have basements are houses that cost you an arm and a leg, genius. Well, we all know what this is about. Oh, I'm a salty little Link fanboy. Really? Is that why I love both Link and Cloud?
Also, who's really salty here? The guy who's just going on about an otherwise unrelated topic, or the other dude who's just spending...
Look at you. You're over here calling me a failed abortion? Really? Look at yourself. This is exactly what I'm talking about with these death battle fantards. Look at them. They will come at me for being quote-unquote hateful. I don't hate death battle.
Also,
Death battle disappoints me from time to time, but I don't hate them. I used to have massive amounts of respect for them, and even on some level, I still do respect them. I don't respect them as versus debaters, but I do respect them as people who know how to ingeniously keep getting views.
Yeah. Also, let me finish. Who's the real loser here? The guys who are just talking about, or just trying to have having an otherwise unrelated conversation, or this one dude in the chat who's trying to who's just trying to take amount of time out of his day just to call somebody salty.
Yeah. If anything, you're the pathetic loser here.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell? And how are you going to tell me that nobody agrees with me, yet I have almost 2,000? I am literally 500 subscribers away from having 2,000 followers. How the fuck are you going to tell me nobody agrees with me? You're just getting everything wrong. Like, honestly, go away, or I swear to God, we'll spend the rest of this stream roasting the fuck out of you, and I will give my fans full reins to say whatever the fuck they want. Even my roommate's cat is telling you to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Yep. Sounds like he's the salty fanboy because you didn't kiss his precious death battle's ass.
Yeah, you really shouldn't be going around calling people a failed abortion, fucktard.
Also, Zikuri, however you pronounce your fucking name.
Yeah, you have a gay name, by the way. Your name is
him.
gay as fuck.
Again. And he's right, though, huh? Sorry, but I don't think your boyfriend was asking you to defend him.
Yeah. Go lick your boyfriend's asshole or something. Just go do something better with your time. Shouldn't you be licking your boyfriend's asshole? It's very rude to ignore your lover, you know?
Exactly. I mean, come on, don't keep one-timer waiting.
Yeah. Like, come on. In these uncertain times, nobody can get toilet paper. Your boyfriend needs you now more than ever. If you catch my drift, which you probably don't because you're probably 14 years old.
Yeah.
As our most dead.
I think I know what's going on here. For some reason, Malcolm seems to be friendly with these guys. I think Malcolm just sent these guys to be dick bags.
Yeah, probably.
That's all Malcolm does. He just causes trouble.
Yep. And in fact, at this point, if you both don't like fuck off, I have no problem letting my mods, because I may not ban you or delete your comments, but that doesn't mean I'm going to stop my mods from doing it. Or once again, I'll just give my fans free reins to roast the hell out of you. Some of my fans can get pretty vicious too, so I wouldn't tempt fate if I were you. And Malcolm, if you did send them here, how much of a petty loser you are. Again, these are the people that are over here like, oh, you send your fans to attack Death Battle. How many times have I actively discouraged my fan base from don't go comment on their videos? Don't go downvote them. That's what they want. I actively discourage them from doing that. Even with that whole Raven situation, I didn't tell my fans to go do what they did. They did so of their own free will. Anyway, moving on. And here we go again with these two. Why? Okay, I get it. People really like Yuri on Ice. They're probably good characters, but come on.
Again, it's SJW.
Oh boy, here we go again. This is not okay. You are not allowed to lick pussy, okay? Stop it. This one, again, we got more gay characters from Card Caber Soccer, and stop cheating by putting multiple things from the same.
Should only be one per franchise.
Yeah.
And that's how the rules
usually these lists work that way, where you usually pick one from a franchise. Unless you're specifying something from like that specific franchise.
Yeah, because I remember the top 10 anime waifus, and there were like 5 characters from a comic got killed.
Okay.
On there.
Look at this thing.
What the hell is that?
They're from Gurren Lagann.
Yeah, but even knowing that show's art style, I wouldn't expect this.
This is terrible.
But they're definitely a flamboyantly gay character, though. Not really.
This doesn't even look like a flamboyantly gay character to me. I don't know what this looks like. But it's not a flamboyantly gay character.
I mean, they're not really a horrible character. He's not really a horrible character because he actually is a very useful ally to the team. But
he probably is. Again, I haven't seen Gurren Lagann. I'm just mostly commenting on his ridiculous appearance.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure this guy's actually pretty cool. It's just that design, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
God,
look at this character design.
That is some dead-ass eyes.
What the fuck is this character design? I know this was made in the 90s, but I swear to God, I've seen better animation than this from the same era.
Sailor Moon looks better than this.
I mean, at least Sailor Moon doesn't have those. I mean, at least Sailor Moon doesn't have those freaking dead eyes.
Fist of the North Star looks better than this, and I think Fist of the North Star is so old. There's a Fist of the North Star game on NES. That's how old that shit is, and that looks better. Also, funny how Fist of the North Star is able to do what JoJo's Bizarre Adventure clearly wants to do without looking gay as fuck.
Yeah,
just putting that out there. Kenshiro is immensely less homoerotic than fucking Jotaro.
Again, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure had a 90s anime. That looks better than this.
Yeah. Like Jotaro looks like he's gonna fucking jump ass first onto Kenshiro's finger. Like fucking you know why Kenny Omega is so gay? Because he watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and now that's why he's going around fingering people's asses in WWE. Thanks, Dio. You ruin everything.
You know, it sucks for you. Who Dio doesn't die easily. Even managed to worm his way into an alternate universe.
Why is it that they're mentioning Sailor Uranus in a completely unrelated part of the article? Sailor Uranus is hardly the only powerful butch lesbian icon. You do realize that butch lesbian is an insult, right?
Yeah.
You do know that. People would use terms like butch lesbian back then as a way to demean lesbians.
Yep. Lesbians I know hate that word.
Exactly. Go up to an actual lesbian and say that, you'll probably get the shit beaten out of you because these lesbians not only have anger problems, but oftentimes they actually work out. I dare you to. Oh. Get this thing out of here. Go throw it on a sword or something. Actually, go, please go fucking shoot yourself, Homura. The series would be better off if you did that from the very beginning.
Oh wait, she already did that.
Ha! But you should have done it from the very beginning. Would have saved Madoka a lot of time and strife if she just never showed up.
Yep.
Because Homura showing up didn't change anything. So why even bother? Just shoot yourself and be done with it. And then this one is fine, I guess. Whatever. Although I don't know too much about this series.
Yeah, it's fine. I hear that actually is a well-written anime and manga.
Yep.
Mm.
Related posts. 25 iconic black anime characters. Yep, we know where this is going.
Oh, yes.
How much you want to bet they would put characters on here that probably aren't even black, but just have some sort of dark skin or tan?
Yep.
Yeah, I take that bet.
Imagine it's going to be 90% of that list.
Yeah. I'm tempted to check it out, but I'm worried it might be unrelated, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe some other time.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Huh?
I don't get it.
He's probably just trolling too. He's probably just trying to fuck with those other guys.
That's possible.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention because I was too busy reading the thing. Five LGBTQ plus characters in anime proudly representing.
Oh. So.
Honey's anime. Oh dear. And I'm pretty sure this is exactly who I think it is.
Yep, it's Crimvel from Interspecies or Visitors.
Again, all just because it's an intersex character. Also, I thought this anime was bad. Why are they talking about it? Unless this isn't like an SJW site, which, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
The fuck is this?
What the hell?
I've actually seen Carol in the Tuesday. Carol and Tuesday actually also has a shitty, deranged lesbian character that tries to kill one of the main characters. And here we go again. Also, why does this dude look like Guts? I am not okay with that. Oh, fuck. This is not going to go well. There is so much controversy about whether this character is trans or not. There's people on one side that say this is a trans character, and there's people on the other side that say it's just a trap character. Fuck. Okay.
So I guess we know this one's damage.
She is not trans though, and I've looked up evidence on this. There are plenty of people that have provided solid arguments for why this character isn't trans, and the people that do think she's trans can only provide one argument. Well, she died because she had facial hair. Well, first off, women can grow facial hair, you know.
Yeah.
Like, that's nothing new. Second off, it's like, but here's the thing. I believe it was Unknown Otaku that pointed this out, that the character was already under a lot of stress and pressure because, you know, they were an idol. And they were very obsessed with being as cute as possible because idols have to be cute, right? So since they were on a lot of pressure, it's quite possible that the idea of growing facial hair would make her look less cute, because facial hair does make you look less cute, and that could have easily led to a fucking heart attack and death. It doesn't have to necessarily be gender dysphoria. There's plenty of people that provide arguments for this character not being trans. I don't even think this character is canonically trans. I think it's just people that headcanon this character is trans. Unless there's something I missed from the author, but I don't even think this character is even trans. At least not from what I can find.
It's the same people that headcanon Astolfo and Mordred is trans.
Exactly. Anime Zodiac. And I don't know who this is.
Nope. I've never even heard of this anime.
Don't know anything about it.
It didn't do anything.
Oh, it's like a whole separate list or some crap.
Oh, yeah. Anime that a Scorpio would watch.
And of course, what the hell is all this stuff? I know there's like zodiac signs. What does it have to do with watching anime?
Yeah, like...
Because I don't know. It's like a little thing.
Yeah.
And okay, so here's my zodiac sign. Anime that a Pisces would watch. Okay, let's see. I'll put that to the test.
Only if you get to mine. Mine next.
I've never seen Anohana.
I've heard about it.
I don't know what this is either.
I've heard about it. I heard it's pretty good.
Don't know what this is.
Nope, never heard of it.
Okay, we're not off to a good start.
Why?
No.
Why can't I escape you?
Oh my god. This is a bad...
I swear to God, if Marie was my real life crazy ex that I can't escape from, then Sword Art Online is the anime equivalent to that. I dumped Sword Art Online, and now I can't escape it.
Honestly, Kimi, now I'm kind of terrified.
First off, the rant was not 1 hour. Once again, good job being fucking factual on that. Also, how many times do I have to explain this? I wasn't salty. And again, I explained quite clearly that my issue here is not that a fictional character lost. My issue is Death Battle lying and being dishonest. That's my problem. I mentioned plenty of other matchups that I was consistently upset over because they did characters dirty. I was equally as upset about them doing Scout dirty, Ichigo dirty, etc., etc., etc. Hell, they did Miles real fucking dirty by putting him against Static Shock. What the hell is Miles supposed to do against Static Shock? You can't do anything to him.
No.
Oh, really? Okay, that sounds like a challenge to me. Okay.
Do your worst, Tool.
There. They're in timeout. What now, bitch? Anyone else want some? Next time, you're going to eat this ban, too.
Loser.
I can literally make anyone a moderator at any point. But he's not right. He literally hasn't gotten anything factually correct. Everything he said can be easily debunked.
Like, what point did he even have? Like, he just
all he's doing is just saying, oh, you're salty. You promoted piracy. Guess what? I don't see piracy as a bad thing. And guess what? I'm not alone.
Also, I'm willing to bet he himself probably used piracy to watch anime.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I always have this saying that it's those that preach the most that are usually the most guilty.
Yeah.
And again,
Yeah.
I say also, I don't know how many times I have to explain this. My rant videos are not to be taken seriously. They are for entertainment purposes. If you want me to be serious, wait for my reviews. Wait for my video essays. Wait for my top 10 lists. That's where I'm serious. When I make a rant video, it is literally me giving an intentionally hyperbolic response. Compare how I am in my reviews to how I am in my rant videos. There is a clear night and day difference. Also, it has been proven countless times before that piracy is not bad. Piracy is a good thing. Piracy helps. Think about all the anime that would have been fucked if there weren't websites to pirate them. There are plenty of anime out there that benefit from piracy. Like, for example, do you know how many anime that never get released to the West, but likely get expansions into the West because of websites like Kiss Anime and whatnot? I didn't ban him. I just said if he keeps spamming, he'll eat a ban, because spamming, first off, spamming is against YouTube's terms of service, first of all.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to spam. I hope you realize that. You're going against YouTube's terms of service.
Yeah. So you play stupid games, get stupid prizes.
They're the one that told me to stop them. They asked for it.
Yes. Play stupid games, you earn stupid prizes.
Yeah. Stop acting like children. You want to accuse me of being salty? Look at you. Look at you, you infantile little children.
And look, now he's telling you to go ahead and stop him.
Okay. Fine by me.
Hey.
Get the fuck out. You asked for it. I'm not being a dick. You're the one who told me to do it. And piracy is absolutely a good thing. I'll probably try to set this up for a podcast someday, because I do want to have this discussion someday about how piracy is good. It absolutely helps. First off, I've said this before, I'll say it again. Every anime that I have ever pirated, I own on DVD. Funny how that works out. If piracy is so bad, why do I own every anime I've ever pirated on DVD? Kodomo no Jiken, Another, Bleach, A Certain Magical Index. I can keep going. I own pretty much every anime I've ever pirated, with the exceptions of the ones I did not like. Because of course I'm not going to buy something I didn't like.
Also, they're saying that you put them on timeout because they're telling the truth. Put them on timeout because they're
telling the truth. Everything they've said can be easily debunked.
Yes, like they tell us nothing.
Yeah.
Like,
and they
They're
started
literally just talking trash. They're doing what they're accusing me of doing the death battle. And again, you're the ones taking a rant video seriously. These are the type of people that would probably go into an AV. These are probably the type of people that would go into like an AVGN comment section and think that he actually has like anger problems or something.
These are the guys that started shit when they called you a failed abortion.
Yeah, so who's really to blame here?
I could literally report them to YouTube for that. Because that's basically saying that I was a failed murder. You do know that, right?
Yes. Oh, really, Robert Patterson? What was his point? Go on and explain.
Pirating games? I would have to say, yeah. Because guess what? I have pirated 2 games, and guess what? I bought them. I pirated a game called AI Shoujo. I bought it on Steam. I pirated Koyakatsu Party. I have it on Steam, and I also have the $50 DLC on my wish list that I'm probably gonna buy. Buy someday if somebody doesn't buy it for me. Same with video games. Every video game I've ever pirated, I've bought. Do I sound like I'm about to cry? I am literally roasting you. Okay? I don't take you seriously. At this point, the only reason why I'm even bothering to respond to you is because your dumbass responses are entertaining.
Yes, like you're doing the opposite effect, pal. You're honestly making me want to laugh.
Exactly. Oh, Link lost. Are you going to cry? No. Because first off, I don't take death battle seriously. Second off, how many times I'd say this? My problem is not that Link lost. If Link legitimately lost and there was no shenanigans, I would have been like, fine, whatever. But that's not the issue here. The issue is death battle was dishonest. It's really that simple. They lowballed Link. They did him dirty. They were dishonest by saying we're going to use a composite Link, but they only picked and chose what was convenient for their result. Like, why are you taking time out of your life to spam my live chat? You want to accuse me of not having a life? Then what do you call this?
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, either you see your own life as being completely worthless, or you have none whatsoever. Or you are, and yet you have the audacity to call this guy.
Have you ever heard of projection?
Like seriously.
Also, I haven't banned anyone.
Yes.
Nobody has been banned yet.
If it's put on timed out, that's a there's a difference.
Yeah, and again.
Yeah, I literally just put them in timeout, you moron.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying this to be a salty dick. No, you are actually an idiot.
Yes. You are. I mean, seriously.
You do not comprehend things.
Well, who cares?
Well,
clearly.
You're right. I don't care if Link loses. That's not my problem.
Well, apparently you...
What don't you understand? I don't give a shit if Link loses. I even said, oh my god, okay.
Also...
Did you not see my video where I actually defended the first Link versus Cloud when everyone else was bitching about it? I defended it.
Also, here's a little something, Bob.
First off, you are straw-manning so fucking hard. Who the hell said that Link losing affects Nintendo? Nobody said that. Stop being a walking straw man. This is embarrassing. When did I ever say that, oh no, the sales of Nintendo games are going to be affected by this? No.
Never said that.
I mean, seriously.
You are out of your mind.
Also,
all you're doing is making Death Battle's audience look like a bunch of idiots.
He already did, because I think he's basically confusing the rant video For the actual 1 hour video regarding
first
the
off, all
backlash.
the 1 hour video was it was a stream where I was just addressing the backlash because there was some misconceptions about the video that I wanted to clear up. Stop being so biased. Why don't you actually listen? Seriously. Stop being a closed-minded person, Robert. Actually listen to what I have to say.
He's not going to, because apparently this... I'm going to say it. You're fucking worthless, Robert. Or you have clearly no ambitions in your life. You have nothing better to do with your time. You are worth nothing.
Yeah.
And
Seriously, Robert, I've gotten criminals locked behind bars. I've saved people's lives. What are you doing with your life?
apparently now he's bringing up irrelevant information.
I literally volunteered to clean up debris after the infamous Black Forest fire that devastated the area. I was one of the people that was help picking up debris. I was doing all kinds of volunteer work. I had to help move a fucking tree, a literal tree. I had to help move it. What do you do with your life? Sit around on your keyboard angrily typing because you take somebody's opinion on Death Battle way too seriously?
Also, yeah, here's something I did. I've been to the Great Wall of China. I've been to college. Which I have a job.
I think this person might be insane or just a bot, because they literally keep saying, are you going to cry about it? Do I sound like I'm about to cry? Again, you're the one being roasted here, kid.
Yeah. You're a punchline.
Seriously. We are literally only responding to you because you have been proving my point that I've been saying for the longest time, that Death Battle fans are absolutely fucking brainless.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, this guy's gotta be a bot. He's literally just repeating the same thing over and over again.
You're a fucking bot. Go away. And how is this not the behavior? Let's assume this is a real person. How is this not the behavior of a bully? You literally sound like a cliche stock bully. Oh, you gonna cry? You gonna cry? No, I'm not gonna cry because I'm not an emotionally fragile millennial.
Unlike you.
I'm in tune with my emotions. I control my emotions. It's that simple.
This guy's...
So, yeah. And in fact, go away.
Yeah.
Moving on. Okay. Once again, another anime I've never seen.
Never seen it.
Wow.
Well, that was...
epic failure. Here's another one. Top 10 female Pisces anime characters. Okay, that was a total waste of time.
Why does it even matter what zodiac signs they are?
I have no clue.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I remembered.
Oh, yeah. If I can't roast, then explain my successful roasting series. Just saying. Every time I make a roasting stream or video, it gets a bunch of views. It gets a bunch of likes.
What the fuck? Robert was still able to comment after being blocked.
Because he wasn't blocked.
But yeah, but...
But if he keeps it up, I will block him. If not, just because it'll piss him off. I mean, if he's going to be petty, I can be petty.
Oh, look. Zickery, or whatever his name is, back. Oh, you can't roast? Well, neither can you, pal.
Yeah, you can't roast either. All you can do is literally say over and over again, "Are you salty? Are you salty? Are you salty?" Or call someone a clown. Wow. Oh, how original you must be.
Oh, you want us to stop? Oh, you're gonna call you an idiot? Guess what? We already did. What are you gonna do about it?
Yeah, you can't do shit.
Also, this guy isn't a clown during the entire circus.
Yep.
Yes. No, we're not sad. Honestly, you're pretty sad.
Do we sound what part of we are laughing at you do you not understand? What part don't you understand about that? Are you like deaf or something? Do I need to put on subtitles for you?
Wait, he probably can't even read.
Well, he doesn't have anything to read though.
Also, I love that this guy thinks that he's so smart, and yet in his icon we can clearly see where a picture of glasses.
Once again, this cannot be fact-checked, and wow, such an original insult, a basement dweller. I've never heard that before.
And look, repeating.
And no,
repeating.
I'm not sad that Link lost. When are you going to understand that? Do I need to paint you a picture? Like, again, I don't know how many times I have to explain this. What part of I like both Link and Cloud do you not understand? I'm a Final Fantasy fan. I'm a Legend of Zelda fan. I even said multiple times, under normal circumstances, I would not care about the results. You know why? Because I didn't care about the results of the first time. You moron.
Yeah, I'm starting to think this idiot is a bot, too.
Oh, it's clearly a bot, so bye.
And yes, I am not afraid to call people worthless. Yes. You may call me evil, you may call me a bully, but I'm just going to say it for what it is.
Yeah, the irony is not lost on me that these Death Battle fans, in order to prove that I'm a harassing bully, they harass and bully me.
Yeah. I mean, still, sometimes, if I'm going to be honest, Kimi, sometimes I think I'm too nice.
Yep.
Yeah, these people are too stupid to have any self-awareness.
Exactly. Oh, hey, look, here's one we can actually affect.
Oh, a poll. Wow,
Interesting.
things just got more interesting.
I have the link right here.
And already we're not at a good start.
Well, let's see. Who's your favorite LGBT character?
Nobody.
Choose one or more answers. Okay.
And
I'm pretty sure they're all going to be overrated characters, most likely. Well, let's see.
see anything for Astolfo.
They probably won't even have Astolfo on here. Why does nobody ever mention Astolfo? That genuinely bothers me.
Well, the same tools that don't mention Astolfo are also the same one that think he's non-binary.
Yeah, but they can't even be consistent with their own logic because they'll talk about how much of a trans or non-binary icon Astolfo is, but they'll never mention him in any of these list thingies.
Anyway, I'm gonna try and see if I can actually vote.
Oh yeah, you can. As long as you have the link, you should be fine. Yeah, just all these overrated characters. What the fuck? Why?
Because some of them aren't even LGBT, like Haruhi.
Yeah, what the fuck is this?
Let's see.
I'll vote for this, if not just to spite the SJWs.
Which one?
Hopefully I won't have to make an account just to vote.
Yeah, let's see. I'm going to vote. Let's see here. The fuck?
But again, why won't these people ever mention actual good gay characters? Why can they only suggest the same 10 or 20 characters over and over and over and over and over again? Do these people not know that there's more gay characters than that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Probably.
I've ever told you the definition of insanity.
Well, clearly these people do not know.
Come on, Wolf. I already made that joke. Just give me this once. Also, I voted for Dio because fuck everyone.
Yeah, most of those characters suck.
Actually, unknown otaku gamer Araki himself has confirmed Dio to be bisexual. Also, yes.
Also, let's be
the other
honest,
segment-
everyone in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is gay and or homoerotic. There is no way around it.
Also, I'd like to point out Giorno Giovanna is both Dio and Jonathan's biological son.
Mhm.
So yes, technically okay, I'm not going to be able to say this without laughing. I mean, honestly, it's a bit ironic. Right now, I'm actually reading part 6 of JoJo because that's the part that every fans hate.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is working.
His website's probably broken.
Possibly. No, it's not good for him because that means he's going to get a big one up the ass, which he probably would scream about.
Yes. And again, it'd be ironic because he'd be getting one up the ass. Well, it'd be up Jonathan's ass. Because that was like the whole thing. He grafted his severed head onto Jonathan's body.
Jotaro would probably bend him over like a prison daddy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Like.
Okay. Oh, could not connect to the reCAPTCHA service.
Well, if it's any consolation, Kimi, I casted my vote already.
Oh well. It's probably not going to matter anyway.
Yes. Unknown Otaku, you did hear me right. Giorno Giovanna was born from 2 men. Take that information as you will.
Yeah, that is impossible. I don't think I need to explain that that's impossible.
Yeah. I mean, it is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, so obviously things are going to defy logic.
Oh, wow. I said I was going to attack their views, and guess what? Nothing happened. You know why? Because I was not being serious. It is an over-the-top video. People like a good spectacle. Do you actually think that I'm dumb enough to believe that I could actually affect a channel the size of Death Battle in any meaningful way? Why are you taking a rant video so seriously? Like, this is what I was talking about with the leader of Cartoon Fight Club. Even if I put a disclaimer, even if I put disclaimers, these people will not listen.
Yeah, of course. See,
like, oh no, I said I'd hit them in their view count. Guess what? Was their view count affected? No.
No. Like, the Earth will still keep rotating regardless.
Yeah.
People are Honestly, these people are just so annoying.
They take it. These are the type of people that take everything literally.
Also,
These are the type of people that would watch an anime and then immediately think they could go do it, and then their soccer moms would get mad and blame said anime for their poor kid getting hurt.
right.
Yeah.
Also, thank you, Unknown Otaku. You actually reminded me of a meme I saw where, like, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is the only series I'll make you say, thank God the Nazis are here.
Lol.
Oh my God! But Malcolm saying that you threatened their fans.
When?
The fuck? Okay. No, I did not threaten the fans. What the fuck? When have I ever done that? If anything, all I've ever said about the fans is they can be a little bit stupid and sheep-like at times. And even then, not all of them are like that. Why would I attack and threaten the fans? What the fuck?
That makes no sense.
I swear to God, these people are actually crazy.
Yeah.
Like, forget you don't need meds. You need to go to a hospital.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I just remembered another interesting JoJo Bizarre Adventure fact that you both might find vaguely interesting.
What would be
or
that?
incredibly gross. Apparently, the current part, because yes, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is still going with its longest manga part ever. The main character has 4 testicles.
What the fuck is wrong with JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? And people wonder why I'm not interested in it.
4 testicles. That's shit that Family Guy would do.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Or South Park.
I think Family Guy already did a joke that was in a similar vein where, like, Peter got himself 2 dicks.
Yep. That was an episode. That's the episode where Brian gets a tumor and becomes stupid. But yeah. So I'm not sure how much more longer I'll keep the stream going for. I'll have to definitely think about that. Because I do want to make sure I give myself a little bit of time to do some editing later tonight.
Yeah, I think it's about time for me to stop too because my mom bitching me out about the noise.
Okay. And this is why I don't live with my parents or any family members for that matter.
Well,
it's like the lonely old widow from that cutaway in Family Guy.
For someone who doesn't give a damn about versus debating, you really give a shit about Death Battle, apparently.
yeah. And if you're
you usually spend your days watching things that you don't care about.
Yeah. I mean, also, if you're leaving reviews on a guy and commentary on a guy's streams who talks about versus debates, I think that really tells me you actually really, really care about versus debates.
Yeah, if you don't give a damn about versus debating, then what the hell are you doing here on a YouTube channel that mostly talks about versus debating? Yeah, I don't consider myself a versus channel, an anime channel, or anything like that. I consider myself a variety channel, but I am mostly well known for my versus content, so I don't even know what the hell you're even doing watching my videos.
Well, their spectacle is terrible. And their jokes are awful.
Honestly, their jokes make me want to die.
Yeah.
Like,
Death Battle is not good at writing jokes, like, at all. And their spectacle is very lame. They can take something as awesome as Darkseid versus Thanos and make it suck.
Yeah. Exactly. Also, I mean, say what you guys want about Free Topics Gamer, Rain 9 Free 2, and Winter Ghost. At least those guys don't prioritize jokes. I mean, if you want to get straight to the point, they will.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to use jokes in a joke death battle, that's fine. But when you do jokes at every episode, it gets kind of annoying. Especially when death battle, more times than not, like I say in my reviews, they bring their jokes they bring the episode to a screeching halt just to tell a joke most of the time. That's the worst way to do humor.
Yeah,
when
like
everything has to come to a stop just for the joke.
Yeah, it's like
That's
the
how
fucking
humor works.
like Link smashing pot jokes in the more recent Link versus Cloud video.
Yeah, that was so stupid. Like Link just starts smashing pots for no reason. Why? Like, did they really think that that was funny? It just makes Link look. It just makes Link look special needs.
Yeah, I had to skip that.
Yeah, that was dumb.
Ugh.
Also, I don't know what is up with this, but ever since I randomly did that video I randomly covered that Biffweed video, every single one of his fans thinks that I'm out to get him, thinks that I hate him, and thinks that I attack him. Literally all just because I covered one of his videos that was picked at random. I didn't even know who the hell the guy was. I was just picking through a random list of death battle suggestion videos, and I just picked his.
I guess some people don't really seem to understand things just kind of happen by chance.
Yeah. It was literally just random chance. And I wasn't even mean to the guy or anything. All I did was talk about his matchups, and that was that. I don't hate the guy. I never said I did hate the guy. I have nothing against him. I don't know too much about him, nor do I care. He's just some guy who made a video that I covered that I'm probably going to forget.
Then again, these are the same people who consider disagreement harassment.
Oh, but of course.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I think the only time I've seen like jokes works in the diverse debate was from the Reigns April Fool's fights, where basically he supposedly covered like reboots Devil May Cry Virgil versus Cinder from Ruby, and he supposedly did the whole thing while he was drunk.
Well, clearly, because you would have to be drunk to think that that matchup you have to be drunk to think that any Ruby matchup makes sense.
Yeah, but this was, I guess in a way, this was kind of personal because supposedly Cinder's that one character not even Ruby fans like.
Yeah, I don't know why everybody is so obsessed with seeing Cinder on Death Battle. She sucks. Just like all the other Ruby characters.
Mm-hmm.
She's just a bitch who can manipulate fire. Who cares? She's an Azula wannabe.
Yeah,
I want to bet when they wrote Cinder, they were probably watching Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yeah.
Also, side note, her voice actor is Jessica Negri. And she can't voice act to save her life.
I remember Jim Sterling making a joke about Jessica Negri.
Yeah. No, I know that she's like good friends with Joey.
Oh yeah. Well, to answer your question, Otaku, it was a YouTuber I like to watch named Rain932. Except since it's an April Fool's joke, he named the video Cindy versus Steve when it's actually just Virgil versus Cinder.
Yeah, I don't know why.
So basically like the whole video is just played out like it's a shit post. Although, and I shouldn't point fingers, he did follow it up with an actual serious video, which was classic Virgil versus Raven. Which, surprise, surprise, Raven got fucking destroyed.
Ha.
Right, so I don't see the point. Hell, Winter Ghost pretty much proved that Raven couldn't even beat Devil May Cry 4 Nero.
Mm-hmm. In fact, these Death Battle fans, they always say they watch Death Battle for the fights and the spectacle. Once I can get Blood Royale going,
I'll show these guys the meaning of spectacle because I actually am going to make an effort to actually make cinematic fights with actual spectacle. For example, last night, me and my research partner, we finished up the results for Lucy versus Shiro. Obviously, we're not going to say who won, but we concluded our report last night. And I was talking to him about some of the ideas that I had for the fight, and ooh, I have some really cool stuff in mind.
So I see. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Unknown Otaku, honestly, no. I think Reboot Virgil actually lost against Cinder. Or because...
Well, now I forever hate Virgil.
Well, again, this is Reboot Virgil, though. Like, if it were actually, like, classic
But
Virgil...
still,
Cinder would be
reboot Virgil is fucking Gandalf compared to any Ruby character.
Like, essentially, in fact, that's probably why Rain made this fight to begin with, because even by the terms of their own universes, they were both fodder.
Mm-hmm.
Or, like, basically, as Rain himself said, Cinder lost the freaking Yamcha of Ruby.
Lol. And again, I always tell this, and I'm going to make this video someday once I get the script finished, of the weakest universes, because Ruby is pathetically weak.
Yeah, I'd say the only one that's weaker is Dead or Alive.
Yeah, but Dead or Alive's kind of by virtue that it mostly consists of regular humans.
Yeah.
And so we're actually supposed to be genuinely impressed with Ruby.
Yep, and it's bad. Like, really bad.
What a random number.
You seem
oh,
to
come on, Malcolm. Only 2023? Why not 2044 or something ridiculous? How do you know? Maybe it might not. Maybe it'll be 2025.
Well, here's the thing, Malcolm. In order to make something good, it takes time.
Yeah. I know you will never get this vibe from Death Battle, but things take time.
Yes.
You can't just rush these things, especially because keep in mind, Death Battle has a crew. I'm working on building a crew, and right now it's very small. If I had the type of crew Death Battle had, yeah, I could probably get these out a little bit faster. But consider that I'm doing a lot of the work. Yeah, I do have some research partners, and they help me out a lot. But I'm doing a lot of the work myself.
Yeah.
I don't have a writing team like Death Battle does. I don't have a research team like Death Battle does. I don't have an animation team like Death Battle does. Even Cartoon Fight Club has a crew. Even he does.
Yep. And that's why there's no quality to these Death Battle videos at all, because they shit them out in less than 2 weeks.
Exactly. If I had the type of budget and resources Death Battle had, oh, I would be putting out some epic shit.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
If I had the budget for it, I'd make some versus movies, like some straight up movies.
Yeah, like I'm actually I'm comparing this to GTA. And GTA makes such good games because it takes many years for them to develop. GTA 5 had been in development since 2009.
Yep, we're not going to see GTA 6 anytime soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be like if they brought out a new game every year or every 2 weeks. It wouldn't be very good, would it?
Yeah.
Nope.
Let's see here. I'm trying to think what else. Okay, Unknown Otaku has a question, but I think I have an answer for it. So he's asking if the Apple of Eden from Assassin's Creed, like if Link could resist it. Honestly,
Okay,
no,
so once again, similar to what Ghost was asking, can Link resist mental manipulation? I believe he can.
yeah, plus I think Link would just fucking like destroy whatever assassin or Templar was using the apple before it could even get to his brain.
Also, the Assassin's Creed stuff takes place in a, digital world, basically Sword Art Online shit. Nothing the Templars do is real.
Well, yes and no. Basically, the point of the simulation was to recreate events that had happened in the past. That's because the war is still going on, and the Assassins and Templars are trying to see how they can get an edge over each other.
They're still glorified simulations.
Well, I'm not going to deny that, even as an AC fan.
Yeah, everything Link does is real. Link would just walk in and see them in their stupid machine and be like, oh, okay, bye.
Yeah. But, which is kind of a shame, really, because, I'm not going to lie, the modern day stuff is pretty fucking boring. I really wish that some of these Assassin's Creed games actually took place in the past, and we're not just...
Why is it so hard to have these Assassin's Creed games just take place
because...
the real world? Like, you mean to tell me you can't just have them be in the past?
Well, again, because the whole point was because this war is never ending, and it's continuing into the modern day. But even then, I don't really see it as a viable excuse, especially when, like, Valhalla is trying to justify the supposed existence of literal gods. I
mean, I'll admit, I don't know too much about Assassin's Creed. I never got super into the series. I never understood the appeal. And the first Assassin's Creed in particular is one of the most boring games I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, again, that really just kind of depends on the game itself, though. Like, it has its stronger games and it has its lesser games. I think I remember, like, seeing a meme where, like, the Assassin's Creed game ripped off Saw. Because in that first scene where, like, Tap and Song catch up to John, we see him wearing a cloak and he has a hidden blade that he strikes Tap with. And of course,
it was really awesome. I wish Jigsaw did that more often. I wish he always had that hidden blade with him because that was really cool.
Yeah, like, and it gets even funnier when you realize that Saw came out like a solid, trying to think, like maybe, I would count maybe 3 years or so before the first Assassin's Creed game.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was definitely a badass moment. Like, it did somewhat make a comeback in Dead by Daylight, but that's now a tool that's being used by Amanda.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know why when they finally bring the Jigsaw Killer into the game, why they chose Amanda of all of them. Like, why not Hoffman? Or, I don't know, how about why not John Kramer himself?
Or why not... I was going to say Gordon, but I think he has probably the better morals.
Possibly. Admittedly, we still don't know too much about what's going on with Gordon. Hopefully we can get more info about what's been going on with him.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense that the entity would choose Amanda because, again, she's the one who would always rig the traps. And chances are, if you're going to want some human sacrifices, you'd probably want the one killer who's going to be willing to make the most.
But what about Hoffman? That guy straight up went on a rampage.
I don't know. I'm just going to assume they didn't use Hoffman because he didn't wear a pig mask or something.
He wore a pig mask.
Wait, did he?
Yes, he did several times, actually. All of them wore the pig masks. It's a part of the uniform.
Well, again, I'm only getting started on my binge. I need a lot of recapping.
Yeah. Hell, Hoffman in one of the movies created a fucking trap with a sentry gun.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Well, I'm gonna go for now.
That's cool.
All right.
I'll see you guys later.
All right, see you, Wolf. But yeah, I will admit, overall, man, it's a weird choice. I would definitely love to see. I mean, I think it's.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm against it. I mean, Amanda is a fan favorite, but it just seems so random to me to just pick Amanda out of all of them, rather than John Kramer himself.
Yeah, because that's kind of what I thought was so cool. Like, and what made the Jigsaw Killer a more surprising twist, that the man can move and yet he has only like days left to live.
Yep.
Yeah, if, like he was committed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's kind of the one thing I noticed about Dead by Daylight. They mostly just go off of fan favorites.
Dead by Daylight is one of the most disappointing games of all time. It's a brilliant concept, and it's fucking wasted.
Yeah. I mean, especially since it basically went the Mortal Kombat route and relied more heavily on licensed characters than their own originality.
Yeah, and pretty much all the characters you actually want are locked behind DLC.
Exactly.
That's bullshit. I tried to play that game. I couldn't get into it. When you're playing as the victims, it fucking sucks. And when you're playing as the killer, it's not that much better. And the killers are not balanced. Cough, cough, pyramid head.
Yeah.
It's infuriating. It's just such a bad game. It could have been fine if the gameplay was better balanced. Also, it'd be really great if the victims could fucking fight back.
Yeah, like you got Ash Williams, but he can't do shit.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell? Why
not have any kind of survival horror elements? I'm sick and tired of this bullshit that the only way you can make a game scary is by disarming people. Let the characters, just like in the Friday the 13th game, because that's clearly what Dead by Daylight's trying to be. In the Friday the 13th game, you could get weapons. You could fight off Jason to an extent.
Right.
Yeah, you couldn't kill Jason, but you could fend him off with weapons and other such things.
And I could be wrong, since the only gameplay we've seen, but I think now just now we're getting survivors with guns. Since of course in the Resident Evil chapter we'll be playing as Jill and Leon.
Well, that should have been there from the very beginning. Why don't the victims have access to weapons? Put weapons around the area and allow people to be resourceful, like a horror movie character.
In fact, why not use the killer's weapons against them? Especially since in the victims' hiding spaces is also the same place where the killers restock their weapons.
Yeah, it makes no sense. It's just such a fucking mess. That game could have been something great. It really should have been something great, and they fucked it up by having subpar gameplay.
Yeah.
It's infuriating to just run around like a jackass, inevitably get caught by the killer, tossed on that hook, getting off, and then dying instantly.
Yeah. It's
just so boring. And again, playing as the killer isn't that much more fun either.
Yeah. Which is kind of stupid because that's when you should be feeling the most powerful.
Yep. Rather I was playing as the killer or the victims, I was equally bored out of my mind. And the fact that I couldn't play as any of the characters I wanted to play as only made me more angry. So I said, fuck this.
Yeah. Oh. Jesus.
It's so frustrating.
Yeah, I really want to like this game. I mean, I'm
a horror fanatic. It should have been a dream come true.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I want to say for at least some of the original killers, their lore is somewhat interesting, but then we just have this one dude who's just a psychotic K-pop star.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the killers you start out with are nobodies. They're just literally generic killers.
And literally the only considerably interesting killers are the ones that you have to pay the DLC for.
Yeah, it's so fucking manipulative to get money out of you.
It's like, I mean, I know the old saying, you're not going to get it right the first time. Well, guess what? You can the second. Don't even just make this DLC, just make it an update.
Seriously. Like, why is it that nobody
can make, outside of Smash Bros, why can nobody make a worthy crossover game? Why? Why is this so fucking difficult? Don't get me started on Jump Force, which was a fucking disaster.
I have no idea. Yeah.
Like, what? Why is it so difficult? Just have some solid gameplay that works, and then get a bunch of characters. Why is that so fucking difficult?
I mean, from what I've heard, the Marvel vs. Capcom games were kind of good, but they dropped the ball with Infinite.
Yeah.
And I mean, in fact, Injustice 2, which I've been getting back into playing a lot lately, it has so many guest characters, it might as well have just been a crossover.
Yeah.
For like in just this game alone, you can play as like Raiden and Sub-Zero, both from Mortal Kombat, as well as all 4 Ninja Turtles and Hellboy. Like,
yeah, it's just I don't get it.
Yeah. Though to be fair, what they did with the actual heroes and villains in the games is not much better.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I can go on a whole Injustice rant.
I swear to God, I could probably make a better crossover out of a Kodomo no Jiken meets Pokemon crossover.
I would actually read that.
Mm-hmm. And apparently, we're getting Resident Evil Universe, which is basically going to be Resident Evil's take on like just a game where you can play as like whatever character you want.
I mean, I will at least say it does at least seem like...
I mean, as long as it sticks to like the gameplay that we're so used to with Resident Evil in more of like a third-person or first-person shooter situation, it should be just fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it could definitely work.
But I guess we'll have to see, because as far as I'm concerned, Capcom dropped the ball with not only RE3 remake, but Resident Evil 8. Yep. I know I haven't played it yet, but it feels to me like they dropped the ball with Resident Evil 8.
Yeah.
And went in the completely opposite direction of what we wanted.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to forgive them for the Lady D situation. I am never going to forgive them for that.
I'm just going to say the more I saw Lady D, the less turned on I got. It was like my boner was retreating back into me. Yep. Like, seriously.
And it's funny because all that hype, all that build-up, and we find out that she's just the first boss. Wow.
Well, Pathetic doesn't even do it justice. And it's not helping that it's actually pretty damn tame compared to 7.
Yep. Not to mention, like, you can't even fend her off. You can shoot her all you want and it won't do anything. It's not even like Mr. X where you could, like, temporarily slow him down or anything like that. Nope, shoot her all you want and she'll keep coming after you.
Nope. Like Phalis said, the only real thing you can do her is just knock her hat off kilter.
Yeah, what the fuck? I thought she was all... Here's what I thought she was going to be. I literally thought she was going to be like a female Mr. X, where throughout the story she would keep harassing you, and then as you kept beating her like Mr. X, she would eventually just mutate into some monstrosity. But no. What the fuck?
No, apparently she was just the first in line with only, like, 3 other losers. Only one of them.
Like, now, I'm not even looking forward to her segment, and now I know, don't shoot her. Just run away from her. Great. Lovely. So it's essentially going to feel like playing Outlast again. Great. That's totally what I fucking want in my Resident Evil game. I want to feel like I'm playing Outlast.
Yes. I mean, Jesus. Again, that just misses the whole point of Resident Evil. Resident Evil proves that just because you have a weapon, that doesn't automatically mean you're safe.
Yeah, and putting up and like throwing bullet sponge enemies at you is just cheap as fuck. Even in the RE3 remake, you could still stun Nemesis if you had the right gun.
Exactly. Although I think, like, I could be wrong because I never played the original RE3 because literally I was just born during that time.
Yeah.
But I think, like, the remake just nerfed Nemesis to shit.
Pretty much. I mean, all you have to do is abuse the combat roll, and you're pretty much good.
Yeah. I learned that one trick from one YouTube video that really made me question my life. I've sort of was apparently you can avoid Mr. X just by not stopping. Like, you don't even need to run from him. You just have to keep walking. He will stop to try and hit you, and you just keep moving and he'll miss. Like, just don't stop walking. And when he gets close enough, he's not even going to hit you if you just keep going.
I don't know. Yes and no, because there are times where I'd be trying to, like, walk or run past him because I didn't want to waste bullets or I didn't have any bullets to waste, and I'd get punched anyway or grabbed.
Well, I've seen this work on one occasion. It was during one of Rain's live streams.
Could have potentially been a glitch because anytime I live stream myself playing Resident Evil 2 remake, and yeah, usually if you get close to him, he's gonna grab you or punch you.
Yeah, I guess it may be a glitch, but also I don't want to call Rain a liar or anything because the dude's actually kind of cool, but he was playing like a very modded out version of the RE2 remake.
That's probably what did it. As someone who does a lot of modding for a Koyakatsu party, I can tell you that sometimes shit can go wrong if you have too many mods.
Yeah. Although, honestly, what he actually did to Mr. X is probably the worst thing. And since he supposedly did the mods,
it's possible that one of those mods just made Mr. X's AI bug out. Because normally, if you go anywhere near him, you're going to get your fucking ass kicked.
Yeah. And as I said before, that's kind of why I tend to play Leon's story a bit more, because you get the satisfaction of actually killing Mr. X after all that time. To where where in Claire's story, he just gets decimated by Birkin.
Yeah, admittedly, when I've played the Claire one before the Leon one, and I was a little bit puzzled that Mr. X just gets killed by William Birkin out of nowhere. I'm like, wait a second, I thought he was supposed to chase me throughout the whole game. Why is he dead already?
Yeah. So, yeah. But maybe that's just me.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, so the BSAA are villains now.
Oh yeah, that was like the big twist at the end of RE8. Slight spoiler.
Don't worry, I've already had RE8 spoiled for me. I can accept that. Plus, I've already pretty much accepted the harsh reality that RE8 is not going to be the sequel that I hoped it was going to be. I've already made peace with that.
Yeah, and
I'm
again,
sure I might have a little bit of fun with it, but I am so upset with Capcom right now.
yeah. I mean, honestly, I just don't like where Resident Evil as a whole is going at this point.
Well, right now they're just going in circles. Like they wanted to try to find a balance between Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil 4, and it failed miserably.
Exactly.
It's so tragic that they just decided they couldn't help themselves, and they had to go back down the action route rather than being scary, because according to Capcom, quote-unquote, Resident Evil 7 was too scary. It's like, you make survival horror games.
Also, I wasn't even too sure if they were even taking that criticism seriously. Because, like...
I really hope that's just a rumor, because I really don't want to accept that Capcom could be that stupid.
Well, I say that because there's like this ad in Japan, like this commercial, where he did like this little puppet show that's basically like a parody of what you would show to kids. And basically, like the whole gimmick, why they supposedly did it was because of the too scary criticism. Although, again, this was really just played more for laughs.
I bet.
So, yeah, don't go in like watching that to be...
Yeah. Because one of the first reviews I watched for Resident Evil 8 was Charlie's review, and he said that apparently Capcom said that they wanted to make Resident Evil 8 less scary because supposedly 7 was too scary.
So what do you... I mean, what is that supposed to mean? Like you're too good at your job?
Yeah, like what the hell kind of criticism is that? Like, yeah, it's a fucking horror game. It's supposed to be scary.
Yeah.
Like this is what I don't get about the video game industry. So you do your job right, and that's the problem. So we have to go back to something that's been proven to not work.
Like seriously. Honestly, like just looking at RE8, I've probably been more scared playing the remaster of Resident Evil 1 than almost everything in number 8.
Yeah, because based on what little bit I've seen of Resident Evil 8, there's no way I can take that game seriously.
No. I mean, at least RE1 had a giant snake.
Yep.
Like that'll definitely wake a person up.
Yep, and now we have Ethan over here trying to be like Leon Kennedy, cracking one-liners and shit. What the fuck are you doing? If you wanted to, if you were gonna make RE8 that way, you might as well have just had Leon in the game.
Exactly. Like, I mean,
if you're gonna go back down the ridiculous route,
it would have been at least semi-interesting. Again, I'm still not really happy that they basically scrapped what could have been a potential Ada Wong comeback.
Well, apparently they're releasing an Ada Wong DLC expansion.
Really?
Yep.
I thought that was scrapped.
Nope. Apparently from what I've heard, supposedly there's going to be Ada Wong DLC.
Okay, well, that brightens my day a little bit.
I don't know if it's going to be good. It makes sense because RE7 had the Chris Redfield DLC, so it makes sense.
True.
Although I don't know what reason Ada Wong would have to be there.
Yeah. Again, I think the problem with the DLC is that, or at least when I heard it was supposedly scrapped, was because it would cause like continuity conflicts. Which I guess would kind of make sense.
Yep. I'm just so worried that
Also,
yeah, I'm just so worried that when Claire comes back, they're going to ruin whatever game she'll be in. Like, apparently they're already fucking up by not making a Code Veronica remake. They're just going straight for an RE4 remake. I don't know why the hell they're remaking that.
Yeah, when it's already on like 4 different generation consoles.
Yeah, also, when you consider the fact that all the RE remakes so far have been built to make these remakes play like RE4. So you're gonna remake it to play like the games that it's already like. I don't get it.
So yeah, okay. Well, this is Samsara. And I know, sorry if I'm confusing you with that word. It's just one I learned. It's basically a never-ending cycle. Where the main goal is to escape. But still, I mean, the only thing I only somewhat like it is kind of like what Axel right here said, is that if nothing else, at least the character Heisenberg has a personality. Even if that's not really saying much. Although I think that Capcom really goofed up with him when they since he's the guy who's basically Magneto with a hammer.
Yeah, like they're starting to push things a little bit. Like when I saw that Heisenberg is basically just Magneto, I'm like, okay, what are you doing?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, seriously, and it doesn't really get any better during the boss fight.
Oh yeah, I've seen the boss fight. You literally drive a fucking mech. Like seriously, all you people that say you love Resident Evil 8, I don't want to hear you ever complaining about Resident Evil 5 ever again.
No. And it's awfully convenient how that mech just happens to be made from that one metal he cannot control.
Yeah. Why the fuck is that mech even there in the first place?
In fact, I think that might be the problem. The game doesn't explain jack.
Yep.
Things just happen.
Yeah, hopefully they don't ruin anything else. Like, for example, I still have been saying, like, what I'm excited for is I think hopefully the direction they're going to go into next is that they're going to make a game where Claire and Barry are going to team up together to finish what they started with Alex.
That would actually be pretty awesome.
Because remember, Alex is still a loose end. She's not dead.
Yeah. I would definitely kill for a Revelations free.
Yep. And it would be awesome to see Barry and Claire team up.
Yes.
Because that's one of the few team ups we haven't gotten to see yet. And imagine a co-op game of one person playing as Barry and one person playing as Claire. I mean, this writes itself.
Exactly. Also, but I will say this: if they bring back Moira, Barry's daughter, I'm fucking quitting.
Really, I didn't get all the hatred towards Moira. I mean, I'm not going to act like I liked her or that she's my favorite character, but she's really not that bad.
Okay, yeah, in comparison to many characters, she's not that bad, but just something about her irks me the wrong way. I can't really explain it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like, but still.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, if I can ever get my gaming PC situation sorted out, I'll finally buy Resident Evil 8 and I'll stream it and probably review it and I'll see how I feel about it. But as it stands right now, I am not happy. I mean, I'm sure I'll still probably have some fun with it because I was able to even have some fun with Resident Evil 6.
Yeah. I mean,
but still, I am a little bit bummed out.
Yeah, well, I guess I should at least warn you. I have seen on Rain's live stream that basically the lichens you have to deal with in the opening of the game can be a real pain in the ass. And it says you're not really given that much options or even like ideas of what to do with. If it's basically like, try harder, try harder, try harder, try harder. I am. I don't know.
Why couldn't Resident Evil 8 just be scary?
Yeah, like you had actual like vampires there's machine men and a killer fish, and yet somehow.
Now, when I first heard that there was going to be werewolves and vampires in Resident Evil 8, I was extremely intrigued.
Yeah.
Then I saw Lady D. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah. Let's just say.
Then I saw that they were going to try to bait you into thinking that Chris has become a bad guy. And I'm like, do you really think I'm that stupid? Why in the love of fuck would they make Chris Redfield a bad guy? That would never happen.
No. Like, in fact, I've already seen YouTubers pretty much call it out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that was so fucking stupid that they actually thought that we would fall for that.
In fact, I think even the characters in the game itself thought that this was a stupid moment. Like, Chris's teammates are basically telling him, dude, you should have just told Ethan what you were doing.
Yeah, it makes Chris look like an idiot because Chris Redfield would never do that.
Right. So, yeah. Hey, Capcom, just because you know a moment is stupid and you admit that's stupid, it doesn't make it any less stupid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it's almost insulting that Capcom thinks that they can do that.
No, you can't.
What's next? Are you going to try to make me think that Claire Redfield's a bad guy? Yeah, good luck with that. Claire Redfield, possibly one of the most noble and sacrificial character. She literally made her own fucking company dedicated to saving people.
Yeah, you're not going to justify that if you tried.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I do want to see a new game with Claire Redfield.
Oh yeah, Claire is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Although it's
personally, I think she's way better than Jill.
Yeah, although it gets a little weird for me though, because Claire vaguely looks like my little sister aged up a few years, and her middle name so happens to be Claire.
Huh? That's actually kind of funny.
Yeah, so it can be a little bit surreal. Yeah.
As long as Claire isn't your Resident Evil waifu, you should be fine.
Yeah, true. She isn't.
Huh?
And so, yeah, I guess I'm safe.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Lol. Yeah, but Claire is probably my favorite female character, and Leon my favorite male character. I mean, I like a lot of the Resident Evil characters, but they're easily my favorite.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see why.
Oh, I could do them one better. I know of Resident Evil nude mods with Claire.
Ooh.
Yeah, I technically know what Claire Redfield looks like nude.
Also, thank you, Otaku, for putting that in my head. You were a really big help. And also, what makes you think I would do that anyway? Like, I gave you, like, one specific reason why I wouldn't.
Yep, those exist. I've seen them with my own eyes.
Not surprised.
Claire's actually not as busty as you would probably hope that she is. But then again, that's how I like my women. I don't really like my women all that busty.
I have a soft spot.
This even made my ex angry and led to her calling me a pedophile because apparently she's delusional enough to think that she's some big busty girl when she's literally smaller than me.
Oh, God.
And her breasts are smaller than my hands, and my hands aren't even that big.
Wow.
Yep.
Yes. And I will admit, I do like my big titty MILFs. I mean...
Hey, don't you throw up. Don't you throw up. Don't. Don't worry, I already have some ideas.
Yes. Well, well, Wesker's not going to be low on options, that's for certain. And like, that's the one thing you can always count for Wesker. He always finds a way to compensate.
Hell, if you count things like Resident Evil Mercenaries, Wesker has a loadout where he has the Hydra shotgun, his samurai edge, and a knife.
Yeah. Exactly. In fact, I remember they always like, this is not a fight I'd want to see. I'm just surprised nobody else just blindly supports it, but I'm a bit more surprised that people would always pin Dio against Alucard over against someone like, say, Wesker. Because that was kind of like the one gimmick that they have, that they're both just two blonde psychopaths who forsake their humanity for the pursuit of power, and that became their undoing.
Well, because Dio versus Alucard wouldn't make any sense. I mean, Dio versus Wesker wouldn't make any more sense.
No. I mean, back when I actually did do Death Battle before I canceled it, I did consider maybe doing Diego Brando versus Wesker, but that was really because he seemed to have arguably more deadly power than his main universe counterparts. Although, yeah, but that's kind of why Cawthon was still ahead. I'm not very good with matchups.
Yeah, I'm a little bit better in this field because I've been doing this for a long time.
Well, really, I just kind of want to use Diego because I liked his stand better. I mean, basically, Diego Brando, instead of stopping time, he can turn himself and other people into dinosaurs. Which I guess is something. I don't know.
I swear to God, Dio is so homoerotic, he makes Astolfo look like the straightest man on planet Earth.
Yeah.
Honestly, say what's about Astolfo, at least he isn't homoerotic.
No.
Astolfo's just a cutie that can also so happen to whoop your ass.
Yeah. Oh, God. There's a scary thought. Now, Death Battle would use Jen from Ghost of Tsushima for Death Battle.
Something that scares me is the thought of Death Battle ever using a Fate character, because these guys cannot fucking power scale to save their life. And even Fate fans have a difficult time power scaling Fate because their powers,
Fate's power system is so much different than most power systems, and it can make for a pretty daunting power scale. Sure, it's not impossible, but it is extremely difficult.
Actually, it's a bit weird. It's like, honestly, I don't even think they even once like showed a clip of Fate in one of their videos. Maybe I'm just remembering it wrong, but I don't think they ever made a single reference to the Fate series. Then again, I haven't seen the
Hopefully
series.
they stay the hell away.
Yeah. I mean, I have considered maybe doing my own fight where it'd be like Jin from Ghost of Tsushima versus Shay Cormac, the assassin hunter from Assassin's Creed Rogue. But then I remembered Shade has guns, so that was completely fucked.
One thing I still need to do, even though I have plenty of time, is I need to make sure that I find a replacement for the Deku versus Gon fight.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about different possible replacements.
Also, would you judge me if I said that Deku is one of my favorite characters?
No, not really, because I don't really have anything against Deku.
Yeah. I mean, just kind of throwing it out there. Like, I'd like to see him in Blood Royale, but he's far from ready. Mike.
Yeah, don't worry. Unlike Death Battle, I'm not going to blow my load early and do a character that's not ready yet.
Right.
No, he cannot. I don't even know why you would even ask that.
Yeah, that's kind of random.
Yeah. Why Broly?
Actually, no. The stupidest idea I've seen for death battles when somebody on DeviantArt basically did like the death battle meme, and it was Sora versus fucking Nappa from Dragon Ball.
Okay, well, guess what? Nappa gets his ass kicked.
Exactly. Like, also the reasoning was seemingly non-existent, where it was like God's key, even though there are no gods in Kingdom
Some
Hearts.
of these people feel that you don't need a reason to do a versus matchup. Just fucking do it.
Yeah. Also, if you felt like that Keyblade wielder versus a Saiyan would be somewhat interesting on paper, why are you pinning one of the strongest ones against someone who in the end was just glorified fodder?
Yeah. Even in the even at the time when Nappa and Vegeta were supposed to be the strongest, like, come on. Dude got fucked up by Chaozu.
Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like Death Battle fans really know how to keep it interesting. Like, really, really interesting with these kind of matchups.
Yes.
Like, I guess if there's one thing I can take comfort in, it does show that there are some matchups that I think even Death Battle would say no to.
Oh, yeah, there's absolutely some matchups that Death Battle will say no to. I just wish they did that more often, you know?
Right.
I don't know what's going to become a Death Battle.
Well, I don't know, but for me at least, the future is anything but bright.
Nope. Sometimes there's a small part of me that wishes I could go back to when I was just a mindless Death Battle tard, because then I wouldn't have to deal with any of the frustration of dealing with crazy Death Battle fans or the disappointment.
Well, you basically summed up my frustrations perfectly.
Yep.
And yes, I know I shouldn't be one to talk because I did do my own death battles, both of which were shit. But
I mean, I even admit, like, yeah, the first pilot episode of Blood Royale kinda sucked. And nobody's ever going to see that ever again.
Right. I really wish that my old fanfic account would just get fucking taken down by the site. Because there's a problem with fanfiction.net. You cannot delete accounts that you created.
That seems weird. Twitter has something similar where if your account gets suspended, you can't delete it, and they force you to stay logged into it.
Actually, unknown otaku, no, Shay did not destroy the whole Assassin's Brotherhood. In fact, I think he made the situation worse for the Templars by letting Achilles live.
Achilles live.
Yeah. And, no, he's not as cool as the one from Troy. Like, in fact, that was literally just the whole gimmick of Assassin's Creed Rogue, where yes, you were playing as a Templar, but because all the assassins were assholes. So you didn't really feel guilty about killing them, even when one of them was a fan favorite. Right. And yeah, basically, Achilles would live, and he would train Connor Kenway, who would prove to be one of the most combat-efficient assassins in the series. So yeah, good job, Shay. Hey, you basically you managed to actually fuck over both sides. Maverick, are you serious? Are you seriously asking why Astolfo can't beat Brawley?
Like, I don't even know what to tell him, honestly. Even if we use Saber Astolfo, even then, I don't even know even what good that would do. And Saber Astolfo is pretty powerful, actually. I mean, Saber Astolfo has a pretty cool cloning ability and is implied to be omniscient because of this new noble phantasm where he can essentially be anywhere at any time. Essentially, he's everywhere and nowhere at the same time. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And he has a special net that works similarly to Gilgamesh's chains. Saber Astolfo is pretty fucking OP.
Yeah. But Brawley's just on a whole different level. And well, like, that was literally his whole gimmick, that where literally the only way you could beat him was if you fused with another warrior. So, yes. So, honestly, Maverick, no. Oh. Astolfo wouldn't beat Brawley. You know, since now I mention it, I think what would be cool for the Ghost of Tsushima movie is if it were shot in black and white, just like the Kurosawa movies that inspired the game.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because there's even a feature in the game where you can actually, where it has like an old film filter that you can play through it with.
I suppose that could be interesting. I have mixed feelings about the black and white aesthetic.
Yeah. I mean, it's a double-edged sword.
Yep.
I don't have any thoughts on Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Jeremy, and honestly, I don't even want to play it.
They need to stop making Assassin's Creed games.
Yes.
It's not even about assassins anymore. It's so disingenuous.
Exactly. Like, I mean, if nothing else,
Like, once they started making Assassin's Creed games in fucking ancient Greece, they should have gotten the hint.
Yeah. And not helping was that one actually had a collab with FF15.
Yep.
I'm not kidding. Even like
its own game.
Yeah, like even like there's a secret in Assassin's Creed Origins where you complete a puzzle, not only do you get like the engine sword from Final Fantasy 15, but like freaking Arden has a cameo.
I don't even know why you would even do that. And again, why is everybody trying to cameo with Final Fantasy 15? Fuck Final Fantasy 15.
Yeah. Like, literally, whenever I finish playing it, I never have the motivation to pick it back up.
I can imagine.
Like, I don't hate this game because I never really played any other Final Fantasy games unless you count Kingdom Hearts, but I don't know. Just to me, FF15 just seems like a special kind of bland.
Final Fantasy 15 is basically a new IP with the name Final Fantasy plastered onto it.
Yeah.
It's just like Final Fantasy 12. It's a completely different IP that has the audacity to have Final Fantasy written on it.
Yeah, and that's basically what's going on with Assassin's Creed. That basically these are just new games with Assassin's Creed skins.
Yeah, it's frustrating to no end.
Yeah,
and then whenever I say that I think Final Fantasy 12 or 15 sucks, some of the Final Fantasy fans genuinely just don't seem to understand. They just think I'm out of my mind.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really, Jeremy? You finished 15? So tell me, does Noctis actually become a character? That's what I want to know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because as far as I'm concerned, I'm probably not even going to bother to finish that game.
Bandai, stop making Sword Art Online games. Just stop. They're terrible.
Wait, if you make a Sword Art Online game, then is it a game within a game?
So fucking stupid.
I don't know. My brain tends to wander to some stupid territory.
What the fuck? There's another one here. Sword Art Online Hollow Fragment.
What the hell kind of title is that?
I don't know. It's fucking garbage. What? How? There's no way that people are buying these fucking games.
Also, that reminds me. Apparently, while I don't watch Bleach, I think I can say to where the Devil May Cry reboot actually legitimately has like a hollow from Bleach.
Huh. That would be kind of a clever reference, I guess.
Yeah.
In theory.
Like, they said that basically in the DLC, Hollow Virgil is supposed to be more in reference to a lesser known, like, short story as opposed to the actual ones from Bleach, but I think when you see this guy, you're probably going to find that claim to be very questionable. Because this one definitely wore its inspiration on its sleeve. Also, so yeah, basically, that's kind of another thing on why Rain did not like at least reboot Virgil, because he had only one feat, and it was against essentially himself.
Why is it that of all the anime series that get 9 million games, why does Bleach get approximately fuck all?
I don't know, because from what little I've seen, that looks like it would actually make for a kick-ass game series.
Yeah. There's a couple of Bleach fighting games. There's a phone game, which is okay, I guess. And then there's a third-person hack and slash one on the PlayStation 3.
That is pretty weird. I mean, you think that since that's an anime that gained a huge following, that they'd try to appease the fan as much as possible.
Yeah, especially because of how many motherfucking DBZ and Naruto games they make. Seriously, even back then, there was a ridiculous amount of Naruto games.
Yeah. Yeah, all I can say is I played one of them, and it did not get me into the anime. So that really says something, I guess. Like, I think that's how you know a video game really fails, that it doesn't make you want to go out and watch the series that's based off of. Then again, that's probably just because nobody in Naruto seems to be a character I actually liked. So, not really my best experience.
Yep. I mean, I remember anytime I played one of those Naruto games, I would play as Kimimorra until I got bored, and then that was that.
Yeah. I mean, at least from what I've seen, well, from what you tell me, Kimimorra at least has an interesting power. Weaponized bones.
Yeah, Kimimorra's power is actually pretty cool. And it's surprisingly powerful. Like, he's basically a walking Terminator, essentially. You can't really stop him. And funny enough, Kimimorra never canonically lost a battle. Ever.
It's pretty
hard. He didn't even
hardcore.
lose to Gaara, contrary to popular belief. Gaara just got lucky.
Yeah. Let's see.
I mean, My Hero Academia has been out for a brief period of time, and it already has 2 games.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. Although, of course, My Hero Academia is probably not going to get as much movies as, like, Naruto or Bleach. So I guess it kind of loses in that category.
Although Bleach fans did get some form of a victory, because Bleach fans, we actually have one of the only good live-action movies. The Bleach live-action was actually really good. Yeah. Whereas the DBZ live-action sucked. And the Naruto live-action they're going to make is most likely also going to suck.
Yeah.
So suck on that. Oh my god. Sword Art Online, last song. Sword Art Online, I can't even fucking pronounce that. It's just gibberish.
Yeah, well, right now, I'm not too sure if I'm even in the mood to care. Also, I will argue that
Excel World versus Sword Art Online. What the fuck?
Also, I will argue that the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure live-action movie was pretty decent.
Although I didn't know there even was a live-action movie. I knew there was a live-action Fist of the North Star, but not JoJo.
Yeah, that was like made at least 3 or 4 years ago, I believe. The only problem is, though, is that since it takes place in part 4, you would need a little bit of context to understand. Although that's ironic because
randomly in part 4. Why not just start from the beginning?
Well, the problem is, ironically, part 4 is the most logical because, for one thing, at least until part 8, it was the only JoJo's Bizarre Adventure story that took place in Japan. And you didn't even really need to do that much. Just explain, who is this guy? What's a stand? And you'd be fine.
I bet.
Although, honestly, the only time that the movie fell apart for me was towards the ending. But again, it's just kind of decent. I mean, I would at least not recommend watching the movie if you're trying to learn about JoJo or anything. No, this is something that kind of requires some prior knowledge. like, you don't need complete context, just at least enough to know what certain things are for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Like, one example is that towards the end, we meet like this dad who basically looks like a weird bloated goblin. To where the reason why he looks like this was because he was a minion of Dio. Oh, so he had like one of these flesh buds in his brain that was controlling him. But since Dio died and the flesh bud was still in him, it caused him to mutate, which would definitely be confusing for casuals, as Dio himself is not even so much as name dropped throughout this whole movie.
You know what? I've said this before, and if I ever got together a team of game developers and got a bunch of money for it, I'd totally be crazy enough to do this if I could. You know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see somebody make a Kodomo no Jiken game. And I would like to see if somebody could make that happen, which is interesting because Bandai technically has the rights to Kodomo no Jiken. I don't know how. I don't know to what capacity, but apparently they have the rights.
Well, that would definitely be interesting, although I don't know what kind of game it'd be, though.
Well, I once presented an idea of, if I could do it, here's what I would do. I would essentially make it a Persona game.
Oh, well, that's actually pretty logical.
Yeah. So the idea I came up with is essentially just like Persona. During certain parts of the game, you go to school and you play as some of the many characters like Rin, Kuro, and Mimi. You just complete certain objectives, talk to certain characters in like a dating sim fashion, especially in regards to like having lots of interactions with Rin and Aoki. And at certain points, Rin, Kuro, and Mimi end up in this sort of fantasy world where they've turned into magical girls because, interestingly enough, Watashiya had a special chapter where they turned into magical girls. So you can use that as an excuse to put them in like some sort of pseudo fantasy world where like they go around like fighting as magical girls. They can complete dungeons and they could fight boss battles that like are symbolic of like some of the dilemmas that the main characters are facing. And each boss can be like some symbolic allegory for something.
Nice. Actually, you just remind me of something kind of funny.
What?
In Persona 4, Johnny Young Bosch, the voice of Ichigo, plays both the hero and the villain.
Yeah, my best friend told me about that. I have a best friend who's a huge Persona fan, and she took every opportunity to remind me of that. She also takes every opportunity to remind me of the guy that looks exactly like Light Yagami.
I mean, I guess it's kind of weird, though, because essentially you just have a voice actor talking like a complete lunatic to himself. Like it's a little weird for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because it's kind of sad to me that Kodomo no Jiken has been around since the early 2000s, so not one person even attempted to make a video game out of it. Because I found out that there was this really old anime that got a game adaptation on Game Boy, and I'm thinking that would have been hilarious if somebody made a Kodomo no Jiken game on Game Boy or something like that. I would have laughed at that. Like, I would have loved it just for the novelty of it alone, even if it sucked.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'd be pretty happy if it was just made, like, regardless of quality.
Yeah. Hey, don't swipe at me.
Let's see. And, yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing really anything Kodomo no Jiken related, since, of course, we already have Shonen Jump just kind of milking Dragon Ball, Naruto, and One Piece to oblivion.
Probably. Yeah, because I actually have it all planned out where if I could get the permission and I had the team and budget to do it, I could probably make a pretty solid Kodomo no Jiken game. And like that would be like the joke, like that would be like how I would fuck with people. I would actually make the game really good, so good that the game companies would be begging to be able to have it on like all their major systems, and that would be my way of fucking with people. They're like, what made you want to make a game out of such a controversial anime, and what inspired you to make it so good? Well, quite simple, because it would be hilarious.
Like, best reason ever.
Yeah, because to me, that would be the ultimate way to get back at people, to like basically like, well, Kodomo no Jiken kind of got fucked in the West, so I'll bring it to the West my way, and I'll make the West regret that they never got that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, because basically that'd be my idea, making it into like a Persona-style RPG game with dating sim mechanics.
Yeah.
And especially because there's already a solid story and characters to go off of. And if Watashia was okay with me adding some potential expansions to the story, then that could be something fun.
Yeah.
Like I could probably play around with like a branching path mechanic, which gave me an idea of if I could get away with that, you could have branching paths where you could have Rin go down that evil path that was teased. Like at certain crucial points during narrative parts of like the anime or manga, you can make a decision. Like, for example, the pivotal moment where Rin considers murdering Hoenn, you could actually choose rather not to push her or not. And it would affect the story and give different outcomes.
That would definitely be interesting.
And you could essentially have like a story branch where Rin actually gives into her darkness and it leads to a bad ending.
Kodomo no Jiken Infamous style.
Yep.
That would actually be kind of cool.
Yep, and I already have like an idea of like another reason why is like I would love to like make a battle system based on all of the best mechanics of Final Fantasy and Square Enix games, just to troll them. Like, hey, Square Enix, this is what your game could have been like if you didn't keep fucking with the mechanics.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, essentially, it would be a hybrid of the Chrono Trigger and Bravely Default combat systems with a splash of the classic ATB style system from Final Fantasies 4, 5, 6, etc.
Well, nothing hurts taking inspiration from the classic.
Yeah, exactly. And it's still not like me just ripping it off. Like, I'm going to take these different already awesome elements and try to make them into like a sort of unique kind of combat system. Like you'd be able to, I even thought of another potential idea where what you could do is like, you could pull a Final Fantasy X-2 where similar to the dress spheres, you could get all these different outfits for Rin and the girls that would bestow upon them, like not only different stats, but abilities and whatnot. And you could like have them like similar, like since they're magical girls, you could have them transform into different outfits for different abilities.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could have a combo system where since you can strike up to at least 4 times per turn, you could like time it to like get some combos. And if you time the double or triple team moves, you could do like these epic combos leading to like a climactic limit burst style move. And I think it could potentially be something really fun to play with.
Absolutely. Also, Maverick, are you high right now? What kind of question is that?
So a weak character that is overpowered.
I mean, I guess...
I think that's what he's trying to ask.
I guess... Well, I mean, I guess maybe somebody like maybe Mr. Satan from Dragon Ball, to where basically if you put him in a game like maybe Street Fighter, he'd actually be a pretty formidable opponent. But by virtue of just being a regular guy in the Dragon Ball universe, he's just kind of a punching bag.
Okay, here's one for you. Aranero, the weakest Espada. Yet he's still easily, casually faster than light, and he can absorb people, take their powers, and gain their memories. And he has the power of over 3,000 hollows.
I see.
Yep. And he also has all of Kai and Shiba's powers.
I mean, I guess maybe another one I can name would be Mineta from My Hero Academia. Like, everybody likes to shit on his quirk, but honestly, it's just kind of him being... But if he can get creative, it can actually be pretty effective.
You know who I like to shit on? The Yandere bitch, because she exists.
Yeah. Like... Yeah, I see... You like, basically... Yeah, Toga's just not interesting. I mean... Yeah. I know. This was another villain that the Hero Society created, but you know, she's still a yandere, so
yep.
Like, no amount of tragedy is gonna make me.
I always just assumed that she'd be some kind of bad guy. Like, who the fuck would believe her as a superhero? I always just assumed she was a bad guy of some sorts.
I think, and I could be wrong because I never actually read her backstory, My Hero Academia, but supposedly she was just kind of a regular girl that got fucked over by society, and then that led her down the villainous route. So, yeah, not exactly the most original.
Yeah, true. It sounds somewhat reminiscent of the backstory of one of the characters of Snuff Machinery.
Yeah. Well,
admittedly, while I try my best to make some original stories, some of them are kind of just a little bit meh. Like, I'm not gonna, like, I still am confident that they're good in the way that I wrote them, but I'm not gonna act like some of my characters' backstories are the most original.
Yeah.
Although it's not more so like with this character that like society fucked him over. It's just more so that there's a lot of shitty people in the world, and some shitty people pushed the wrong person a little bit too far. Someone died who shouldn't have died, and it sadly led from one tragic situation to another until the character finally snapped and lost his mind.
Right.
And gave into a world of bloodlust and insatiable bloodlust and a massive body count for this character.
Because I guess that's one thing that I kind of liked about My Hero Academia. Not only does it show that the world is not as black and white as it first appears, but also more often than not, the society that's supposed to focus on creating the heroes end up being the ones who create the most dangerous villains.
Yep.
It's awesome.
Don't worry, I know exactly what I need to do. I'm going to put Saitama against Deku.
Let's see. Jeremy, what are you talking about? How does Star Platinum negate durability? Like, I've rewatched Part 3. I don't know what you're talking about.
Star Platinum's talking about that power he has where he does that thing to your chest, remember? I don't know if you know what ability I'm talking about, but Star Platinum does that thing where he, like, rips your heart out or something.
Oh, yeah, like...
Yeah, that. I forget what the ability is called, but I remember it from the Death Battle episode. It's that weird ability where he can, like, rip out your heart or something.
Well, basically what he did is that Jotaro used Star Platinum on himself to basically slow down his heartbeat, so he can basically lure Dio into a trap. And use it to...
Okay, sweetie.
Because the thing is that stands cannot touch physical objects or people. Well, with only... And Jotaro being seemingly the exception by virtue of just being Star Platinum's user. But again, that doesn't really explain how it negates their ability, like, unless he's somehow being a cheat motherfucker. Oh yeah, Kimi, you're gonna love this, but Star Platinum literally has an ability, and it's called Star Finger. And yes, it's just as it sounds. Star Platinum can basically just fire off to his fingers like a bullet. Like just extend them into unknown distances. And yeah, it's pretty gay. In fact, not helping is that was actually the one ability that starred may just be one of the stupidest controversy in the JoJo community.
I shared my Pringles with you. By the way, she likes Pringles. I just discovered that today. Why do you need more food? Did I not give you Pringles?
I mean, I don't think cats actually get any nutrition from Pringles.
Yeah, Jeremy, I know what you're saying, but another thing you need to consider is that in that same scene, Jotaro also had to give some of Dio's blood to Joseph, of which may have been a factor. Or plus,
Yeah, it's like one ambulance on the street.
or animals.
Drove into Summer Hills parking lot.
Or
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of don't like it whenever I hear sirens. There's always that small paranoid part of me that thinks that what if they're here for me?
I mean, yeah, I feel that too. That's why I keep numerous guns scattered around.
Yeah, because I'm the type of person that it's like I'm gonna start shooting and I'm gonna start fucking running, like just immediately. I'm just gonna grab what I can. If I have to shoot my way out, I will, and I'm just gonna start bolting.
Well, it's should probably try to keep your head and remain calm.
Yeah, true. Like, I would try to, but if it was like, oh, we're gonna take you away, we're not giving you much of a choice, I'm like, bye.
Okay, yeah. If you confirmed for a fact that they're here for you, and
like if they say we have a warrant for your arrest, I'm gonna be like, okay, well, that's not gonna happen.
I'm just saying, like, if they were to knock on the door, just ask some questions, like, "Hey, did you see a guy that looks like this?" And be like, "Oh, no, officer."
Yep.
Anything else I can help you with, sir?
Yep. And then I'd have to completely vanish.
What do you mean completely vanish?
everything all right?
Yeah. I was just giving the cats some food.
Yeah, well, I was just telling everybody Star Platinum's gayest ability.
I can imagine.
Yes, which is literally called Star Finger.
My roommate was just talking about how he saw an ambulance pull up near our apartments. I guess someone got hurt or something. And I always was saying, like, I do get a little bit nervous whenever I hear sirens because there's always that very small paranoid part of me that makes me wonder, like, oh shit, I hope they're not here for me. Which I know is just paranoid and stupid because what reason do they have to come get a faggy trap?
Yeah, I see what you mean. But yeah, also this ended up being a honestly, and yeah, honestly, this actually may have started what may have been one of the stupidest controversies in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, where basically after Jotaro got the ability to stop time because last second Deus Ex Machina against Dio, apparently like a bunch of JoJo fans got like kind of angry that Jotaro just kind of completely abandoned using Star Finger in situations that were
brilliant name for a move, by the way.
Hey, I told you. And it is basically what it sounds like. Basically, Star of Platinum takes both his pointer and his middle finger, and it just extends like it shoots out like a makeshift bullet. Don't say I didn't warn you. That this would be the gayest ability.
Ha. Well, everything in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is gay, so yeah.
But again, I just don't see why people seem to like overestimate this ability. Like they got real mad that Jotaro didn't use this anymore after he gained the ability to, stop time. Like I kind of see where they're going with, especially since in part 4, he and Josuke had to deal with a rat that turned into a stand user, which had a long range stand, but. Like, the problem is we don't really know what's, like, the full extent of Starfinger giggity. And the only time Jotaro has even used that ability is when he was basically just bound and couldn't move.
Yeah. Starfinger sounds like the move of someone like Kenny Omega or that one Japanese wrestler that's Tetsuya Naito, whose nickname is the Stardust Genius.
Yeah, it probably would be.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I can just imagine Kenny Omega putting his finger up another man's ass and calling it the Star Finger.
Yeah, well, if what you're saying about that guy is true, he probably would do it.
Yep.
But yeah.
He would probably do it because he invented a lot of this garbage that he's famous for.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and I think your little food for thought on Unknown Otaku, Jotaro probably doesn't use Starfinger on his wife, considering he somewhat abandoned his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And didn't really get back into her, and didn't really try to patch things up to her until she became a stan user.
How the fuck does anyone in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure have children or a wife? Do they even understand the concept of heterosexuality in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?
You'd be surprised. Because it's literally, plus they would have to, because literally all the JoJo's in this series are from the exact same family.
So now we get to add incest. Now we get to have homoerotic incest.
Okay. I definitely turned that one. Well, I definitely fucked up on the end explaining it. But no,
never underestimate my ability to ad lib.
I envy you. But so yeah, basically to keep things short, basically Jonathan Joestar is basically the first. His grandson Joseph Joestar is the second, and then finally we have Jotaro Kujo, who is Joseph's grandson. You got all that? And yes, it is very much like this. Although they did kind of change up part 4 to where Josuke was Joseph's bastard son. And again, Giorno Giovanna basically being canon impreg.
Now I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the Stardust Genius up against this faggot.
Sounds like a show.
Huh. I remember one idea I've been considering genuinely playing around with is what if, even though I know I have this as like a joke and it's meant to parody bad death battle ideas, but what if I potentially did do Rin Kokonoe versus Glenn Quagmire as a joke blood royale? I even have an idea in my head of how you can make it work, surprisingly, because that's the thing. Like those who say like, oh, how are you supposed to do Glenn Quagmire versus Rin Kokonoe? Well, with enough imagination, you'd be surprised what you could do. That's why I kind of am disappointed with Death Battle, because they seemingly lack imagination and creativity.
Yeah, that's I guess that kind of speaks for itself. But Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The more I think on it, Ren versus Quagmire would be fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just the thought of those two interacting alone would just be ridiculous. But it would be ridiculous in a good way.
Yeah. Yes.
Yep. Yeah, see, my idea of how it could potentially work out is, you remember the chicken fights from Family Guy? Well, that's what happened. That's what the idea would be. Rin and Glenn Quagmire get into a savage chicken fight.
Perfect.
And then they just completely just similar to Peter and the Giant Chicken, just keep laying waste to everything. I hadn't thought of an idea where like they start fighting each other and they start smashing their way through Rin's school.
Nice.
And then it's like you can even get like a brief little funny moment where he has where there's brief interactions with Mimi and Kuro. Because remember, I have 3D models for all three of the girls, and like Kuro could just kick Quagmire in the dick out of nowhere.
Yeah. I think what would be actually kind of funny is if you did like a cameo from that one scene in Family Guy where apparently Quagmire learns at the school he was supposed to pick up Peter from. Apparently a lot of his illegitimate kids are there.
Yep.
I don't know. I think Astolfo might like it. Honestly though,
well, according to Astolfo, he likes cute things, he loves living life, and he also just loves who he loves.
Mm-hmm. Also, yeah. Also, I've been thinking, like, I was actually thinking maybe doing a JoJo meme where it basically just describes basically the best and worst things about the characters in a nutshell. Like, for Jonathan to be like, unlike my great-grandson and my great-great-great-grandson, I'm actually a gentleman. And Joseph would be like, I know exactly what you're going to say before you even say it. And Jotaro would be like, I called my mom an annoying bitch, and yet people still like me. Yeah. I mean, I may not make that a thing or so. It would definitely make a nice addition to my DeviantArt page.
Yep. I still need to remember to check up on my DeviantArt page. I still check up on it every once in a while in case there's anyone interested in commissions. Honestly, I wish I got commission requests a lot more often.
I don't really find much on mine.
Yeah, because I love being able to make my artwork, and when I'm not working on concept art for some of my characters, I love to be able to make commissions for other people on the off chance that I get requests.
I mean, I would ask Kimi, but like at the moment, I have nothing to give you to work with.
Yeah, my only request is just have at least something for me to go off of, like some kind of visual representation. Like even if it's not perfect, just something visually for me to work off of.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I have like a decent visual interpretation of like what you want. So that way I don't like screw it up, you know? It's mostly just for your sake so I don't fuck it up. Some of the people I've worked with have basically told me like just have it look like this. Other than that, do whatever the fuck you want.
Gotcha.
Which on some level I understand like why they would say that, because I do make some neat stuff. But at the same time, it's like if it's your character, I want to make sure it's your character, not my character that I'm making for you. It's your character.
Gotcha.
I once thought about selling like fan art, especially like potential not safe for work fan art. But the only problem is, my only concern is, can I legally make money off of that? Because, you know, copyright and all that stupid crap.
Yeah, I hear you.
That's the only problem, because I once thought about like selling like fan art or not safe for work fan art on my DeviantArt page. But then I thought to myself, fuck, I could possibly get in trouble for that. Like, obviously, if it's my characters, it's not a problem. But if, like, say it was like Astolfo, like getting it on with like Hideyoshi or something, like, could I even do that, or could I potentially get in trouble for that?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Let's see.
Yeah, sucks too. Like, for example, if I ever started an OnlyFans, my idea is I would just play like different pornographic games and like upload artwork of like anime characters, like getting it on with other anime characters or video game characters or something like that. Because my library of video game and anime characters is quite extensive.
So let me see. Let's see.
But yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll consider selling not safe for work artwork on my DeviantArt. The only thing that would really stop me is just I don't want to get hit with some kind of like bullshit trademark BS or something like that. It's like, but it's fan art. And it's technically my art. And it's technically still in my art style. I mean, come on. I fucking hate copyright. It's such bullshit.
Unknown Otaku, why were you paying somebody for Sword Art Online fan art? Especially since you say yourself you're not sure if that was you're supposed to do that.
What the fuck? If somebody painted that, you know what I would do? I would burn on it. I would burn the portrait and then I'd piss on the ashes.
Well, to quote one of my favorite TV shows, if somebody gave you that, you have every right. You have every right to basically throw that in the trash can while maintaining eye contact.
Like, I'm not, like, it's bad enough. Like, okay, it's bad enough you want to make me a Sword Art Online portrait, but then you're gonna add insult to injury by making it Asuna, one of the worst female characters in anime history.
Naturally.
Like, I think I would rather have sex with Kuro than watch Sword Art Online. And I really don't like her, and she'd be liable to kick me in the balls.
Yeah. I mean, Kuro is a more interesting character, so it probably wouldn't even be that painful on comparison.
Yeah, but she is still an obnoxious twat.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And she's still very, very. That's one of the main things I never liked about her. Some of her personality traits bug me. Like she's still like one of those characters that's like very rich and smug about it. Like she's always flexing her outfits, and she thinks she's like the prettiest thing in the world.
Yeah, that annoys me too.
Yeah, it's just like I get the appeal of certain characters like that. It's just that I personally always find them obnoxious.
Yeah,
there's a character like that in that Meet Sodome anime I mentioned. That in that Watch Mojo video, there's a character that's just like Kuro. She's also a rich bitch, and she's constantly showing shit off. Although her gimmick is that for some reason she stalks one of the three main characters and takes pictures of her for some reason.
Oh, that escalated quickly.
Yeah. I don't know why she does. She claims she does it because like she hopes because it's like she's supposed to have a rivalry with the oldest sister because the three main characters are triplets. That's kind of like the thing, like they're all sisters. And it's like they're like kind of like rivals, I guess. And she always says like, I'm taking pictures of her so that way if I catch her doing something embarrassing, I can make fun of her for it or something like that.
So I see.
Yeah, like if you ever just want to like watch something utterly insane, you could always watch Meet Sodome. It's literally on par with JoJo's Bizarre Adventure in the sense of like just how ridiculously insane everything is.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I could even call it Kodomo no Jiken on crack because even Kodomo no Jiken showed a lot of restraint.
Yeah.
Meet Sodome just makes no fucking sense. Like I said, one of the main characters literally has so many feats of speed and strength You could literally put her in a death battle. It's ridiculous. And there's no adequately explained reason why she has these superhuman attributes. She just does.
So basically because reasons.
No. Like there's literally like this running joke where the youngest sister is like into Power Rangers, and yes, they do blatantly reference Power Rangers, but they call it Gotcha Rangers. And it's like for some reason she thinks like it's considered nerdy or uncool to like Gotcha Rangers, and then she finds out everyone in the school, even the teacher, likes it, and she tries to like really want to talk to people about it, but like I said, she's basically like a little version of Tomoko, so she's terrible at communicating with people, and like everyone's afraid of her.
Nice.
And then like it obviously leads to so many fucking misunderstandings.
Nice.
Like I said, that's one of the main forms of humor in Mitsudome. Is Kodomo no Jiku was kind of like this too, where you would have some kind of misunderstanding situations, but Mitsudome, almost every situation is based on some fundamental misunderstanding, mostly due to the fact that every character is seemingly brain dead. There's not one character with any mild sense of intelligence. Everyone from the teacher to the father of the girls to every single kid to every single other character is fucking brain dead.
Wow.
And always gets themselves in some kind of awkward situation that could be easily avoided.
So I see.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Sword Art Online Abridged got me back into cutting. Oh, wait, no, that's emo people I'm thinking of. I'm goth. Silly me. But the thought of Sword Art Online does make me think, what's the point of life? If Sword Art Online can become a popular worldwide phenomenon, then there's no point to life.
Yeah, well,
to me, like seeing Sword Art Online being so popular is like when you watch that one really scummy politician get elected, and you just think there's no justice in this world.
Yes, I know that feeling far too well.
Yep.
In fact, I think people would be lying if they said they haven't.
Oh, believe me, Sword Art Online's time will come. It's not going to happen until way later, until I have like at least maybe around 10,000 subscribers. But one of these days, Sword Art Online is going to get it. Sword Art Online is like I recently watched this video where so you're familiar with that movie Ready Player One, right?
Yeah.
Well, it turns out that the guy who wrote the book that the movie was based on wrote a sequel called Ready Player 2. And I watched a review of it by this guy called Crimson Rogue. He makes a lot of great videos. And he pointed out how Ready Player 2 is shitty fan fiction of Sword Art Online, which in and of itself is shitty fan fiction of Dot Hack.
Wow.
What kind of insane jackass do you have to be to rip off Sword Art Online unironically?
That's pretty maddening.
I can't believe it. Like in my head, as I was listening to the description of the plot, I thought this sounds exactly like Sword Art Online. And then he confirmed my fear. I'm like, fuck, it was Sword Art Online. Why?
Oh, God. Trying to.
Mother's Basement is a punchline.
Yeah.
In fact, if I could ever get that guy to get into a debate with me about piracy, I would love to do that. Because his piracy video got him so much fucking shit. Because apparently if piracy is so bad, then explain why on Mother's Basement's defense of anti-piracy, why he has so many comments roasting him and so many downvotes. Explain that one.
I would definitely love to see someone try.
Because seriously, I can admit that maybe the whole thing of like encouraging piracy could have given people the wrong idea in my Death Battle rant video. But at the same time, I don't see piracy as a bad thing, and I feel like most people with common sense understand that piracy isn't actually a bad thing. We've all pirated something at some point. Don't pretend you haven't.
Right.
I'm so happy when South Park made that episode making fun of piracy, where it's like, if you keep pirating music, celebrities who make this music will have to go on living slightly less rich lives. It's such a good thing because like people really think that piracy affects these fucking artists that makes hundreds of thousands of dollars and live in fucking mansions and fly in private jets. Give me a fucking break. Yeah. I deserve to save myself $10 on a fucking album every once in a while. Yeah. Especially when you consider the fact if you're poor like me, sometimes pirating is the only option you have.
Exactly. I mean, honestly, how bad can it even really be?
I don't see it as bad, and I think that the arguments for piracy being good are fairly solid. Here's the argument I've always used. Think of piracy like this. You know how like when you go to like Walmart or something, you'll have those people that'll give you free samples? Well, there's a reason for that, because they give you a free sample, so that way if you like it, you'll buy it. It's ingenious when you really think about it.
Right.
Well, it's also like how drug dealers will like sometimes sell you the first hit free. Why? Because they know it'll have you coming back for more.
Right.
Piracy is the same way. It's essentially the equivalent of a free sample, because if you love the franchise that much, you will spend money on it. I mean, that's just common sense.
Right.
I mean, I once posted on my Twitter that I have a fucking collection of just Kodomo no Jiken stuff. And I pirated the fuck out of that anime. Yet if piracy is so bad, explain why do I have the anime on DVD? Why do I have the manga? Why do I have like 3 Kodomo no Jiken posters? Why do I have Kodomo no Jiken figurines? Why do I have Kodomo no Jiken fan art books? Why do I have Kodomo no Jiken illustrations? And that's just Kodomo no Jiken. That's not counting other anime that I really like, such as Bleach, because I have a Bleach poster, or another.
Yep. Wide arsenal. Well, there.
Yeah. Like, don't give me this bullshit that piracy is evil. It's such bullcrap. It's always been bullshit.
Let's see. Fuck. So, I wonder. Anybody got any questions for a fanfic writer? Anybody like for me to answer? Anybody?
Yes. Do you write your trap characters with big dicks or small dicks?
It's the bigger the better, right? Let's see. And yes, thank you again, Jeremy.
Huh.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yep.
It's
a shame that I've pretty much exhausted almost all the Watch Mojo videos, and we were only able to cover essentially 2 of them, because most of the other ones I kept finding, it's like, oh yeah, I already covered those in previous ones. Hopefully this may end up being the last stream I ever make about Watch Mojo, because I think I've thoroughly destroyed them and covered all the videos that I've wanted to cover, and I think I've covered most of their really, really bad ones. I don't think there's any more left. Hopefully not. Hopefully I don't accidentally come across some other video that somehow managed to escape me.
Yeah. Let's hope we can keep this a trilogy.
Yeah, because some of the people in my Discord felt like I was beating a dead horse with Watch Mojo, and on some capacity they may be right, and I definitely don't want to feel like content's getting stale, you know? And there's definitely like other channels I'd like to move on to. Like I'd really like to cover Wrestle Talk again, because if you're into wrestling, those guys are a gold mine of garbage. They are so fucking smarky, it hurts.
I was just wondering, at least somebody maybe ask, like, what's the best, the worst, the weirdest fanfic I ever read?
I told this to my little brother once. I once came across a fanfic. This is real, by the way, where Misty gets into a lesbian relationship with Ash's mother. They get married. Ash then becomes Misty's son, which she mocks Ash about. And they end up going on a honeymoon and having lots of sex. And this trilogy, because it ends up being a trilogy, ends with a threesome of Dahlia, Misty, and Ash's girlfriend in the story, which is Misty of all girls, having a threesome.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that.
That is real. Trust me, the Pokemon, I might have to cover this someday, but the Pokemon shipping and fanfiction rabbit hole goes very deep. It is insane. There is no limit as to the madness of the Pokemon shipping community. It is insane.
Yeah, that's why I tend to avoid those.
Hell, I even once found a fan fiction of Serena and Bonnie, of all people, getting it on.
It seems like this very site where I get the most notoriety is also the ones that make me question my life choices. Yes, but yeah, I guess if nothing else,
I've already explained this. There is likely no direct evidence that piracy affects the sales of these companies. First off, most of these companies can only be affected by sales in Japan. Think about it. For example, here's a perfect example. Dead Man Wonderland sold like shit in Japan. Company ended up going bankrupt. Even though it sold extremely well in the West, the company still went bankrupt.
Yeah.
So realistically, rather Westerners pirate anime or not, I don't think it's going to affect these companies in the long run, because I think it's more so the Japanese sales that matter more to these companies. Like, sure, the Western profits maybe affect them in some way, but there's no guarantee. Because look at Dead Man Wonderland. It sold very, very well in the West, but it didn't sell well in Japan. It apparently flopped in Japan.
Yep. I think, let's see. Honestly, I want to tell you what I consider to be one of the worst fan fiction, but honestly, I was just better off not even knowing it existed. So I'll tell you the second worst. Or it's basically why I think fan fiction gets a shit rap. That, of course, being Sonic's Ultimate Harem, where it's literally just porn.
That's most fan fictions in a nutshell. Surprisingly, believe it or not, one time I was checking out some Kodomo no Jiken fan fiction, and I found a surprising amount that actually weren't pornographic. Some of them were actually kind of cute. And I was envisioning, like, what these could have been. Like, I could totally have pictured these scenarios playing out like in an actual episode or a manga chapter. Like one fan fiction I found, it's literally like Halloween themed, right? And the whole fan fiction is Rin, Kuro, and Mimi all have their costumes on, and they end up meeting up with, and they end up going trick or treating, and then they end up meeting Aoki.
Yeah, that's actually.
And then like that's basically the story.
I kind of like that.
Yeah, it's actually kind of just a cute little story.
Mm-hmm.
That's another reason why I laugh at these people that just say like, "Oh, Kodomo no Jiken is lolicon, it's pornographic, it's hentai, it's all this stuff." Really, because the Kodomo no Jiken fan base is actually pretty neat for the most part. And if you actually look into it, like, yeah, there is some pornographic Kodomo Jiken fan fiction, but there's also a fair amount of fan fiction that's not pornographic. And it's just fans writing out cute little scenario with Rin and the girls.
Right.
And some of them are kind of sweet. And it makes me laugh because it's like you have this anime that has this reputation of being like the worst thing ever, but then it's like it has one of the coolest, most chill fan bases you'll ever see. And some of their fan fiction is just genuinely sweet, cute, and adorable.
Yeah. Overall, I would definitely be up for a fanfic podcast.
And I'll definitely consider it sometime. I know the Smart Busters have a new segment where Righty and his possible girlfriend, Trap Queen, they read shitty WWE fan fiction. If you ever want to go down the rabbit hole of WWE fan fiction, you'd be surprised what can happen. Right now they're uploading a reading of a Hardy Boys fan fiction, but one of the first fan fictions they covered was a fan fiction where the Shield are a three-way gay menage a trois, and Seth Rollins gets pregnant. I shit you not. And remember, this is a wrestling fan fiction. Keep that in mind.
Yeah. But I remember, but again, the fact that you have fanfics like Sonic's Ultimate Harem, it actually genuinely makes me lose my faith in humanity.
Yeah.
You know? Because, ignoring the fact it's nothing but sex scenes, it's not even really about Sonic the Hedgehog. It's just a self-insert posing as the titular hedgehog.
Mm-hmm.
This is just some weirdo's personal fantasy where basically he fucks literally every woman in the multiverse, from Wonder Woman to Zelda,
as if that would ever happen. That is just the definition of that is such a fanboy thing to do.
Yes. I mean, here's the thing, though. I can't even consider Sonic's Ultimate Harem to be fan fiction because that would imply two things. One, that you are a fan of these characters, and you know that this is how none of them would behave. And two, there is fiction. In other words, there's a bit more to a story than what you're laying on.
You want to know how I know if I'm reading a good fan fiction? Is because it's actually real. It's actually realistic to for example, with some of the Kodomo no Jiken fan fictions, even the ones that could be considered pornographic, even though they are fan fictions, some of them play out the characters and everything are realistic to how the characters would actually behave. So you can tell these people are fans because they write exactly how you would expect a fan of something to write. They keep the characters in character and they just write out scenarios that they like of how they believe these characters would behave. And the more realistic it is, the more believable it is for me that this is actually written by a fan.
Right. That should be my policy. I mean, I shouldn't really judge. I actually tried diving my hand into writing Kingdom Hearts porn. Believe it or not.
And even then, if you're writing a fan fiction just for porn, just buy yourself a copy of Koyakatsu Party, dude. Seriously, Koyakatsu Party is the perfect waifu simulator because due to its awesome character creator, it's theoretically possible that if you have enough time and patience, you can create almost anything you want with enough time and patience. And because of that, you can basically play out all the fantasies you want. Thanks to Koyakatsu Party, I was able to have my OC character fuck some of my waifus. I was able to play out scenarios I never imagined possible. Yeah. I even got to fuck the queen of hentai herself. It was fucking awesome. Yeah, it was a bit surreal at times, but at other times, it's if you want a simulation of watching characters fuck each other from different universes or watching your OC fuck someone, just buy Koyakatsu Party, dude.
I would.
You don't gotta write a shitty fan fiction, just do that. It'll give you far better gratification. Trust me, dude.
Yeah, I want to, but I don't have Steam.
You don't need Steam.
Hmm.
Remember, I pirated my copy.
Oh, right. Duh.
Yeah. Sure, Steam would be the easiest way to get your hands on it, but you can't always pirate it like I did.
Yeah. I'll definitely.
However, once again, I still bought the game anyway. Yeah, even though I pirated it and I didn't need to buy it on Steam, I bought it on Steam anyway. So,
Gotcha.
What now? I am consistent. Like I said, anytime I pirate something and I like it, I fucking buy it. Or I buy the merchandise. Because that's what a fan does.
Right. I mean, you gotta commit to it.
Yep.
If nothing else. But I mostly wrote that one fanfic because I do kind of want to dive into just things I weren't explored. Like, not necessarily make porn, but I did kind of want to make it to where if I were ever to get into writing romance stories, I could at least try and give the illusion and that the relationship can be between the characters would be more intimate.
I prefer to take a different route. I don't consider what I write fan fiction because I actually want to be a professional writer. So I actually try my best to write genuine professional works.
Yeah. Let's see here. Trying to think. But yeah, in fact, I can go on a whole... Honestly, I can take up a whole other hour just talking about Sonic's Ultimate Harem.
Maybe potentially could be
maybe
for another time.
Yeah, maybe for a future stream. I don't want to go on a tangent now.
I definitely wouldn't mind covering some wholesome Kodomo no Jiken fan fiction just to prove a point to all these shitheads that think they know Kodomo no Jiken, but I know better.
Yes. I mean, that's kind of the thing about me, Kimi. I'm always looking for good fanfic recommendations.
Yep. Yeah, I do sometimes check out fanfics because every once in a while I am curious to see what fans write.
Yeah. I mean, it is good. Although I don't think you'd like any of mine.
It depends.
Honestly, I've really been... Well, I mean, I've been on hiatus mostly because right now I got college and work to worry about, so I don't really give myself much time to worry about.
Admittedly, I don't have college to worry about, at least not anymore, and I don't have a job, although I've been considering rather not to get a new one, or just devote most of my time to going back to trying to continue this whole full-time YouTuber thing that I hope I can eventually make happen someday.
Yeah.
Because I still have money to support myself even without a job. That's what I always tell people. Like, I'll never be broke.
Awesome.
Yeah, so that's one thing you guys will never have to worry about. I'll never be broke.
Yeah. Awesome.
But definitely, like, the more support I can get on YouTube, because for the most part, the support on YouTube isn't really about making money for myself to be able to, like, pay rent or buy food, because I already have that covered. For me, it's about making more money so I can make better content. The more money I have, the more I can put into bigger and better content. That's what I want to be able to do. That's why I'm hoping someday I can get more support on places like Patreon. I could maybe finally get YouTube to finally start fucking paying me. I don't know what the hell I'm doing wrong.
Yeah.
And then that way I could get some money to, like, make bigger content, like blood royales, potential short films. I have considered, like, if I could, I would like making short films, making like large scale reviews and whatnot, doing VTubing stuff, all that.
That would definitely be something. Meanwhile,
I do this not for the money, but because I want to entertain people. That's what I want to do. My payment is the satisfaction of knowing that somebody saw my content and enjoyed it.
I wish
That's all the payment I really need.
Wish I was cool like you.
Yep. Yeah, like, so this just proves that people like those 3 guys from earlier, they really don't understand me. They would love to have you believe I'm just some salty fanboy, but I'm really not. They'll try to defend Death Battle by saying, oh, well, Death Battle just wants to entertain. They do this because they're passionate. Okay, what do you think I'm doing?
Exactly.
Like you think I'm doing this for quote-unquote money? I don't get paid by YouTube anyway.
I feel like YouTube wouldn't even pay me enough.
Although I don't know why YouTube isn't paying me, because I imagine they would be paying me the equivalent of chump change since I'm a small channel. So I'm supposed to be making like $1,000 a year. I'm supposed to be making like $1,000 like a year. Like I should be making like at least like $100 a month. Like that's nothing to YouTube.
Yeah.
Like it just blows my mind why YouTube goes out of its way to not pay me and other small channels. It's like you're paying me the equivalent of like what, a nickel to you, Susan?
Still.
Come on, you could probably burn money equivalent to the amount that you would pay me.
Yeah.
This is why I'm going to work to although the reason why it's taken so long for me to make my own website is because I do want to do a little bit of research on web design, because I don't want to make a garbage website, you know? Yeah, once I make my own website, maybe that'll be the end of it, because if it's my website, I can have my own merch store and I can control whether there's ads on my website or not, rather than YouTube doing it.
Right.
And I can collect the revenue directly from my own freaking website. First thing I need to do is I do need to do a little bit of research. I've been thinking about possibly looking into Squarespace. Apparently Squarespace is like a good thing to buy for like learning about web design and whatnot. And I've considered checking into that. And then, of course, buying a domain name, which apparently, from what I've been told, internet domain names actually don't cost as much as some people think, from what I've been told.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know how true that is, but we'll see. Once I secure a domain name and come up with a layout for my website. And I don't think I will really have like a complicated layout. I'll just have something probably simple, easy to understand, keep everything organized in like a neat way. But once I have my own website, maybe that'll be the end of my problems. Who knows? I know that's how the AVGN saved himself. He just made his own website. So when YouTube fucking gave him the cold shoulder because of the first adpocalypse, James was just fine.
Yeah. Always good to have a backup plan.
Yep. Like, that's the thing. Like, people really underestimate just how smart I am.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a smart man. I understand business. I understand entertainment. And I understand absolutely what I'm doing.
Yeah, that definitely shows. But still.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's see.
Like I said, I may not respect death battles versus debaters anymore, but I do respect them because as businessmen, they're actually not too half bad as businessmen, and they're at least better at maintaining a viewership. For example, WWE right now can't fix the decline of their viewership to save their life. They've been bleeding views, and they haven't been able to stop this free fall. It's kind of sad.
Yeah.
I mean, as much shit as I may give Death Battle, I have to say I at least respect them for being able to maintain their viewership consistently, no matter how bad their episodes are.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I was back at the comic book store having to find comics from DC and Marvel that only looked vaguely interesting. I guess those guys are bleeding pretty heavy.
Mm-hmm.
But still.
Yes. They literally support communist content. You can literally threaten to murder somebody on YouTube, and as long as you're a communist, they won't do anything about it.
Oh, for real?
Yep.
Jesus.
That's another reason why I wouldn't be surprised of why YouTube doesn't pay me, because I don't fall in line with YouTube's political agenda.
Yeah, so that's something. I guess if nothing else, I'll try and I mean, so yeah, right now, I guess for my own stuff, I'm just kind of in a little bit of a bind for my fanfics.
Yeah, I hope you left some likes and comments, because that definitely helps the video move up through the ranks. I might keep up the remaster, but yeah, I'm hoping that the remake will go a lot better, because I feel like I think this script will finally be perfect. My first script did have some kinks here and there, but I think I finally worked it all out.
Then it would come back full circle for me, because it was from my friend Black Wolf where I found out about your channel was for your first Worst Lesbians list.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, the first one, it wasn't a failure or anything. The only reason why it got taken down was because of bullshit copyright. That's why I had to re-upload it. And then I ended up making the remaster. And then I ended up saying, okay, fuck this. And then I just made a remaster, and thankfully that went a lot better.
Yeah.
The problem is there's always these jag-offs that keep fucking copyright claiming me. It's so annoying.
Right. Of course it would. But still.
That's why I'm definitely going to make an effort in the remake to genuinely try to avoid that from happening. Because I have been getting better at being able to dodge the copyright system. It still gets me every once in a while, but I have been getting a little bit better at figuring out what is more liable to trigger the bots. Because what people have to understand is, more times than not, I get copyright claimed by bots, not by the actual people. Because more times than not, when I put in a dispute, they usually end up backing off. It's usually the bots that get me. So I just have to find a way to get past the algorithm, because it's the bots that are putting these claims on me most of the time. If I can get past the bots, I should be fine. Gotcha. I mean, they are just bots at the end of the day, and they can be fooled.
Yeah. Fucking bots.
Yeah, needless to say, I wasn't exaggerating. Some of these lesbian characters are absolutely despicable, and the fact that nobody has the guts to talk about some of these horrible characters is shameful. Some of these characters are truly fucking disgusting.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I basically had the same reaction as this guy. Just when I thought I knew evil, well, these characters surprised me.
Yep. Like I said, one of the main reasons why the remake is happening, it's not just because Kuro and Humor are being removed from the list. Yeah, that's definitely a big one. But like I said, I genuinely got shit for my placement of Sato, which surprised me. There were people that were saying she should have been higher. And she was actually pretty high up. I was surprised. It's like I put her at number 4, and that pissed people off.
Yeah, gotta say.
I mean, I'm not surprised that people think she should be very high. She's a despicable character, but I fully expected her simps to come to her defense, and to my surprise, none of them did.
Yeah, I guess it's just another one of those things where the complete opposite of what you expect happens.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I am going to place Sato higher. The most I can say is I honestly don't think I can justify putting Sato any higher than possibly rank 3. I'll think about it, but I don't know if I can put her any higher. I might have her take Humor's place potentially. But at the same time, I don't know. I could maybe, possibly, potentially, but I make no promises, I could possibly bump down number 2. But you have to understand, number 2 and number 1 are really, really fucked. That's the only problem, though. I'll think about it, but I don't know if I can justify putting her any higher than number 3.
Understood.
As terrible as she is.
But still, don't have everything figured out.
And like I said, I did give an explanation for why she was as low as she was. Like, under normal circumstances, she could have been a lot higher, but unlike a lot of other of the characters on that list, she was special in the sense that she's one of the rare examples of one of these despicable lesbian characters that got what was coming to her. She didn't get a happily ever after like a lot of these other characters do. There were some consequences to her actions, and thankfully, she dies in the end. She doesn't get her happily ever. She doesn't get her pedophilic happily ever after with the 8-year-old girl that she kidnapped. She fucking dies, and thank God for it. It's a small thing, but it definitely helps make a difference when a lot of other of these awful lesbian characters don't get what's coming to them.
Well, I gotta say that's definitely refreshing.
Mm-hmm. Like, for example, number 2, she ends up actually getting what she wants, even though she's a complete psychopath that went on a murder spree and coerced her love interest into loving her, or else she's going to kill a bunch of people. Like, she actually ends up getting with her at the end. That's the sick part about it.
Oh, what the fuck? Why?
Yeah, it's really fucking twisted. She does all this horrible stuff and gets rewarded for it. With number 1, she gets rewarded by getting 2 more slaves in the second season. So she ends up with this little fucked up harem in season 2 where she now has 3 girls to use and abuse. It's fucked up.
Jesus Christ.
It's probably one of the few reasons why I have such a negative view of polyamory, because one of my first introductions to the concept of a polyamorous relationship was her and her fucked up relationship with her 3 slaves.
Well, I can't really fault you for that.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Yep. I'm going to try my best to spare no expense with the remake. And I genuinely wanted to make sure. That's why I made that poll. I wanted to make sure that I didn't fuck this up, because I really didn't want there to be a top 10 worst lesbian characters 3.
Yeah.
I really want to make sure I get it right this time.
Alrighty. All or nothing.
Yep. Hopefully this will be like the final time, and then I can move on to shitting on other bad gay characters.
Yeah. See, also, I don't know, I think you may have missed this part, but I was telling like Wolf and Trickster about how like people complain that like all the dogs are like the ones that die horribly the most in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but the thing is, they clearly have not heard about like the original like gay couple in part 5.
I don't know. They know about it?
And well, basically because they supposedly died pretty damn horribly. Because basically what happened was that one guy got chopped up into like what I think was 68 individual pieces and were preserved in picture frames. Ames and his supposed boyfriend was so horrified having to watch, he basically used the gag that was keeping him quiet to suffocate himself, and he died. So yeah, not exactly the kindest fate to happen to some of the human characters. There's in JoJo. It's a bit ironic because that's where we saw, it's the same part where we had Tiziano and Squallow, the ones we actually saw on that one list. Although really the only... Although again, I don't take those two any more seriously as well. I don't know. It's just... It's crazy. Also, apparently JoJo's Bizarre Adventure has potential traps, but Araki doesn't want to commit to it. Right.
Oh, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure does have trap characters too. The problem is they suck. One of them is basically just a stereotype of a drag queen, and then the other one just looks stupid.
Yeah. Well, like the thing is, one of the biggest Araki forgot moments was in part 6 when we're introduced to the character Anasui. He looks very much like a woman, but literally next time we actually get a better introduction to the character, he is basically no different than most of the other main characters, just like this big, beefy dude who barely looks like how he first resembled him. Like, basically the problem is a lot of characters act like that this was just a random sex change no one questions, except that's actually a complete opposite. One of the characters actually does question this and points out how just freaking weird it was. So yeah, I guess basically one part 6 character who, interestingly enough, can be considered Jolene, Jotaro's daughter's boyfriend, basically just got turned into like essentially every other Joe bro ever. So it's like basically a character started out as a trap, but then just kind of not. That's what I'm trying to say. So yeah, thank you, Rocky, for nothing.
Oh, fuck, my stomach hurts.
Something you ate?
I have no clue. I mean, I didn't really eat a whole lot today. I had a brownie, I had some Pringles, and I had a market side sandwich.
Yeah, well, I just had a burger and fries, nothing else.
Yeah.
But still, maybe that's why people hate part 6. Well, then the fucking stands are garbage.
Here's the thing, there's no such thing as a good stan. The stands are just as gay as the rest. Look at Silver fucking Chariot. What the fuck is that shit? What the fuck is that? Are you fucking serious with that shit?
I can at least forgive Silver Chariot because it's practical. But part 6 has like stands like fucking Highway to Hell. Where basically in order to kill your target, you have to kill yourself. Like that's literally the stand. And you must, like, basically if you inflict any damage on yourself, it'll be reflected onto the target you're linked to. But if you really want to kill your target, then you must take your own life. Which obviously the user, Thunder McQueen, and no, that's not meant to be a Cars reference. Friends.
Well, that was Lightning McQueen, remember? Thunder was the name of the bad guy.
Yes, I know.
Well, bad guy in massive quotations.
Yes, I know. But I feel like if I didn't point that out, somebody would actually make that mistake. Though. So yeah, there was that. Then of course there was also Manhattan Transfer, which is really just a support item as opposed to a badass superpower.
Shoot, I remember when I was kicking around like different ideas for snuff machinery, especially when I was considering the potential of like, could I see potential for like carrying on the story through like sequels and or potential prequels if there was like that much of an interest, and I felt like I had more of a story to tell. And I remember one idea I played around with was a possibility where one of the death games is everyone is trapped in a building, and within a certain period of time, they have to kill themselves and reach a certain quota within a certain period of time, or twice as many of them will die based on the quota that needs to be met.
Interesting.
And it would meant to be like a way to be able to have like a lot of allegory and themes of like suicide and all that stuff.
So I see. Yeah.
But the only thing is that it's like, well, could I get much material out of that, you know?
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Well, apparently, Dari Tendo, and I'm sorry if I botched your name, apparently brought up one interesting point about a particular stand. That apparently D4C from part 7 looks like a BDSM rabbit.
Huh.
I mean, he's not wrong. I mean, if nothing
else,
else,
I thought he was talking about Rabbit from Sailor Moon, but then I'm like, I'm pretty sure there's no character called D4C in Sailor Moon.
No, that would be the stand Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. Or as it's called here in the West because of copyright bullshit, Filthy Acts at a Reasonable Price.
Ha.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it. Yeah, I gotta say it. The fact that we have to change the stand's names is kind of lame.
Yep.
But although I can at least say that D4C is pretty awesome, since it basically gives the user infinite respawn. And yet somehow, even with this insane power and a slight boost, the user Funny Valentine, yes, that's his name, apparently lost to a paraplegic kid, and whose stand allows him to shoot his fingernails like bullets. Try wrapping your brain around that. Yeah. Which reminds me, I need to also read that part because that one's actually one I probably like the most, where it's actually the JoJo who's the evil one. Yes.
Yeah. Maybe one thing I'll think about doing is maybe when I get the remake of the Top 10 Worst Lesbians re-uploaded, maybe I can look back at my remaster video and see how well it holds up.
Suppose it wouldn't hurt.
Yeah. That was one thing I was thinking about doing earlier, but I wasn't quite too sure like how it would look, because it's like, well, what if people feel that I'm coming off as like a bit of a narcissist, you know, watching and then critiquing my own video on my stream or something like that? It sounds silly, but there are those petty assholes that have assumed worse of me based on lesser things.
I hear you.
And I thought, like, maybe if Trickster and Wolf was still here, maybe it was something that could be done, like seeing how well like the remaster holds up and whatnot.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah, because some people ask me stupid questions like, do you even watch your videos? It's like, well, first off, I edit my own videos, so logically I watch over them. And second off, yes, I do watch over my own videos. How do you know that? That's why I know that some of my old videos suck.
Yes, also,
because I watch over them and I think back in hindsight, like, you know what? That kind of sucked.
Also, if you ask me, I think the most logical thing you can do is basically actually watch the video before uploading to see if it's presentable.
Yeah. And that's what I do. In fact, my Patreons have the privilege to see videos before they're uploaded to the public.
Yeah.
The problem is I don't have many patrons. But
if you do become a patron, you are allowed to see videos early. And I also will usually ask these people who are patrons, I'm like, so what'd you think of the video? Was it good or bad? And sometimes, dependent on their decisions, I'll potentially take down the video, make some quick fixes, and then re-upload it, making it officially public.
Gotcha.
But like I said, I don't get that many patrons, so not that many people ever end up using that privilege. And sometimes I honestly forget.
Gotcha. But still. Let's see. Trying to think.
I'm a little bit nervous, but at the same time, I feel like I will be able to get this right. And hopefully, if it goes well, it will hopefully get that conversation started that I'm hoping will start.
Gotcha.
Because I genuinely would love if my video helped encourage and inspire other people to make their own videos of like bad gay characters. Because like I said, there's not enough criticism out there about the bad gay characters.
Yeah.
And I think it's important to talk about the good as well as the bad, you know, balance and all that.
Right. I mean,
but I genuinely believe there are some people out there that are genuinely too scared to criticize gay characters for fear of the mob. And on some level, I get that. I know that's why there's a lot of people like in my fan base in the Versus community that respect me, because much like with Seth and Sir Splash, I'm one of the only few people that will actually call out Death Battle, and I don't really care about invoking the fear of the mob. Because as you've seen, most of the time if you criticize Death Battle, the mob will come for you. And some people will just genuinely go along with it and clap along. Sadly, that's not how I operate, though. If I have to get some shit from some SJWs or some crazy lesbians in the LGBT community, so be it. I mean, at the end of the day, like, you can't really like change my opinion. I'm not afraid of you. You cannot cancel me. And I think it's an important discussion to have. I mean, why would you not want to talk about like the negative aspects of like gay characters or like gay media? Like, that just makes no sense to me. Like, if you want the so-called equality and to be treated normally, well, guess what? People are gonna fucking people are going to like talk about the bad as well as the good. It's really that simple.
Right.
I don't upload a video fully expecting people to be 100% positive. That's freaking delusional.
No. Of course not.
And it is whenever I do get those people, not the assholes, but whenever I do get the people that give me genuine criticism, people don't think it, but they do, but they assume that I don't take into account. But I pretty much take the criticism personally of any legitimate piece of criticism I got. For example, that Enigma guy that thought that I was ignoring him, no, I actually took his criticism into account. It's just that most of the criticism he was telling me was criticism I was already aware of. So it's like, you're not telling me anything new here, buddy. And Raven's video was downright useless.
Right. Still, I guess that's just it, huh? Shit always finds ways to happen.
Yeah, because I'm honestly tired of people constantly putting gay people on a pedestal. I'm LGBT and I fucking hate it when people do that shit. Don't put me on a fucking pedestal because of who I fuck. Like, why should who I fuck determine like me getting special treatment? Like, that's fucking ridiculous. I'm not special because I take dicks in the ass. That doesn't make me special. And I would expect people to treat me just like anyone else just like anyone else. Like, who cares whether I take dicks up the ass or girls allow me to put my dick in their ass.
Right.
Like it's ridiculous to me that people feel the need to put gay people on a pedestal because of who they sleep with. It's ridiculous. At the end of the day, you can say what you want about homosexuality, but homosexuality is no different than heterosexuality. At the end of the day, the end result is always the same.
Right.
Who are you fucking? That's all it really comes down to at the end of the day.
Of course. All our blood is red.
Yeah, see, the difference is I will never allow anyone to cancel me. I'm far too resilient. I mean, the fan war, his fan base genuinely thought that I was going to get canceled over that stupid Raven situation. Look how well that turned out. Did you really think that I would allow anyone to cancel me, especially over something as stupid as that? Which was mostly born out of a fucking misunderstanding and a lack of communication. Like, I'm not going to allow anyone to cancel me. I won't allow it.
Yeah. I mean, again, well, I'm happy that it means that 5 Nights at Freddy's at most will be on hiatus. But
I would prefer it if it was on permanent hiatus, because I would really like it if 5 Nights at Freddy's went away.
You know that's not going to happen, right?
I know, but it should. In fact, I'm going to add that to the list. If they ever invent time travel, not only am I going to go back in time and stop Revolutionary Girl Utona from existing, but I'm going to make sure that 5 Nights at Freddy's doesn't exist either.
Yeah. Well,
I'll find a way to erase it from existence. And I'll find a way to do it without killing Scott Cawthon, because I don't have anything against the guy, but 5 Nights at Freddy's is just garbage, and I wish he would stop making those games.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, though. He did now, and I don't want to give like Twitter Puritans the satisfaction thinking they won. And even though Scott himself did claim that he dropped out of his own accord so he can focus on making more games for his
Oh,
kid.
yeah, you never give the Puritans the satisfaction. See, when Puritans come after me, I mock them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, I'm the type of person that if a Puritan tried to cancel me, I would just immediately do something insane, like upload something borderline pornographic just to fucking piss them off. just to take the piss, because that's the thing. Like, people need to understand, like, with me, you need to understand that I'm the type of person that'll take the piss out of things.
Right. So that's kind of the thing. For me, I'm really more conflict about, I guess depending on how you want to look at it, again, people just see that this was just a result of SJWs winning. Others just say that this is Scott himself just kind of wanting to move on to different things.
Only SJWs are arrogant enough to think that they have any effect on anything.
No,
they're all like wrestling smarks. They think they're way more important than they actually are when they're a very tiny but obnoxiously loud minority.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, jeez. Honestly, unknown otaku, would that time paradox really be any worse than the timeline we're living in now?
You'll end up creating a time paradox. No, because I have light Yagami level intelligence, and I'll find a way to go back in time and alter the past in such a way to where a time paradox will not be created.
Right.
Because, for example, realistically, if you went back in time and killed Hitler, that would actually cause some kind of catastrophic damage to the timeline.
Yeah.
There would be ways to alter the history, but as long as you don't fuck with anything too major, you might be fine. Exactly. Like, for example, if you tried to go back in time and stop World War II from ever happening, you might cause some serious damage to the world.
Exactly.
But I'm sure I'm sure going back in time and stopping Five Nights at Freddy's from existing, what damage would that honestly do to the timeline realistically?
Hell, Scott might actually make a better game.
Yeah.
With that change.
It's not like the timeline was enriched by Five Nights at Freddy's existence, and Five Nights at Freddy's is not an important game. For example, if you went back in time and prevented the creation of Sweet Home, you might accidentally erase survival horror from existence. Exactly. Because it was Sweet Home that created it in the first place. Sweet Home is one of the most important games ever made. If you went back in time and erased that game from existence, yeah, you might cause some major damage because you might potentially erase the entire known survival horror genre from existence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, then you'd be really playing with fire.
Yep.
Or besides, let's see. And again, I don't know. I'd argue that there are some games worse than Five Nights at Freddy's, but that's kind of me justifying. Like, again, when I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, Mr. Hopp's Playhouse, which was just very bare basic. I'll admit the prequel was better, but that's really by virtue of being a bit more ambitious, of having actual cutscenes, more voice actors, or than trying to add on to the lore. Although that game got really weird when I saw the gameplay. They were like, the character of this game somehow just, for no real reason, time jumped to the first game.
Huh.
And like, I don't really know. Like, you'd think that maybe because this time up, she might bump into her future granddaughter, or since she was the protagonist of the first game, but yeah, no, that just seemed a little out of left field.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know why, but the original version of the first game, but like at least the newer version of the first game, also replaced the gun that you get to shoot Mr. Hopp. It was replaced with a slingshot.
Hell, even when Five Nights at Freddy's tries to be a actual game rather than just basically a stupid flash game jump scare simulator, it's still ridiculous. When I saw the trailer for the newest game, Help Wanted, I'm like, oh god, this looks like the epitome of like some garbage shovelware I would find on Steam.
Yeah.
It looks so bad.
It's not helping that was just secretly Five Nights at Freddy's 6 in disguise.
Yeah, it's like how many Five Nights at Freddy's games are you gonna make? Seriously, what more needs to be said?
Yeah. It ran its course. Like, that can't be overstated. Although, then again, there's also games like Bendy and the Ink Machine, which really the only appeal I had that I can see with that game was just the aesthetics and the atmosphere. Well, that, and I just really like old school cartoons.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I'm of the opinion that sometimes you need to just leave things well enough alone.
Right.
For example, if I ended up making Snuff Machinery and it became a franchise, after a certain point, I would just stop. And I would say, like, look, if you want to make, like, your own version of Snuff Machinery, that's fine. But just so you know, it's going to be a spin-off, and you're only going to be allowed to make references to events in the main timeline, and you're not allowed to touch any of my main characters from the main timeline. Understand? You make your own characters. You want to reference them? Fine, but you can't do anything with them. Because I wouldn't want someone to, like, try to, like, get a franchise from me and then run it into the ground, you know? Like, that just happens so many times. Like, at some point, you need to know when to end something.
Yeah. Honestly, I'd be pretty much the same. And, like, that's the only real logical way to go.
Yep.
Let's see. What else?
No, I mean, if I was able to get a franchise out of Snuff Machinery, I would have a vision for a trilogy and maybe, but even then, this is a very big maybe, possibly a spin-off. I mean, not a spin-off, a prequel to kind of like show like the history of like how these death games began, showing like possibly like one of the many prototype death games.
Yeah,
but even then, I feel if it's like not necessary to the story, then I probably wouldn't even bother with it if it's not necessary to the story.
So I see.
Yep.
Still,
my goal with my scripts that I hopefully can make into anime is I want to tell a story. I don't want to try to make the next big franchise. I just want to tell a story. And if I feel that there's nothing more that can be said about the story, then that's that.
Right. Right. Hello, where did you come from? What's coming to you? Sorry, my dog.
Getting away from me, cat.
Make this quick. What do you want, Miley?
I found a side-scrolling version of Resident Evil 4 in the NES style.
Oh yeah, I think you played that one on the stream one time.
Yeah. It's surprisingly harder than it looks.
Yeah.
And again, that's NES games for you. Those games were just brutal back then.
Yeah, I remember, like, I said something along the lines of it being looking more stressful than actual Resident Evil games.
Oh yeah, the actual Resident Evil 4 isn't all that hard.
But still. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are probably a good Resident Evil fan game or two.
Oh yeah, there probably is.
I remember, like, I heard there was supposed to be one that was like a prequel to number 2, where it's supposed to be like the very beginning stage of the outbreak in Raccoon City, and it's supposed to incorporate some free roam. And like, the only problem is I don't remember what that game's name was. I mean, seems cool though. I appreciate the ambition.
Resident Evil During the Storm.
I think that may have been it. Let's see. See here. Oh yeah, hey Gamey. So Did you ever hear the news about the Netflix Resident Evil series?
Yeah, I know all about it. I've been following it. I'm going to check it out. At first, I was told it was a movie, but then it got revealed apparently it's going to be a series.
Yeah.
I'll check it out. I am a little bit kind of about the designs, about the new designs for like Leon and Claire. I get that they're getting older, but usually whenever their designs change, it bugs me.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I mean, I know that their designs are meant to reflect a passage of time, but at a certain point, I feel like even a passage of time wouldn't change their faces so radically.
Nah.
Like, I know part of it is that these characters are sometimes modeled after like real life actors, but still, like some consistency would be nice. Like, I'm so used to Leon's look in like Resident Evil 4. And like when you start to stray away from that look, it starts to look a little weird.
Yeah, exactly. I was just curious.
Yeah, of course I've played Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link. It's a pain in the ass. I eventually beat it, but it was a pain. I don't know if I'll ever try to beat it again. Because it's not only a hard game, but it's a long, hard game. Like, for example, if I tried to stream myself beating that game, I'd probably have to break it up into parts because Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link is still a Zelda game, and it can take a long time to beat.
Bug Quants wants to know, like, what's your favorite Resident Evil games?
My favorites, probably 4, 7, 2. I mean, really, I like them all for the most part. I can't really think of a single Resident Evil game I outright hate, really. I mean, I'm one of those Resident Evil fans that basically believes that Resident Evil can do no wrong. Resident Evil has to really, really, really fuck up for me to like dislike it. Like, even like with Resident Evil 8, I'm not mad at Resident Evil 8. I'm just disappointed.
Right.
And like I said, I'm still sure that when I get my hands on Resident Evil 8, I'm still confident I'll be able to have some fun with it. I just don't know if I'll end up enjoying it as much as, say, Resident Evil 7, because after Resident Evil 7, I was so hyped for what was going to come after it. I genuinely thought it could have been something amazing. I was hoping for, like, Resident Evil 7, but on, like, a larger scale.
Well, yeah.
But sadly, it was not meant to be. Although I haven't played any of the spin-offs like Survivor or Umbrella Corps, which is supposed to be really bad, so who knows?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've seen scorpions in this video. That's apparently why I learned that there was a Resident Evil comic where Jill Valentine had to fight a werewolf.
Huh?
Yeah, it was not great.
One thing I remember was like this really good animation that someone made where it's like in the anime style and Jill is being harassed by Nemesis and it like gets really weird. And then you find out that Jill was actually stoned the whole time because, you know, green herbs and all that.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah. I can't remember if I've ever showed it before, but it's pretty funny.
Yeah. I'll have to put a pin in that. Let's see.
And now that I think about it, whatever did happen to that prisoner guy that Rebecca teamed up with in Resident Evil 0? Whatever happened to him? I never beat Resident Evil 0, so I'm not sure if he ever made it out alive, but what the heck ever happened to him?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yep. I mean, you would think Rebecca would at least, like, maybe ask about him.
Yeah.
Considering that she worked together with him.
Exactly.
Then again, for the most part, like people, the fans lately want to like say that Jill's being ignored. Oh yeah, how about Rebecca?
Or what about
Nobody even knows what's been happening with her. Like, yeah, she was in Resident Evil 0, she was in Resident Evil 1, and then she just vanished.
Right.
Yeah, she was in Resident Evil Vendetta, but she's not in it for very long.
Yeah, and let's not forget, like, freaking, I think his name was, like, Carlos from Resident Evil 3.
Yeah, Carlos. He was in one game, a couple movies, and then gone.
Yeah, like Jill got really fucking spoiled compared to those guys.
Yeah. Yeah, especially because Rebecca Chambers was one of the original main cast alongside Barry Burton, Jill Valentine, Chris Redfield, Albert Wesker. I mean, at least with Barry Burton, like, he did come back in Resident Evil Revelations 2 as a main character. He did show up in one of the endings of Resident Evil 3.
Yeah.
We followed his daughter, where we still get more information about, like, what Barry's life was like with his daughters.
That's right.
And then if you want to count it, I believe Barry Burton showed up in that Resident Evil Gaiden game. I think if I remember correctly, he was the main character of that game.
Possibly. Yeah. Like, they always complain about how, you know, you have Jill not coming back, but then you realize, well, okay, well, at least people remember Jill. Also, can it?
I mean, how do you think that guy from Resident Evil Survivor feels?
Probably worthless.
I mean, despite being like the friend or partner of Leon Kennedy or something like that, like, he just never showed up again.
Yeah.
Despite having apparently some kind of connection to Leon.
Still.
And Leon is definitely treated like royalty alongside Chris.
Mm-hmm.
Although probably for good reason.
Yeah. I remember that Winter Ghost, for his versus series, he pinned Leon against Chris.
Yep. I mean, we did get to see those two fight in Resident Evil 6, which was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Although I remember putting in the comment section of, like, when I saw someone upload that cutscene onto YouTube, me and a bunch of Resident Evil fans were talking. I'm like, let's be honest, if that fight didn't get interrupted and they were serious, let's be honest, Leon would have kicked Chris's ass.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Like, yeah, Chris is bigger and stronger than him, I get that, and he's very skilled, but Leon literally works for the fucking president and was trained in, like, a super special program specifically designed to kill BOWs. The motherfucker goes around scissor-kicking tyrants. Chris would have gotten his ass handed to him if Leon was serious.
Yeah, like, Chris would not survive this dude.
Yeah, because Chris, as far as I know, he's still mostly just a guy with, like, very good military training who's really strong. I know he works for the BSAA, but as far as my knowledge, the BSAA is basically just a branch of the military.
Right.
I mean, you got Leon over here who's trained in shit like Systema and whatnot. That's like some John Wick shit right there.
Exactly. Well, at least now. Yeah, now I remember who won the one.
Yeah, sadly, Bug, you should have been here a bit earlier because I did mention the Naruto and Bleach games.
Yeah, man, you're a little slow on the draw.
Yeah. I mean, I can't fully blame him if he was doing something else, but it sucks because I did mention the games earlier, and I'm one of those people that gets frustrated when they have to repeat themselves. But yeah, I did speak about the Naruto and Bleach games earlier because I was talking about, like, why is it that of all the popular anime series, Bleach gets fuck all when it comes to games, and Naruto gets like 9 million. Naruto gets 9 million games.
Yeah. It's pretty weird.
Yep.
Trying to remember. I feel like there was something I wanted to mention looking back at the last podcast.
Oh yeah, what would that have been?
I don't know. It keeps escaping me somehow. I think it was Saw related. I'm not sure.
Well, try your best to remember.
Let's see, I'm trying.
Ah, man, that really fucks with my eyes. Ow. I'm starting to wonder if buying this was a waste of time.
What you feeling with?
Oh, I bought this mask. It's a cosplay prop from this anime I was watching called Black Bullet. And it's a neat little mask, but it's very weirdly designed, and it has these parts of the mask that are like supposed to be black, so it's kind of like looking through sunglasses. And the way the mask is designed, like, it really fucks with my eyes when I put it on.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. A lot of the Bleach games that do exist are Japanese-only games, and only a couple have ever made it to the West.
Well, that's lame.
Yeah, there was one on DS, there was one on Wii, there was one on PlayStation 3, and that was about it. Supposedly there was one on the PlayStation Portable. It was some kind of fighting game apparently, but I never saw it, not once. So I think it must have been a Japanese exclusive because I could never find it. Hell, just getting the one on PlayStation 3 was difficult enough.
I bet.
Why do I think Deadpool's overrated? Because he is overrated.
Yes.
Look at Deadpool.
Like, seriously.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what more to add to that. He's pretty damn overrated.
Yeah.
I mean, he went from being who the fuck is this guy to now everybody can't shut up about him.
Like, honestly,
I mean, everybody's always making videos about Deadpool. I mean, look at Death Battle. Look at how hard Death Battle went on Deadpool. We got 3 fucking episodes, and like they're constantly trying to be like, oh look, we're clever. We're having Deadpool break the fourth wall. Look, Deadpool's telling us we suck. Blah 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 blah.
For me, Deadpool is like a roller coaster. You know, first time around, it's fun. You do this a few more times, it gets really old really quick.
Yeah. Especially because fourth wall breaking is now no longer special anymore because everybody's doing it. It's like, oh, Deadpool breaks the fourth wall. Okay, who cares? Who gives a shit? So is Big Mouth.
Yeah, exactly. And hell, the Looney Tunes did that shit first.
Yeah.
So
yeah, there's plenty of anime that also break the fourth wall as well. Like meta humor can be done well, but you need to do more than just break the fourth wall.
Right.
I mean, Phaelus talks about this all the time because he's all about meta humor.
Of course. Or so I've noticed. But overall, it's just... Yeah, but if you really think about it, that's the thing about Deadpool. He's just a one-trick pony.
I mean, I don't know if I would personally describe him as a one-trick pony. I have to think about it, but he is certainly extremely overrated. I get why people like Deadpool. He's a fine character, but good God, when he became popular, oh, that was really annoying.
Yeah. Honestly, it's at the point where even just for a joke fanfic, I want nothing to do with him.
I'm probably never going to cover Deadpool on Blood Royale because, number one, why should I? Number two, I can't think of any opponents for him. And number three, everybody already does Deadpool.
Yes.
I want to be able to do unique matchups on Blood Royale. Yeah, I'll do some popularly requested ones every now and then, especially if Death Battle ever drops the ball on any of these. For the most part, I want to try to do unique matchups and bring in like some matchups or some characters that nobody would genuinely think about.
Yeah, that's... To me, that's what's going to make Blood Royale great.
Yep.
Breaking the mold.
I mean, I acknowledge that not all of my matchups are going to resonate with people. I get that. I know there's some people that think that my matchups suck, and I get that.
Yeah, but honestly, I can think of worse. Hell, I already told you that some random guy on DeviantArt thought that Nappa versus Sora was logical, so...
Yeah, except it's not logical. First off, Nappa, if you want to pull this bullshit that they usually pull, Nappa and Sora have no fucking connections whatsoever. I swear to God, Sora has more connections with fucking Natsu from fucking Fairy Tail than he does with Nappa.
Yeah.
What the fuck even was Nappa? He was just some guy that was Vegeta's gay lackey.
Yeah, and again, he was just fodder. He was a throwaway character in every sense of the word.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he wasn't even the big villain. Vegeta was. He was so worthless, Vegeta just killed him himself. Even Vegeta thought, like, yeah, this guy blows. And keep in mind, Vegeta knew that Nappa was one of the only remaining members of his race, and even Vegeta thought, like, yeah, this guy isn't even worth keeping around.
Also, Nappa was so stupid, he almost got his own head. They almost got his head chopped off until Vegeta told him to move.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, basically, if theoretically,
Nappa basically is to DBZ what Yami was to Bleach.
yeah,
Just this big dope that, yeah, he's kind of strong, but he's also kind of a bit of an idiot. And Ukiura always had to constantly talk him into not doing stupid shit.
So yeah, it's just one of those characters where basically if the other characters didn't kill him, certainly Darwinism would.
Yep.
But I don't know. I mean, I literally told him on DeviantArt that this matchup made no sense, and so far I haven't gotten a response. Which is a shame because I would actually love to see how this guy would justify it.
I mean, what people need to understand about mirror matchups is not just some contrary to what fan war would have you believe. Mirror matchup is not just a term I use to describe matchups I don't like. I'm very clear with what I believe a mirror matchup is. A mirror matchup is basically where the matchup is predicated on the fact that these characters have so many similarities that it basically becomes ditto. That's the problem.
Right.
Or another aspect of mirror matchups that I've noticed are things like same power matchups.
Yeah. Like,
here's the thing. Rin and Makoto, they have their connections, but it's not all about the connections. The true meat of the fight is that of science versus magic.
Right. And that's what makes it interesting.
Yeah. What I always tell people is if the connection doesn't really play into the fight in any way, then it's useless.
That's right. And so that's kind of another thing. Like, and again, and that's kind of why.
Wow, way to fucking invalidate the Super Saiyan.
Yeah, that literally does not. That literally tells me nothing. How would Nappa? That doesn't explain how Nappa would still beat a fucking Keyblade wielder.
Nope.
Hmm.
And again, all the Super Saiyan is it's just a times 100 boost. That's all it is.
Right.
It's just a times 100 multiplier. It's nothing special. It doesn't give you any kind of special abilities or anything. It's literally just a power boost. That's all it fucking is. I don't know why so many people say, I want to be the superpower I want to have, if I could have any anime power, Super Saiyan. It's like, why? First off, Super Saiyan isn't a power. It's a power boost, and Super Saiyan is gay.
Plus, I don't know if Death Battle got this right or not, but mostly when Saiyans turn Super Saiyan, they tend to be more violent than they actually are. So you're potentially putting other people at
say
risk.
what you want about me wanting Kimimorra's Kekkei Genkai. It's an actual fucking power and a cool one at that.
Yeah, exactly.
I would basically be a fucking walking Terminator, and my entire bone structure can be used as a weapon. I could literally just rip a bone out of my body and use it as a sword, or I could literally fire bullets from my fingers. I could literally finger bang someone to death. Because that was one of Kimimorra's powers. He could fire bullets from his fingertips. And it was awesome.
Kimimorra is probably the only cool Naruto character, isn't he?
Yeah, Kimimorra was one of the few genuinely cool, interesting Naruto characters. And the fact that they killed him off so early on and didn't use him in any meaningful way is just fucking retarded.
Good to know. Oh. Look, no offense, Otaku, but I honestly don't give a shit about the Dragon Ball lore. Or like, it was a dumb match up written by seemingly a dumb guy. I'm just gonna leave it at
My
that.
take on Toriyama, talented artist, but he's completely useless as a writer.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't write the worst stories ever, but he writes what basically amounts to just dumb 80s action. Like, there's hardly ever any interesting philosophical concepts. The character arcs are usually very simple and straightforward. There's almost never any kind of interesting twists or turns the stories take. They're just kind of straightforward roller coaster rides. Yeah, they can be enjoyed for what they are, but eventually it's going to wear off over time.
Right. I don't know, Bug. I don't know anything about Gilgamesh. Yes, I don't know if that would be a good opponent for Sora or not.
Well, Sora versus Gilgamesh is a tricky one. Because Gilgamesh can be... Because it depends on what Gilgamesh we're talking about here. I mean, I can kind of see where some people are coming from. Gilgamesh can wield a lot of noble phantasms, and Sora can wield a lot of keyblades at once. I remember one time in one of my old Kingdom Hearts 4 file, I had a power-up that allowed Sora to wield 4 keyblades at once.
Yeah. Yeah.
What we're saying about Gilgamesh is the guy is a literal one-man army.
Again, that's not my forte.
I'm actually a Fate fan, so I'm much more familiar with the lore.
Let's see.
Yes, I've read the Naruto manga. It's not that much better. In fact, in the Naruto manga, Kimimorra doesn't even get a fucking backstory.
What, seriously?
Yes, in the manga, Kimimorra, that amazing backstory that was in the anime, yeah, it's not even in the fucking manga.
That's lame.
Yeah. Kimimorra just shows up, he fights Naruto, Lee, and Gaara, and then he dies, and then that's that, he's gone. What a fucking waste.
Yeah. That's not making me want to get into Naruto. Quite the opposite, actually. I think I might just enjoy this series.
You're not missing much. Naruto, it's probably better than Dragon Ball Z. It's still your typical battle shonen.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, yeah, I just remembered something. I think Joker from Persona 5 might be a canon trap.
What makes you think that? I know Joker has cross-dressed before, but I believe that was like one time.
Yeah, but there was another, albeit a little more PG outfit. That was it's from the I don't know if these, I only say somewhat canon because I'm not sure if these particular mangas are, but it's the Memento Memories.
What I understand about traps is about being a trap is about more than just cross-dressing. There's more to it than that.
I'm just saying he's still
being a trap is genuinely like a lifestyle, and there's a bit of an art to it. Similar to how there's a bit of an art to being a drag queen. Being a drag queen, believe it or not, is actually about more than just dressing in ridiculous shit. Drag is an art form. And the trap lifestyle is just that. It's a lifestyle. It's more, there's a lot more to it than just cross-dressing. And it can be a very tricky lifestyle because for traps they have to work very hard to maintain their feminine appearance.
All right, never mind then.
Believe me, it's actually a bit of a pain in the ass.
Wait. And by that logic, Teddy from Persona 4 shouldn't be considered a trap because he only did it with the stupid beauty pageant.
I could be wrong, but he did cross-dress for the beauty pageant thing, But I believe like the thing with Teddy is like he's one of those characters that's androgynous at all times or something like that.
Yeah, dude's pretty.
From what I understand, Teddy is classified as a trap. I mean, I could see why some people would say maybe he shouldn't qualify, but like I said, it kind of depends.
Well, I mean, he didn't really have much competition.
Yeah. I mean, for example, I believe that you could technically consider Ash a trap, but there are some that might not feel that way. I even spoke about this in my ranker list of the best traps and all that, and I put like, I know some people may not see Ash as a trap, but from my perspective, Ash has cross-dressed on multiple occasions, and almost every single time Ash has cross-dressed, with the exception of one time, Ash has acted like a female, and Ash does have a trap persona, Ashley.
Gotcha.
So even though Ash isn't like a trap all the time, and he only does it every once in a while, you could technically classify him as a trap.
What the hell is wrong?
I don't have much opinions on drag races. They're not really my thing. I can't really say drag is something that interests me.
Apparently, Miku wants to know how powerful.
Get involved in that stuff.
Apparently, Miku wants to know how powerful is Astolfo now.
I cannot tell you.
Like that depends.
Because I honestly don't know. Also, it depends on what Astolfo we're talking about here. Rider Astolfo or Saber Astolfo.
Let's see. Yeah, I keep forgetting. Isn't it like a... Didn't you say before it was like there's a Fate multiverse?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There is a full-blown multiverse. There are alternate timelines, alternate realities, you name it. Yeah, the Fate universe is extremely fucking complicated. In fact, Nasu revealed that his other works are connected to the Fate multiverse. They all take place in one large, complex multiverse, and it can get very fucking convoluted.
Wow.
Trust me, the Fate universe can be very intimidating for those who are like not very super committed to the lore, you know? Like, I'm a fan, so I'm already invested, but yeah, the Fate multiverse can get extremely complicated.
Okay,
Let alone
Miku.
trying to power scale the characters.
Well, Miku just clarified and said Rider.
Again, I don't know. Trying to power scale Fate characters is genuinely a pain in the ass. Because the power system they operate off of a lettering system rather than like multipliers and whatnot. And even then, the rank system gives you fuck all to work with. So the best you have to work with is just power scale their feats and hope for the best.
Gotcha.
And even then, it's not always foolproof. For example, Astolfo once took a trip to the moon and back. But it was done in an unknown period of time. So some think that Astolfo has sub-relativistic speed, thinking that this feat is very similar to when Saitama took a trip to the moon and back. But other fans point out that, well, we don't know how long this trip took. It could have taken Astolfo seconds. It could have taken Astolfo days. Due to the fact that we don't know how long it took Astolfo to make this trip, it's difficult to know.
So I see. Let's see. Still, definitely an interesting question. I mean, I guess you must have some idea how it works if you're willing to pin like Gilgamesh against Link.
Oh, yeah. because Gilgamesh is a little bit more easy to deal with because for the most part, he's not really all about crazy feats or anything like that. He just mostly relies on his noble phantasms, and he doesn't have like a whole bunch of crazy feats. It's mostly because that's the thing. Gilgamesh versus Link is going to be more about the arsenals than their feats. Yes, their feats and their stats are going to be factored in, but for the most part, it's just going to be watching both these men just take these enormous arsenals and just throw them at each other.
So I see.
And it's going to be a matter of who can perfectly counter the other, because me and my research partner were able to find that for every powerful noble phantasm Gilgamesh could toss at Link, he could almost perfectly counter it. This is why I say that Link versus Cloud is somewhat bullshit, because realistically, there's nothing Cloud could throw at Link that Link wouldn't be able to realistically counter in some way.
Gotcha. But still.
Don't worry, you all will see. Although there is a problem, people really have a bad habit of highballing Gilgamesh, which worries me. Because I could just totally see a death battle highballing Gilgamesh based on these asinine feats that people use. To try to make Gilgamesh out to be way stronger than he actually is. Yeah, Gilgamesh is very strong, but people don't understand why Gilgamesh is so strong. They often misunderstand him.
And
I honestly feel the same way about Link. Link is very overpowered, but people don't understand why Link is overpowered and broken. Because so many people get so caught up on things like destructive power. Like, for example, with Cloud, it's like, oh, well, Cloud can tank a supernova and all this shit. It's like, okay, that is impressive, but that's like an easy way to make someone OP, you know?
Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Sorry, it's my dog.
Yeah, like I tell people, there's a little bit more. Like, I feel like for example, Dragon Ball Z, that's just such an easy way to make somebody powerful. Just have them blow up a planet. It's just easy.
Excuse me real quick, Kimi.
What?
No. Once a servant runs out of mana and they have no master to be able to supply them with more, that's it. Game over. Yeah, servants can maintain their existence even without a master as long as they maintain mana. But typically, once a servant loses their master, they disappear. There are some special circumstances like Gilgamesh who's able to function without a master. It depends on their independence level. All servants have their own level of independence. And the higher their level is, the more they can function without needing a master. Once Astolfo lost his master, he almost quickly started to disappear. The only reason why he didn't disappear was because he made a contract with Sieg. The Zelda manga, I'm pretty sure it's canon because you have to remember, the manga is based on the video games. Ocarina of Time, Link's Awakening, Twilight Princess, Majora's Mask. They're all based on the video games. Yeah, they sometimes add things here and there, but they're still based on the video games. The end result is still the same. Yeah, the manga can sometimes play out slightly differently, but it's usually still the same story.
Sorry, I'm back. Dogs.
Yeah, dogs.
But still. Oh. Oh, wait. Are they actually making a live action Helsing movie?
I heard some rumor about that. I don't know how true it is, and I haven't gotten the chance to Google search it yet.
I should really. That reminds me, I need to. Oh, shit. I need to go back to watching Drifters at some point.
Yep. Yeah, I definitely might call it here soon because I just realized it's like 3 a.m. where I am. Damn.
Like I said, all those.
Don't worry, I'll at some point look into this because I did remember reading an article about how a bunch of anime are getting live action adaptations, but at least the lists I checked out at the time, this may be outdated, but the lists I looked at the time never mentioned a Hellsing remake.
Still that.
Well, if it is actually 4 a.m., then it's either 4 a.m. where you are and 3 a.m. where I am, or for some reason my stupid clock on my laptop is behind for some dumb reason.
Still, either ways. He's. You heard it from Adele AK. I'm trying to remember. I think that's the.
Yes, I am.
I think that Adele AK is like that. The one guy who does all the Ruby videos, just always talking about how he could, like, what should happen, how it could have been better pulled off. I mean, is that right, Otaku, or am I thinking of someone else? That name's very familiar. But yeah.
Huh. That Gamble anime on Netflix is getting a part 2. So I guess there was a live action of it, and now they're making a sequel to it. I was unaware of that.
Cool beans.
Rurouni Kenshin, I'm already aware of that one. Tokyo Ravengers, don't even know what that is. Don't know what this one is. Steins Gate, I know all about this one because ER is not very happy about this. One Punch Man. Oh, yeah. I've heard about this one.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Here it is. Hellsing. Holy shit. They got the screenwriter of John Wick. Damn.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, it says it right here. The screenwriter behind the John Wick series is collaborating with Amazon Studios to develop a live-action feature film based on Hellsing. That's actually not a bad start.
Yeah, that actually sounds kind of promising, to be honest.
Yeah. Because the John Wick series is fucking great. And that'll definitely mean we'll probably at the very least get some good story because John Wick was great. Great story, great world building, good characters. Hopefully they can secure a good director though to give us some cool action scenes. And this one I'm not happy about. Sword Art Online. Fuck this shit. Why would you greenlight this? The only good thing that can ever come out of this is the movie will end up sucking, and it'll help the fan base realize that the reason why the movie sucks is because the source material sucks.
Well,
Naruto, this is another one I know about.
it's probably going to fail either way, so I'm not worried.
Yep.
Let's see here. Cowboy Bebop, we already discussed.
One Piece. Mobile Suit Gundam, another one I've known about. And that's all of them.
Huh. Well then, those were something.
This is funny. Game rant. Top 10 live action movies based on anime that were actually great.
Okay, I may have to see that one myself. Let's see.
I always have to remind myself that there was a Phoenix Wright movie.
I'm literally just learning that now.
Gintama. I still can't believe this got a live action adaptation. I didn't expect that.
I have never seen it though.
Death Note. Terraformers. I've heard good things about this series, but I've never checked it out. Blade of the Immortal. I think that's Rurouni Kenshin. Ace Attorney. I will never understand this series. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, never mind. Here's Rurouni Kenshin. Speed Racer. Alita Battle Angel. What the fuck?
Hey, I told you.
Where is Bleach? Where the fuck is Bleach? Fuck this. Even when Bleach gets a good fucking live action adaptation, it can't get any fucking respect. Fuck this. Like, why can't this series ever get any fucking respect? Why? Fudge. Jack Black is fine.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
That can't be the case because if you go off of Japan's top 100 greatest anime of all time, Bleach is on there. Bleach is a very popular series and it sold quite well. I don't know why Bleach always gets the cold shoulder. I don't get it. Top 10 live action adaptations no one asked for.
Bleach is on that list.
Wait, what?
Yeah, like it says there, Bleach 2018.
Okay, whatever, I guess. Fuck that guy then. Yeah, sure, nobody may have asked for a Bleach live action, but we got it anyway, and it was good. So I'm going to take what I can get. Plus, Japan, at least for the most part, actually has a somewhat decent track record. I mean, the good Death Note adaptations and the Bleach adaptations did come from Japan.
True.
Netflix is not producing a live-action Berserk movie.
Should we consider that a good
Could you imagine how awkward that would have been if if on the day Mira died, we got the announcement that there was going to be a Berserk live action?
Oh yeah, that would be almost.
That would have just like added insult to injury.
Yeah, that would be almost painful if that happened.
I don't know anything about this series.
It's kind of good. I mean, I saw it. Apparently, the guy who plays the Guyver is also David Hayter, who plays Solid Snake.
Yep. This one I know nothing about either.
Me neither.
Dance. What the fuck is this?
They look like they're wearing gimp suits.
That's fucking hilarious. Ironi Kenshin again.
I have a feeling they're probably not going to mention Bleach.
Golo. What the fuck? I thought Golgo 13 was a fucking NES game. Not an anime.
I've never even heard of this.
I know of this because there was a NES game named Golo 13. Death Note. Fun fact, this guy played the main character in Battle Royale.
Oh.
Yep, it's the same guy.
Nice. Racer.
Speed Racer.
Yep.
Old Boy. Wait a second. Isn't this cheating? I thought Old Boy was like a Japanese movie not based on anything. Let me see. Okay, so it's based on a manga. Did I miss something? I could have sworn Old Boy was like it's some kind of like original thing and it wasn't like based on any anime or manga. Guess I'm gonna have to look into that. Lady Snowblood.
Huh?
Damn, this is an old one too.
Yeah, no kidding. And again, no Bleach.
What is this?
What the hell?
I've never heard of these.
Oh, that was underwhelming.
The 100 best movies on Netflix. Lol. This might be a little bit funny.
Yeah, I could use a good laugh. Let's see. June.
Well, that's gay, and I hope Jack Black knows that.
Yeah. Please, people, stop doing that.
Yeah, I really wish Naruto fans would understand. You look stupid. You don't look cool. Stop thinking you look cool.
No.
Run normally, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, if there were any ninjas around today, they'd be laughing at these people.
Yep. Ha, Monty Python.
Okay, I'll admit, I love that movie.
Yep, The Irishman.
Yep.
I should ask my Irish friend how he feels about this. Pan's Labyrinth. I always hear about this movie all the time. Apparently it's supposed to be really good.
Yeah, that's what I've heard too.
You can't name your movie this and expect me to take you seriously.
No.
And clearly it wants to be taken seriously because it's a documentary. Why would you do that? Enter the Dragon. Oh,
okay.
If I remember correctly, this was one of the big inspirations for Mortal Kombat, apparently, was Enter the Dragon, from what I remember. And Big Trouble in Little Chinatown. I guess supposedly those were two of the biggest inspirations that led to the creation of Mortal Kombat.
Yeah. I will admit, I do like this movie.
Uncut Gems. I need to remember to check out this movie. This is Adam Sandler taking another shot at a serious role.
That's...
And apparently a lot of people liked it. Bonnie and Clyde, meh. 20th Century Women, I don't care. A Clockwork Orange, okay, that's acceptable. Chinatown. The Florida Project. Don't know what that is. Casino Royale.
Not bad. Can't go wrong with little Bonds.
The Big Lebowski.
Yeah.
The Conjuring, meh. Stand By Me.
Okay.
My mother used to watch this movie all the time. I used to get it confused with The Sandlot for some reason.
I can see it.
I still remember I always had to be reminded that this was based on a Stephen King book because I'm like, wait, Stephen King made this?
Yeah, definitely not the usual Stephen King style.
Mm-hmm.
Well, to be fair, like, King has a whole array of styles.
Yep. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Fun fact, this is actually a remake of a Japanese film.
Oh, really?
It was originally a foreign film.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
I've heard nothing but good things about this movie. The Social Network. I just remember that line with Garfield. I left him at home. You with my fuck you flip flops. Such a great line. Ooh, Scott, this movie is fucking great. I was shocked to find out that this movie bombed. What the fuck?
Honestly,
this is the movie that convinced me. Give this man, Edgar Wright, a fucking manga adaptation or anime adaptation immediately.
Yes, that would be awesome.
This guy managed to make Brie Larson entertaining, for God's sake. That should have won him a fucking Oscar.
No kidding. And honestly, I mean, if you can do that, you should.
Yeah. Edgar Wright is great. Like, I thought to myself, like, let this guy freaking adapt something like Baka and Test or something. Fuck it. Rango.
Okay.
This movie's kind of forgettable, if I'm being honest. I know a lot of people like it. I always forgot about it.
I'm a little in the middle.
Spotlight.
Never heard of it.
Dick Johnson is dead. I'm not gonna lie. The title alone amuses me.
Yes.
Good Time. Never heard of it. Mad Max.
Again, the sequel was better.
Back to the
Future. Oh, that's nice.
Some kind of anime movie I've never heard of. Super Bad. Okay, that one's fine.
McLovin.
You look like a future pedophile in this one, number 1. Number 2, it doesn't have a last name. It just says McLovin. McLovin? What name? Who are you, Seal?
Yo.
Why the fuck would it be between that and Muhammad? Why don't you just pick a common name like a normal person?
Yeah, I remember, like, in one of the commercials for Far Cry 3, where Voss was like, McLovin is on the island with us.
Yeah, Voss was a lot of fun.
Apparently now, like, Far Cry's releasing, like, the season pass where you can play as some of the past villains, including Voss.
Ha! Of course they did. A Silent Voice. Apparently this was like an anime movie that like won some kind of award or something. I can't remember.
The Grandmaster. I think I heard this one. think it's supposed to be like the.
Yes.
I think it's supposed to be like the story about the man who trained Bruce Lee or something.
Yeah, I think so. I think I can vaguely remember seeing a trailer of it.
Yeah, only thing.
Shutter Island.
I think my mom likes that one.
Naked Gun.
I heard that one's hilarious.
Yep. Under the Shadow.
Ooh, mysterious, paranormal.
Paranorman. I think I remember seeing this one time and then immediately forgot about it.
Yeah, not the most memorable, I'll admit.
Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? The death of Stalin. Don't care. Don't care. Fuck. Don't. What the fuck? I don't even want to know. Blame. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be based on an anime.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because I know there's this anime called Blame on there that I saw all the time but never watched. Hugo. Oh, hey, I remember this movie.
Yeah, I saw it some time ago. I didn't know Martin Scorsese made it, though.
Yep. This is one of the only few Martin Scorsese movies I've actually seen. Holy shit, Chloe Grace Moretz was in this? How the fuck did I miss that?
Holy shit.
Total Recall.
I do love me a
Sadly,
good...
I never saw this movie, but I've heard it's nuts.
Yeah, I mean, I do love a good old Arnie movie. It is pretty fucking crazy, I will say that.
Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
I'm surprised they don't mention that. They don't mention Bruce Campbell since he plays the mayor.
I still don't understand, like, why they adapted this the way that they did.
Yeah.
I get that the original book, because I used to read it all the time, doesn't have, like, a whole lot of story, because it is a children's book, but okay. This was, like, a weird way to adapt it.
Yeah. In fact, this is basically where I lost all respect for fucking anime.
Creep. Wow, what a title.
I heard it's like actually somewhat decent.
Monty Python. I've never seen this Monty Python, Life of Brian. I know that one stoning scene that's pretty funny, but that's about it.
I heard that, like, I could be confusing it with another Monty Python movie, but it was like...
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of these.
Let's see.
The Muppets.
Most one. Okay. Dolomite. Dolomite sounds like an alien race.
Huh? Ooh, fuck yes.
Oh, I've seen this one.
I remember when my little brother convinced me to go see Star Wars 8 with him when he was going through the denial phase that it was a bad movie. I told him, here's the deal. You have to buy my ticket and we have to go see The Disaster Artist. And that was the deal.
Nice.
I did not.
Oh. I did not hear it. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
Although Tommy Wiseau might have some competition because there's this guy called Neil Breen, and he has an equally as hilarious scene where, like, there's, like, this serious scene where it's, like, someone gets murdered and it's meant to look like a suicide. It's, like, this serious scene. And he's over here acting like, I cannot believe you committed suicide. I cannot believe you committed suicide. How could you have done this? How could you have committed suicide?
Neil Breen?
Yes. A lot of people are saying, like, get the unholy trinity together. Daddy Derek, Tommy Wiseau, and Neil Breen, and just let them make a movie.
It'll be the worst and greatest thing ever.
I don't know. Have you guys ever seen that skit Mark and Tommy Wiseau and his best friend made, where they reenact the famous interrogation scene from The Dark Knight, and Tommy Wiseau is the Joker?
Yes, I have.
I remember showing that to my brother. It's fucking hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna lie. If Tommy Wiseau wanted to make like a parody of The Dark Knight with him as the Joker, I would so watch that.
Yeah, same. Although I think it's gonna be like another case of the room where he would expect people to take it seriously.
Well, that's the thing about Tommy Wiseau. He did eventually come to accept the bad nature of his movie and eventually embraced it to an extent. I think Tommy has become a lot more self-aware over the years.
That's true.
But he's come to understand that there are different ways to achieve success. And yeah, The Room wasn't this serious movie he thought it was, but it was still successful. So Tommy still accomplished what he set out to do. He wanted to entertain. He wanted to make a movie. He wanted to become a star. He became a star. He's now a legend.
Right. I mean, most importantly, he has fans.
Yeah. I mean, you literally go into a movie theater playing his movies and you'll hear people screaming Tommy.
Yeah.
The Ballad. The only movie I know is The Ballad of Ricky Bobby. Dicks.
Yeah.
Rolling Thunder. More like Rolling Thunder Pursuit. Actually, no, that guy sucks. He's one of the worst highballers in the entire community. Shudder. What the fuck? This movie sucks.
Wait, you've seen this?
Yes, I've seen Shudder. I watched it with my brother. My brother used to bully me because I used to always be afraid of horror movies, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I bet you $10 that this movie will scare you." And I'm like, "Okay," and the movie didn't even scare me. Like, one person dies.
Really? Just one?
Yeah, it's lame. Like, why do so many like this? I get that it's a J horror, but I don't know. I found it to be pretty boring. It Comes at Night. This movie had one of the worst marketing campaigns of all time because it misled people as to what kind of movie this was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chef. What a name.
Starring and directed by Jon Favreau.
I'm familiar with that name.
Yeah, he's like the guy behind Iron Man.
Of course. To All the Boys I've Loved Before. Private Life. What are some of these movies? Does anyone seriously watch some of these movies? Gerald's Game. Yeah, this one I've heard a lot of good things about.
Yeah, so have I.
Oh, Mike Flanagan. That's a good sign.
Oh.
Yeah, I mentioned Mike Flanagan the last time. And we're reaching the end. Snowden. The fact that our government hunted this guy down and persecuted him makes me sick.
Yeah.
Hush. I've seen this movie.
Yeah, so have I. Oh, I didn't know it was made by Mike Flanagan, though.
Oh, yeah. This was made by Mike Flanagan and his wife.
Still, it's pretty decent.
Yep. It also has John Gallagher Jr. in it. I always forget about... This is the one Will Ferrell movie I always forget about.
Well, I certainly do. 'Cause 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 '
Rain Man. Space Sweepers. What the fuck?
What?
I hope this is like some kind of parody movie.
I'm kind of getting that vibe.
Or maybe not.
Oh.
I don't get it. Zombieland.
Yep. I'm not up or shut up.
I don't really know if a genre can really be considered overrated.
Yeah, it's not really so much.
I mean, I would say certain things certain movies within the slasher genre could potentially be overrated, but it depends, I suppose, because slasher genre is basically its own thing.
Right. I mean, it's kind of hard to really narrow it down to one genre.
Also, slashers can be fun. I'm not going to act like slashers are like the greatest thing on earth, but
yeah, but
if you're a horror fan that just wants to see a bunch of victims be slowly hunted down by some kind of killer one by one, then it can be fun.
Yeah, definitely.
But then again, it all depends. Some slashers do try to break the rules and make something different than what you would expect.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't make fun of Jason and Freddy. I was talking about how, like, Jason and Freddy kind of got fucked over by, like, everybody got the bright idea of, I know, let's turn these movies into black comedies. That'll work.
Yeah, and not a single slasher turned black comedy ever worked. Or it's like when you decide to take that action, you've already failed.
Yeah. Plus, I actually like Nightmare on Elm Street. I grew up with those movies.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to act like any one of them after 3 is good. But you can still enjoy the 4th one because it can be fun at times. 5th one is a little bit more stupid, and the 6th one is pretty much unwatchable. Even more unwatchable than the remake.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have anything personal against Jason. I just never really got into his movies. I did like I will say this, though. I will gladly stand up for the Friday the 13th remake. I'm sick of people shitting on the Friday the 13th remake. It's fucking good. Like, what the hell is wrong with you Friday the 13th fans? I don't get you. What do you want?
Yeah, it's actually pretty decent, especially considering it stands out by having the most smartest version of Jason.
Well, forget that. That version of Jason was actually fucking scary.
Yeah.
He was huge, he was fast, and he was intelligent.
Right. I mean, you want him to be terrified. That version of Jason will do it.
Yeah, but because of all the bitching of the remake, we'll probably never see that actor come back to play Jason. Great, thanks.
Yeah.
No, only Kane Hodder can play Jason.
Except
bitch, please. The guy in the remake makes Kane Hodder look like a bitch.
Also, none of them, plus hardly any of them, plus Kane Hodder actually can be argued to say that he basically starred in the Friday the 13th movies actually sucked. Basically. Like, I believe it was him and Jason Takes Manhattan.
Oh, yeah. Kane Hodder wasn't really in very many of the good Friday the 13th movies.
No.
The 7th one was bad. The 8th one was bad. Fuck you! Don't get me started on Jason X.
Yeah.
Oh, this sucks on so many levels. The line that dared every critic to use that quote, and they took the bait.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, honestly, looking back at it, I actually kind of like the remake.
Yeah, the remake is a lot more solid. Not to mention, it was able to condense 3 fucking movies into one. How fucking crazy is that?
Yeah.
Because you have to remember, in Friday the 13th, it takes 3 fucking movies to get to the Jason that we all know and love. The first one, he's not even fucking in it. The second one, he doesn't even have the hockey mask.
Yep, and then finally
And then there's the third one where he does get the hockey mask.
Yeah.
And then he dies in the fourth one.
Yes, and then like number 5, he's replaced by an imposter.
Yeah. Exactly. So it's like, what the fuck? Like, at least Friday the 13th knows what the people wants and gives it to you. Like, you're mad at the remake for giving you exactly what you fucking came for? I don't get it. You get a nice opening scene of Jason just slaughtering a bunch of people. You get a solid opening with fucking Pamela Voorhees and her demise. You get Jason quickly getting the mask without having to take 3 fucking movies to get to it. You get a Jason that's actually smart and intimidating.
Yes, and he can run.
Well, Jason, contrary to popular belief, Jason did run in the original movies. He just never really he just never really used running in any kind of effective way a lot of the time, but he did run in the original movies. Contrary to popular belief, there is this rumor that Jason never ran in the original movies, but this is false. I don't know where that comes from.
Oh, no, I mean, I think maybe I did see in the movie, but I may have forgot it or just missed it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like another thing. Like, what are you people expecting from a Friday the 13th movie? What the fuck are you expecting? Honestly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, those films aren't exactly known for sharp writing.
Yeah, in fact, they were known for 2 things. Kills and TNA. That's that. They were never high art. The Friday the 13th movies were always trashy, low-budget entertainment. Like, even more fucking low budget than even the Saw movies. The Friday the 13th movies makes the Saw movies look like it has a fucking high-ass budget.
Exactly.
Like, come on. Like, you go into a Friday the 13th movie expecting trashy fun. As far as I'm concerned, you have no room to complain.
No, like, it essentially gives you what you want.
Yeah. Like, unlike me as a Saw fan, I have a little bit more room to complain when they get aspects of Saw wrong. You know?
Exactly.
Especially because Saw actually has a timeline and a lot of lore that was built that can be fucked up.
Exactly.
What lore are you going to fuck up in Friday the 13th?
None. Like, that's the beauty of Friday the 13th. Basically, you can just make one yourself without seeing too many of the other movies, and you still wouldn't fuck it up.
Like seriously, like, Friday the 13th is like the kind of film franchise that you can literally do the stupidest shit and it won't feel out of place. You can literally put Jason in space, and while it sounds stupid, it's something you can do.
Yes.
Now, if you tried putting Jigsaw in space, that could be a problem.
Yeah, I can never see that happening.
Unless Jigsaw decided he has a problem with NASA all of a sudden. Which I guess could be kind of funny.
Yes.
The Shining, I think it's very boring, and I don't get why so many people go apeshit over it.
Yeah. Plus, it completely missed the point of what made the book scary, so what's the point?
Mm-hmm. Well, the only excuse you really need for Freddy Krueger in space is you could just have somebody have a dream that takes place on a space station or something. That's the thing about Freddy Krueger. Freddy Krueger can basically be anywhere or be anything because he operates on dream logic. He borderline has the Toon Force.
Yeah.
Freddy can do almost anything he wants as long as he's in the dream world. That's why Jason, I explained to Verse Debaters that, goddamn, why do I keep saying Jason? That's why I must be starting to get real tired. That's why I keep explaining to Versus Debaters that Freddy Krueger can be either really overpowered or really fucking weak. For example, if he remains in the dream world, Freddy's damn near unstoppable. But if you take him out of the dream world, he kind of sucks. Yeah, he was able to contend with Jason.
Yeah, but even
outside of the dream world, but that's about it.
Yeah.
The worst dream I've ever had, probably any one of the dreams probably any one of the nightmares that has involved my ex. Because sadly, she's invaded quite a few of those.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yep. Damn. 9 hours. I wasn't planning on this. Oops.
Honestly, I think I'm gonna opt out anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably cut it off here. I probably could keep going if I wanted to, but at some point I'm probably going to have to sleep.
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and leave. Thanks for having me, Kimi, as always.
No problem. Thanks for joining.
Of course. Bye.
Yep. And shoot, I'm gonna have to hopefully try to see if I can get that video finished tomorrow. Yeah. So thanks for joining. Hope you enjoyed it. I know you guys like it when I stream, and I did promise I would try my best to give more streams. But yeah, I'll try to figure out what the next stream and or podcast will be.